How we doing, everybody? How we doing? How we doing? We got the results. The polls close in a little over 2 minutes. A little over 2 freaking minutes. But before that happens, here's this.
I will literally eat anything because I don't have
But even
a
with
gag
your
reflex. Let me put it like that. I will eat anything, and I love experimenting with foods. I love all different kinds of foods. When I travel, I'll eat, even stuff I find on the street. Street vendors cooking. So
but others who, what have others been most impressed by about things that you've eaten?
What do you mean by that?
Like, is there stuff that you've eaten that people are like, wow, you ate that?
You mean like something gross or?
Yes, maybe gross for others, yeah, not for you.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting a signal not to answer that question.
Okay.
But you can say that I don't have a gag reflex. Can't answer that. You ate anything weird? I don't know.
Here, we talk about this is
I can't. I plead the fifth.
County, Johnson County.
I don't have a gag reflex, and I plead the fifth on anything weird.
50,000 people in Johnson County.
Anything weird
it's
happening.
More and more. This used to be a core Republican county. It's now a Democratic county, and
Oof.
35% of
We have a lot of other stuff to
in this
cover.
Democratic primary in the gigantic state of Kansas are coming out of this county, Johnson County. And oh, by the way, these three candidates, they're all from Johnson County. So that's going to be a big
Johnson County.
Much later tonight. We'll get into this later. We are going to have Washington State. That's going to be one of those where we get a ton of mail, like 2/3 of the vote right away.
You guys ready to?
We'll get to that later.
You guys ready to see AIPAC get their back blown out?
And by the way, House races in Michigan.
You guys ready?
Sri Tanada.
You voted Abdul and Jocelyn today. Hell yeah.
Incumbent there. Interesting DSA action there. He was DSA. He left. He's being opposed by a candidate who is DSA. We'll be talking about that. The 7th district here. This is, again, right there around Ingham County, state capital. This is an interesting race where the candidate on the left, William Lawrence.
All right, here we go.
7 seconds. I'm going to rush this all in because we have time. Polls have now closed.
Polls are closed.
Most of Michigan.
You're done.
Let me be clear.
That's it.
These 4 counties up here in the UP are actually technically they're officially Central Time Zone. Everything else is Eastern Time Zone. So we can now, what will happen here is for the next hour, if we get results from any Eastern Time Zone counties in Michigan,
Michigan has 2 time zones.
You will not see anything pop up in these 4 counties. They will not close for another hour. That also means that, hey, if a bunch of results came in the Eastern Time Zone and it was clear to me and to you and to everyone out there that one of these candidates was going to win this primary, our decision desk could not call it. We will not call any race while there are still counties where the polls have not closed. So keep that in mind.
You should work in the Eastern County and live in the Western, so when you go home, you get an extra hour.
A quick read on how that works.
But then you got to wake up an hour.
And again, the minute we start getting results here in the Senate election, we're also going to be. Well, let me stop talking because we're going to it.
He's excited. Kornacki's super pumped about this whole situation. So they're gonna have a full stream. So this is like a full live stream of what he's got going on. Big sip. Big sip. So you guys, there must be like the NBC show, like on the cable TV. Abdul's election night watch party. They're having a watch party, guys. All the influencers.
Over to the man, the myth, the legend, NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki over at the big board. Steve, we know polls in 2
now he's on
states
TV,
closed,
for real.
A lot of polling locations in Michigan.
Now he's on TV. Now everybody on TV
so
can see him.
What's it looking like?
Yeah, well, right now we're looking at the blank map, but the anticipation, this is the hour where we start to find out, I think, Gotti, in this closely contested Senate race here. I think all eyes are on this one. Abdul El-Sayed, Haley Stevens here. Look, there's a question here about the
McMorrow, is she still there?
In the
I thought she dropped out.
We've seen these candidates from the sort of the far left of the party having surprising success in big primaries this year. This would be the biggest win that faction of the party has posted if Abdul El-Sayed can win this primary tonight. And then general election questions here, too, based on this outcome, because Republicans are saying, we talk about the midterm climate may not be friendly to Republicans. Republicans are saying, well, it may not be, but we can win if Democrats nominate a candidate as far left as Al Sayed. Because remember, this is a state that Donald Trump carried in 2024. The Republican nominee, we actually already know this one. There's no opposition in the primary. It's Mike Rogers, former congressman. He ran for the Senate against Alyssa Slotkin 2 years ago. He nearly won. Now he's back taking a second chance. And Republicans really,
he's
have
a Trump
not tried
cuck.
to be shy about this. They are hoping that Al Sayed wins this race tonight. So we are hoping to get a readout here. I think if we get results early, it might come from right here. This is Oakland County. This is giant, one right north of Detroit and Wayne County. Also tonight in Michigan, though, the governor's race. There are primaries on both sides. The Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, is the heavy favorite on the Democratic side.
Is that Jocelyn, who you guys voted for?
Sheriff of Genesee County, Chris Swanson.
Sheriff.
Benson, the heavy favorite there. On the Republican side, this one's gotten interesting. John James is a congressman from Macomb County. He's previously run for the Senate twice and lost. He's endorsed by Donald Trump. He's being opposed by businessman Perry Johnson, who has spent a ton of money and really cranked up the negativity against James, really trying to use those two losses in previous Senate campaigns against James. So this might be a close contest here. Cox had dropped out of this race, but this Republican gubernatorial contest, obviously a very important one, too. A number of House races, too, that we'll be keeping an eye on in Michigan. But, and we do. Look at this. We have our first results.
Yep, just came in.
So this is from Kent County, Western Michigan. This is where Grand Rapids is from.
Just came in, literally, as I refreshed, too.
Are also the results that we're seeing here in Kent County. So I think one thing we need to figure
out. He's up 55% to 39%.
Early vote? Are we looking at election day vote here? That's going to be key. Adam is taking a look at that. But one thing I can tell you about this county here is this is a place where Syed has to do well. Okay, his support in polling and the support of these progressive insurgent candidates has really been closely linked with age. The younger the electorate, the younger the voters, the better these candidates on the left have been doing. This is a place in Kent County, Grand Rapids, that is growing very quickly, and it's growing with younger residents. It has a younger median age than the statewide average. So this is a place where progressives
can't believe McMorrow has votes at all.
Better, I should say, better than they have, in other counties statewide. It's a place where Al Sayed has to do well, and you're seeing that first batch of vote we're getting here. This is probably absentee vote that was cast by mail early, and if it is, and Al Sayed is leading it, that's particularly good news for him because, again, we expect the vote by mail to be better.
Winning it by double.
So that's the first readout that we're getting here again, from a county where Abdul El Sayed is expected to and needs to do well. And do we
need to do well in the mail-in?
It is partial mail.
It is partially vote by mail. And Gotti, that's significant because the vote by mail, we've been seeing this, tends to be an older demographic casting it. Oof. It tends to be better for candidates like Stevens, who are the
that are centrist, establishment,
so
mid, boring,
that the candidate from
slop.
The left, Al Sayed, is doing well, and that bodes particularly well for him.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. It's so fascinating to hear you talk about vote by mail versus same-day voting because
we need the.
I mean, this is really a race between.
I need to pick his
very
sound.
Online Twitch-like electorate, and then the very moderate, maybe more like cable news-watching electorate. Do you think that we're going to see some of the same trends in terms of urban versus rural voters that we do in like the same-day voters versus the mail-in ballots?
Yeah, it's a wonky conversation, but it's an important one because it really has been the defining feature of a lot of these primaries. It's just
the Twitch versus cable news. That's what we're doing.
Younger college-educated voters, younger college-educated female voters, single. I'm layering these different demographic categories on top of each other. That's where these left-wing candidates,
the establishment failing to understand,
and where there tends to have been resistance to them, is places where the electorate skews older.
How do you do, fellow kids?
A more sort of moderate electorate, an electorate that's more friendly to a candidate like Stevens. So again, just based on Grand Rapids, the Grand Rapids area itself, especially when you're talking about Democratic voters in the Grand Rapids area, you are talking about something that's younger. There are a lot of newcomers coming in there. But again, that's an interesting, the fact that the vote by mail, some of this vote by mail, that we've seen demographically, that tends to be more used by older voters than younger voters. The fact that is coming up friendly for Syed, it's a very interesting early sign.
And again, a very early sign, 9% in there, but real fast. Steve, remind us of like the purple nature of Michigan here. Like this, take us back to Bernie
Take us back.
Versus Hillary. What does this state sometimes skew?
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look. These are the last 3 presidential election results in Michigan. Okay, there's 24, there's 20, there's 2016, and this is 2 wins for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, this is Kent County. I needed to go to the statewide. You think
he won the state.
6 months I would know how to use this thing.
No, I was impressed that you were just pulling these out of like thin air and the big board. Of course, you have all of these things at your fingertips. This is wild to just see you work here.
This is it. Look, Trump has won this 2 out of 3 times. Remember, before Trump came along, no Republican had won Michigan in a presidential election since 1988.
You won by less than 100,000 votes.
That really is part of the story here.
It was close.
In the Senate primary, where the Stevens.
That's because I bet you that if Abdul Al-Sayed destroys her, and I can talk over him. If you guys want to watch Kornecki, you can watch him. If he absolutely destroys Stevens, that's a litigation on the establishment, and the fact that Kamala Harris was just not the answer. And you could say, well, it should have been because Trump was the It is what it is, right? The establishment picked Kamala. There was no primary, and the energy with Kamala just was not there. It was not there at all.
Again, that establishment wing, at least, have been saying, well, hey, winning the Senate for Democrats, if the Democrats are losing Michigan this fall, the math kind of becomes prohibitive on that.
Yeah, and not to put the big board to the test again, but we're already starting to see some results in Virginia, right? I'm not sure if you've got those up yet, but that's an interesting state because, I don't know, because AI, data centers seem to be creeping into politics in a very big way there, especially considering that Northern Virginia has the highest concentration of data centers in the country. You're a different kind of big data guy, I know, but what are the numbers they're showing?
Yeah, I will jump there. We did get one little county here. Part of it is Wexford County. This is small. This is rural.
10% just came in.
I got it now. With just 10% is, again, this part of Michigan here, sort of north of US 10, is just
I got the sound in.
Largely very small. Rural,
sound is good to go.
Older electorates, older blue-collar white electorates.
Whenever we get some new results,
here is that Stevens isn't just winning up here, but for a few places, she is cleaning up here, and at least in this initial batch, in one county up here.
Not really.
They're kind of close to
cleaning up. Yeah.
So again, these are oh wow, we just got some Wayne County.
Wayne County just came in 0.1%.
Actually, I couldn't tell you much about it. We just got about Wayne is the biggest in the state. 20% of the votes going to come out. This is like 300 votes.
Come on, Kornecki, get it together.
Quite a tease to get Wayne. Again, we've got two small little pieces of clues here that we've gotten from Kent and that we've gotten from Wexford. But again, just those 2 small things we've seen so far are things that Al-Sayed would want to see more than Stevens would want to see.
Got it. Any sizable votes coming in from places like Virginia right now?
Yeah,
she's up by 9 votes.
Okay, let's go over to Virginia because we do have a
Share
call.
the stream, guys.
I want to show you this in the 2nd district here. 2nd district is around Virginia Beach here. This is the district. It's basically dead even in the presidential race. Now, this is interesting. Elaine Luria won this Democratic primary. That's no surprise. Elaine Luria is a former member of Congress. She was defeated for re-election by Republican Jen Kiggins. Kiggins unopposed for renomination in the 2nd district. So this is going to be a rematch. 2 candidates who've represented this district in Congress. And again, the backdrop, this is as dead even as they come.
Wow.
This is going to be one of the most closely watched congressional races in America this November.
The benefit will be with the Democrat, though.
We're talking about, are Democrats going to have a big night?
They'll just naturally have it. If it was neck and neck like that in Virginia too, which is wild.
One of those districts this November. Again, it's right there in the Hampton.
It was the election was closer than MAGA tells you it was, guys. Don't forget that. They've done propaganda work to try to make it seem like Trump absolutely swept, and he didn't. He won the states he needed to, right? When it comes to the purple states, the swing states, but they're just the participation in America in the election wasn't there.
The night goes on. Thank you so much. And just over an hour ago, polls did close.
All right. That was very nice of Gotti to put me into his show, and you got to see how that worked. That was fun, right? So let me get out of Virginia and
back to Michigan.
See what we make sense of those cuts. Like this is something in an eye doctor's office. But let's go back to
0.6% of the
Michigan
vote
here and see if we've got anything new coming in. Adam, I mean, not that. Do I even dare ask? Do we have any clue what kind of vote this was?
Yeah, so this is one precinct out of Wayne County. It's in Grosse Ile Township, and it's just one precinct that we got results for.
And Syed's winning in there.
Grosse Ile.
Oh, okay. And
what did it vote?
Election day. Again, I'm analyzing.
Yeah.
Tiny bit of vote here.
I think we'll leave it aside.
Yeah.
For right now, I
not
can
enough
tell
data.
You, going back to Grand Rapids, and we talked about it a little.
They don't have enough data yet.
We know that this is absentee vote, and we know that this is mostly contained inside the city of Grand Rapids. This is not all of Grand Rapids mail vote, but this is a partial report out from the mail vote. I think we had it at roughly about 16% based on our of the mail vote in our targets.
You said 16 or 60? What did you say?
16.
16%. Of the mail vote in Kent
of our
County.
Expected mail vote in
we think
Kent
we
County.
just got
parts of so 4 counties in the up are in Central Time, like I am in Minnesota, and then the rest of Michigan's in Eastern Time.
Zoom right in on Grand Rapids.
We just got another update from Kent.
We did. Okay.
Oh, another update.
Okay.
Oh shit.
What? And it was clearly basically the same margin, basically the same spread as before.
And it looks like it's more mail.
That's
yeah.
more vote.
More
by mail
mail-in, and
that took us up now. I guess that's the question. Do we know, is that Grand Rapids mail, or are we now getting into the rest of the county?
Yeah, looking at the website, it looks like this is still more Grand Rapids mail, and this might be the bulk of the Grand Rapids mail. Just kind of looking around on the precinct map here.
Okay, so I think we've now got probably about a third of the vote by mail for the county in.
That sounds right. Yeah, let's see. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, the possibility here, if you're Stevens, this is what you have to be hoping for. If you're just looking at Kent County already, you are hoping that when you set foot outside of Grand Rapids, it's a different world politically, and that vote by mail starts to look extremely, the remaining vote by mail starts to look extremely different, because we've seen this in primary after primary. This is the vote that's supposed to be the best for Stevens, and she's losing by more than 16 points right now, at least, again, from Grand Rapids here, this vote by mail. She's supposed to do the best with this. Then when they start adding in the election day vote, that's when the young vote, that's when that more, sort of leftward vote comes out, and that's where Al Sayed is supposed to sort of make his move. And instead, I mean, yeah, you're seeing numbers there. If you're Al Sayed's campaign, I think you are
feeling good.
Again, it's one
you're
city,
feeling good.
One county. You're certainly not celebrating, but
No.
you're saying that's what you want to see. That's
The early numbers are good.
If you're Stevens' campaign, it's
because, like you said, again, usually the mail-in votes are the older population.
Of course,
what
have I done? I've gone and
people that don't want to wait in lines.
Right. So
active duty military does mail-in ballots.
The best benchmarks were tonight.
I did a mail-in vote for the 2012
if Stevens going to win
election.
This election night, what does she need to be getting in a county like Kent County? So take a look at 3 recent, I say recent, it's the last 10 years, statewide elections in Kent County. Statewide Democratic primaries in Kent County. If you went back to 2016, Hillary Clinton, kind of the establishment candidate, got 37% in Kent County. Remember, she lost statewide. It was close, but Bernie Sanders did defeat her statewide. In the 2020 Democratic primary, now this was held under unusual COVID circumstances. Biden was starting to kind of become the inevitable, but it was 46% of the vote is what Joe Biden. If you say Joe Biden was kind of the establishment candidate, Biden got 46% of the vote out of Kent. And then here's the interesting one. Back in 2018, Gretchen Whitmer got 44% of the vote here in her primary. Whitmer ran in 2018 against Al Sayed and one other candidate. Now, Whitmer
it's not 2018 no more.
With 52% of the vote.
Whitmer's establishment
was a distant second place, but the other candidate, which was Sri Tanadar, was also a candidate of the left. So there was one way of looking at that 2018 primary to say, hey, the progressive wing actually got 48% against the establishment, candidate of Whitmer, who got 52. Yeah. So Whitmer getting 52 statewide got 44 here. Okay, so I think one thing you'd say is, if you're Stevens, that's probably the floor for you, somewhere right around there in a county like Kent.
Quick maths.
You don't want to be doing worse than 44% in a county like Kent County. By the way, Kent County was one of the better
This
ones
is all
for
about
Al
Haley
Sayed
Stevens.
In that 2018 primary. He got
even in his reporting of this, it's a litigation of Haley Stevens. If you haven't noticed that, we have to analyze how he's doing this too. All right, he's doing good work, I think, here, but they're really like, this is a spotlight on the establishment of the Democratic Party, guys, and you're gonna see that, and it's they're done. They'll hold on into what they can in certain states, but everyone I've talked to that is on the left or liberal, even liberals too, are like, we want someone that we need a new generation. We can't keep repeating the same thing. And Haley Stevens is the same thing. She's not a visionary politician, and she also is an AIPAC candidate. And the country is done with that. We're done. We're done supporting Israel. We're done because all of that affects everything we have at home. Everything that we spend in military spending and bombs overseas and forever wars affect the ability for us to fund our bridges, our roads, our infrastructure, the affordability in the United States, because corporations jack prices up because of foreign wars and because of our geopolitical objectives with the shipping and everything, and all those costs rise. And then we all pay for it because of all of these dumb fuck decisions, okay? Haley Stevens represents that still. She's a continuation of the status quo. Abdul Al-Sayed, again, untested. Who knows? We'll see. I'll judge his leadership if he wins, which seems like he's going to, just like I would an establishment candidate. All politicians, it doesn't matter, right? They're politicians. However, the reason why he's doing so well is because the country is fed up with the status quo. That's why MAGA exists, and it sucks that they're fascists, but that's why they destroyed the Republican Party. And it's time for the Democratic Party to go through the same type of reckoning. Hopefully the energy I'm seeing, at least on the left, is something that's good and something that represents a good for the society. Whereas, like, obviously MAGA and the right wing, we're living through what that is like. And this is just like the diet version of it. This isn't the full on fascist Nazi MAGA existence that they truly want. Okay. All right, let's get back to Kornacki.
The upper lower peninsula into the upper peninsula.
Like, if anything, a lot of right-wing Nazis are pissed because Trump is an egotistical old man. They can't, like, he's kind of holding back a lot of their goals.
In that primary, places where Al Sayed was getting,
he's beholden to polls and ratings on TV and
so
shit.
To see Al Sayed,
that's what he cares about.
46. Here,
and these new age Nazis don't care about anything.
Vote by mail too. In fact, I can tell you what Al Sayed's,
they don't care if the public is against what they're doing.
Number was in Wexford. Yeah, he got 23% in the 2018 primary in Wexford County, and Gretchen Whitmer got 60%. Right. So again, if you're saying Stevens is kind of, wants to kind of use that Whitmer model from 2018, this is the kind of county where she wants to be getting 60%, maybe even higher than 60%. At least this small batch we got. You want to see if that extends elsewhere there, because it's very limited. Yes?
If you do want to take a detour, we have our first few results out of Kansas as well, in those statewide races.
Take a look at Kansas.
Not yet.
On that one.
I will.
The Missouri one, I think there's a lot of interest
Projected
in. I
winner.
want to make sure we get to.
Ready to get a winner there.
Okay, but take a look here at the Republican gubernatorial primary in Kansas, and I
got a
don't
new
think
number here.
What we're looking at, we've got. That's going to boost Masterson, Wichita. We just got Sedgwick County, a big chunk of it. Masterson is his state Senate district. He's from Butler, which is right next door. This is his neck of the woods. Again, Ty Masterson is running in this gubernatorial primary with the endorsement of Donald Trump. And you could see in Sedgwick, no surprise, he's running up a score there, but it appears he's doing it elsewhere. Johnson County.
Yeah, they're talking about right-wing slop. I can't believe, like, people that, again, like I would like to vote for politicians that win and be happy, right? And I'm never going to vote Republican again in my life. It's not like I'm at the point where, like, I don't know what party to vote for. That's not where I'm at with it. There's no way, like, the Republican Party, I will never vote for that party ever again. My vote hinges upon is the quality of politician that's running in the Democratic Party, because that's the only path to anything right now. That party. But the issue is that they're so controlled by the same tools of the establishment that also control the Republican Party, to where that makes it very difficult to want to, like, go all in on establishment politicians, and why, again, you're seeing such an energy towards this new generation of further left politicians. because they at least seem like they want to fight for people. At least seem that way. We'll see how they do, right? Yeah, I'm all about how they perform, right? The team could look good on paper, but how does it perform on the field? That's my brain with it. Okay, but for me, I'm not like there's already a baseline of I don't even want to entertain somebody that's establishment pro-Israel that wants to not change anything that we're living in, and just being against Trump is not enough. Just being like, well, I'm not MAGA. That's not enough. That's not good enough. Not good enough at all. There's plenty of Republicans that still exist that are against MAGA. So it's really not strong and brave. I'm sorry. Like, being against Trump is not strong and brave at this point. It was strong and brave back when he ran the first time, and all the people that opposed him right away and got absolutely shit on by the majority of the country back in like 2016.
Results in Eaton County.
Okay, that's big. Put it just a way of saying this here.
After 2 presidencies and scandals and it's just like, if you're just now like, oh yeah, Trump is bad. It's like, okay, good. I'm glad you finally saw the light, but man, it's really not a whole lot. It's not like what attaboy do you think you get? what type of, you think that carries anything?
Okay, wow.
New numbers. Oh shit.
Story on Eaton, and the
30%.
Is if you're
in Eaton County.
An Al-Sayed supporter.
Let me clarify. I see mixed returns in these vote. It looks like I see some mail-in here, mostly.
So there's still some mail-in coming in,
and some early in person.
Mostly election day.
Yes, it looks like it's about 1,500 pre-advanced votes and 3,000.
Okay, 2/3, 1/3. Well,
early election day votes.
This is interesting because
here's the overall vote here, 55 to 38.
2018 primary.
Here's the overall vote here.
Model here for trying to set some benchmarks for Stevens. The area right around here is where Whitmer massively overperformed in 2018. Why? Because that's her political base. That's
55% to 38%. This is the overall.
She was a state legislator
of all of Michigan.
Area. She did really well in Ingham County. She did really well in Eaton County, in Clinton County, Shiawassee County, Livingston County. She did really well. So, long way of saying, we're using those 3 benchmarks. I'll give you a sense of
most Americans hate AIPAC.
2016
that's actually both sides. That's just Americans now. And no one has Israel has nobody to blame but themselves. All of these decades and decades of propaganda that they've worked on and cooked Americans for decades now. It's done. It's done. It's done. Everything they've done since October 7th and the genocide in Gaza and then the continuation of it into Lebanon and the videos we're getting coming out of the West Bank and how the West Bank settlers that are just so fucking subhuman.
Election day vote here. But look at that.
Shit literally makes me fucking mad, dude.
That's lower, obviously, than Whitmer. We knew it was going to come down, but that's significantly lower than Clinton got. Any of these establishment candidates here, okay, 2 of them won. Whitmer won, Biden won, Clinton lost by a point. Any of these establishment candidates, Stevens is running right now with the vote we just got, 1/3 of the vote in Eaton County. She's running lower than their total there. So this is... it continues at small pieces of evidence here, but that's if you're Stevens, not the start you want there in Eaton County. I see we got a little bit of UP.
Mark Warner won.
These are tiny. I warn you in advance, but I want to take a look. Delta County, okay, but the significance here, it's only 4%, but you're looking for, if Al-Sayed is close, if he's close in anything, essentially, he's north here of north of Saginaw, if he's close in any of those counties, that's like a bonus for him. That's like cherry on the cake.
It's like sprinkles.
He's
because obviously it's going to be around Lansing and Detroit and bigger populated counties within.
A bit of an outlier. Marquette.
Or I guess what county is Lansing is? I don't think it's its own county.
That's capital of the UP. That's where Northern Michigan University is. He actually did okay up here in 2018. The progressives do a little bit better here, but again. Anything that's competitive for Al-Sayed up here is encouraging news for him. I think, Adam, you have something.
Well, I just wanted to note Eaton gives us
Ingham County. Lansing's in Ingham County.
Yes. In the Democratic primary there.
Let's check
it. It also has parts in Eaton and Clinton. Okay, so it's separated into...
on the screen right here. So
Can Michigan be less complicated?
This is Republican Tom
Lansing's in 3 counties.
represented this district. She left to run for the Senate. She won in 2024. Tom Barrett, the Republican, won this seat by a few points.
Guys, our primary in Minnesota is coming up soon. Don't worry.
Trump won it by
I got
point.
you there.
Biden won it
I
by
don't
a
live in
point.
Michigan. I live in Minnesota.
It's going to get a ton of attention.
We have our own coming up.
This is also one of those.
Peggy Flanagan.
Question of electability here.
Peggy all day.
Into play. William Lawrence is the candidate of the left. He's got the Bernie Sanders endorsement. He started the Sunrise Movement. He's very much powered by many of the same sort of political, ideological forces that are behind al-Sayed in the Senate race. And the same question has been raised by Lawrence's candidacy. If Democrats nominate him in a district, this is not a deep blue district. This is a Republican-held district that Donald Trump won. Can a candidate of the left win there? That's been an issue in this primary. But the other thing that's been an issue in this primary has been this. Lawrence is the candidate of the left. Both of these candidates, Matt Mosdem and Bridget Brink, are kind of in the same lane, fighting each other.
No, looks like it.
Has the endorsement of Alyssa Slotkin, again, the former congresswoman from this district. Bridget Brink was the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine.
That's why she sounds familiar.
Presented themselves as sort of moderate establishment figures.
Ew.
And look at this. Between the two of them, if you could
I was wondering where
unite that
Bridget
vote,
Brink sounded
well,
familiar.
This would be a close race. They'd have about 51-48 over Lawrence, but they are splitting what's come in here so far in Eaton County. And meanwhile, Lawrence is sitting there 20 points, a little bit more than 20 points.
Lawrence
ahead
of
both
Michigan.
them. Now, the way it works in this district is the two big population centers. This is by far the biggest. Right next door is Ingham County. That is where Lansing is. That's where East Lansing is. East Lansing.
There you go.
Michigan
So
State
I guess I
University,
could have
right?
just waited.
College town. What do you have in Ingham County? Big state university, college town. You got a lot of
Look at
government
Lansing's in
employees,
3
state
counties.
Capital. This is a very liberal county. Kamala Harris carried Ingham County by 30 points over Donald Trump in 2024. This is going to be almost half the vote in this primary tonight is going to come right here out of Ingham County. The next sort of big one here, almost a quarter of the vote, maybe a little bit less, is going to be next door in Livingston County, okay, to the east here.
No, the colors don't mean anything.
Probably about 13% or so.
It's because it's a Democratic primaries, and they're all
County.
on the left, so they have to change the
this.
colors of the blue.
This right here, Ingham County, is where Lawrence, I think the expectation was that's going to be sort of the epicenter. That's going to be the hub for Lawrence, the big liberal college county, right? It's not just a college county, but this was going to be the place that powered Lawrence. But here he is next door. Okay, Eaton County, a little bit of Lansing extends into Eaton County, but you're talking about bedroom communities here. You're talking about more of sort of like a suburb of Lansing. And again, I think a big part of it may well be this split, divided opposition here. But here's Lawrence getting, at least in the little bit that we see.
Oh, numbers just came in.
But there he is running 20 points ahead. So that is going to be
more numbers.
Excuse me, 4%. It's the,
I just got a refresh on my screen. He'll cover it in a second, I bet.
That's a significant thing because if Lawrence is having a big night,
this is the overall for Abdul versus Haley Stevens.
Step up and have a big night throughout the rest of the district. But if this is what's happening in the rest of the district, Lawrence has got to love what he's seeing right here. Back to the Senate race.
A little bit of Macomb came in, not a lot.
Some numbers.
You are
Macomb
right.
County.
A little bit came in. We got
Come on,
about
Kornacki.
250 votes here, even less out of Macomb County.
Don't worry, chat. I'm on it.
That's coming from Roseville.
Okay. Macomb has been super slow in past primaries. Well, again, this doesn't mean they're going to be fast. Let me, while I have a minute.
Hit the like button, share the stream, guys, if you guys haven't, all that stuff.
Nothing in Missouri 1 that we've been watching. I will say in Eaton County, since it's the one, and I think
got some more numbers just came in.
Eaton as well.
Yep. Confirmed.
Yes. So
I got the numbers.
We've been,
I'm tapped in.
You and I were talking a lot today about,
we love it.
The vote modes and the way these different
new numbers
break. So we can check in a little bit here, especially.
Who is voting for McMorrow? What is your problem?
In the advanced vote, which is vote that was cast before election.
Isn't she the one that had the marching band, right?
Mail vote. That is breaking for.
Wasn't she the marching band lady?
49.5 to El Sayed 44.
5.5. Okay. Yep.
And the election day, he's winning 64 or 65 to 32 for Stevens.
Wow. So
this is
look
like
at
the
that.
This is like the preseason to the election
It was
season. You guys.
2/3, 1/3 before. What we just got
This is
was
like
we think
this is like
more-
preseason football.
Yeah, it looks like we're tapped
Starts
out of
this week,
the
baby.
early
Let's go. We
now.
got Thursday night
It
football.
looks like we're expecting a little bit more election
Life
day.
life has
more
meaning
mail.
again.
There is more mail. Okay, so that was the early vote that just was added into the mix.
That's what the
Let's
early
go.
vote is.
Let's
a
get to
small
it.
pool,
NFL
right?
football,
Like,
election
it was
season.
vote
Let's go.
across all modes. That
Just get to it.
Right. Okay. So I mean, this would be even if we were just showing you vote by mail, I think this would be a little bit more pro Stevens. The early vote, I think, might take it a little bit away. But that's
Got the Hall of Fame game coming up this week, y'all.
Stevens is winning the vote cast before Election Day by 5.5 points. Remember, we said we think that vote that comes in
420 friendly
earlier
stream.
is an older demographic that's more favorable to the establishment wing. Okay, she's winning it by 5.5 points. The Election Day vote is going 33 points for Al Sayed. So, I mean, even just a little rough back of the envelope math here, you could see.
Quick
that
maths.
If one side, if you got one side is plus 33 for one candidate, and the other
seven.
side is plus 5.5.
I wish he would have done that.
It's
That would
a
have been funny.
big advantage for this candidate. And again, you say Stevens here. What's the kind of number? What's like a bottom line number she would want to get out of Eaton County if you just take the lowest of all the establishment candidates, right? We said it was 44%.
Sorry, so now go ahead, too.
Compensate for it somewhere else, that could drop a little bit, but she doesn't want to be getting
New
much lower
numbers.
than that.
We just got Washington off.
Okay.
I'm getting them.
This is big. Ann
Big
Arbor,
numbers.
University of Michigan.
Big numbers. Holy.
That we just got.
Sheesh.
Holy cow.
Holy. That's a big number. What do you say?
I
Say it.
see a mix here again.
Say it.
Yeah.
Establishment is cooked.
I'm taking a look into it more.
It's
While
done.
You're doing that, let's just take you through.
This is the
Again,
left-wing
this
version
is
of what
sort of
happened to the right
real
wing.
heart of Michigan here, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. This Al Sayed this was his best county, as a matter of fact, I believe, in 2018. Let me just check that. Yeah, look, in 2018, he basically fought Whitmer to a tie here, 46-46. But the key, using that Whitmer model, Whitmer was able to get 46% support out of Washtenaw County, right? Washtenaw County this is going to be roughly 6% of all votes. All votes statewide, about 6% of them are coming out of here in Washtenaw County, right? So you don't want to get blown out in a county like this. Whitmer in 2018 didn't get blown out. She got 46% of the vote right there.
AIPAC's getting
How
their
did the other
back blown
establishment
out.
candidates do? Biden in 2020
Biden.
got 48% of the vote in Washtenaw County. In 2016, running against Bernie Sanders, right? He'd be the college town guy, you would think, right? Hillary Clinton, well, she didn't do great, but she got 44% in Washtenaw County.
Haley
These are
Stevens is
establishment
getting absolutely
candidates in
cooked,
Democratic
man.
primaries in this county. That is where Stevens is running, we think, with a mix of early vote by mail and election day vote. She's a light year behind the other establishment candidates. We say, again, if you're an establishment candidate running against a progressive insurgent in a Democratic primary in Michigan, I think you go into it saying you're going to lose Washtenaw County, but you go into it saying, I want to be here. I want to lose it like this. I want to
lose it.
You don't want to be in the 30s. You don't want to be in the low 30s. You don't want to be in the 20s. Now, that is 22% of the vote that's come in right there. There is more to come. That can change.
She's losing harder than she should be.
Adam, you can check on this if you have any of this information. The way it's gone in recent elections in Washtenaw County is like at the very end, one of the last things that gets reported out is the vote by mail, specifically from the city of Ann Arbor. And that's not the entire county. That's a big chunk of vote. So, that's why
I don't know anything about the voting in Ann Arbor. Right.
Because if it's, Adam can tell me if there's some chance you have it.
Been to Michigan
so right now
twice
I
in my
see
whole
that
life. I like it
in
there,
the
though.
vote
Michigan's
that just
cool.
Came in, we have 39, according to our estimates, 39% of the election day vote in this mix, and we have 11% of the advance vote in this mix, which includes some mail. But
No
as
new
you're
numbers
saying,
yet, y'all. No new
that
numbers.
We would get more advance vote and more mail vote specifically later on in the night. Looking at the county results site, it's also a pretty broad-based precinct results, but I do see precincts with zeros in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, so we're getting more from those populated
Do we have a sense how
towns.
that advance early is breaking?
Yes. So in the early vote right now, it's breaking for El Sayed 74-24,
God.
25.
God.
In the mail vote, it's currently breaking for El Sayed 50-45.
Yes.
The vote by mail, yeah. So
What's
outside
wild
of
is
the
it's
vote
not
by mail
close,
right now,
right?
45.
You would
and
think
that's not
like
okay. again, something significant is going to have to change in the pattern Adam just said for Stevens to avoid getting clobbered in Washtenaw. Because again, we say Ann Arbor's vote by mail
getting
comes
clobbered.
Think, you know, Stevens is going to do better with vote by mail. She is doing better with vote by mail than election day. So in a way, that's good news for her. You say maybe she's saving sort of saving her best for last. But even in the vote by mail that's been counted so far, she's a couple points behind.
Thank you for the 10.
Syed. And I would think
new numbers coming in.
We'll see when you get to Washtenaw, a place like that, a place like Ann Arbor, excuse me.
New numbers.
Such a liberal town. Even the vote by mail there.
Plus 0.2% for Haley Stevens, so and a little bit more for McMorrow.
She may just be losing it by a lesser margin than she's losing the election day. But this is
a tiny bump for Haley Stevens.
The early discouraging signs are adding up.
We have some election day vote in Livingston as well. Right there in the Detroit.
I'm already ahead of you. I'm ahead of you.
Now you think this is? Oh wow! You think this is election day?
This is a mix, but this is primarily election day. Yes.
Okay, so with the caveat that there's a vote, and if you can, whatever vote by mail.
I'll say I got 47% of the vote.
The caveat that we think this is the most friendly type of vote for Al Sayed. He's 26 points ahead with a little bit more than a quarter of the vote counted in Livingston. Livingston is sort of the big, fast-growing, ex-urban county there. You got Detroit, you got Oakland, you got Macomb, and then a little bit further out.
New numbers are coming in.
That's sort of where you are. Syed
new numbers.
Leading this by 26 points. To give you, again, the benchmarks we've kind of been using are three establishment Democrats in Democratic primaries here. How does this compare? Okay, Hillary Clinton, well, she got 38% here in 2016. Okay,
Steve, we have our
still about
first result in
62.
Missouri won as well.
Okay, we'll go right over to that. I just want to put these benchmarks up because
Missouri has
38%
primary today too.
Clobbered here by Bernie Sanders. Biden did much better. He won it. He got 52%.
Biden.
Whitmer, remember, this is in that area where Whitmer really overperformed. She got 61%. So we knew that the Stevens number was coming down from 61. Clinton was really low there at 38. So look, if you're Stevens, you know, I think you're looking at this number and you're saying, okay, Clinton was competitive statewide, getting 38 in this county. This is primarily election day vote. That should be more friendly for Syed. Is there vote by mail that's going to boost this number and put it somewhere between the 38 and 52?
We'll see, I guess.
That's where Stevens would want to land here. So put a pin in this one here. If you're El Syed, that's a good start for you. But you can see a scenario here where Stevens could get into a range here that's a little bit more comfortable for her. That's Livingston right now. Adam says we've got a little bit of Missouri 1. Let's go and take a look here. Okay, now the key. This is the
Cori Bush is getting cooked.
Sort of in half. All right, this is the city of St. Louis on this side. This is the inner suburbs of St. Louis County on this side. That's where we're getting.
What happened with Cori Bush?
Bell here, and what you're seeing, 30%. That is their.
Wasn't she one of the original left, like further left?
In one batch. So we said
politicians.
Two things coming into this, that we expected that Bell was going to do better, much better in St. Louis County, and he was going to do much better with the early vote. So this is as good as it can get for Bell, just in terms of the type of vote we're talking about. We're talking about early vote in St. Louis County, but we're talking about nearly a 60-point margin over Cori Bush. That is significantly better than Bell was able to get out of the St. Louis County port. You know, he won this narrowly by a couple points over Bush in 2024. That is significantly better than what he was able to win the county by in the primary in 2024. So that is initially, and what that basically takes us to, 30% of the vote, that's the early vote from St. Louis County, gets us to about a sixth of the vote in
new numbers
district-wide. That's an
for the Michigan Senate race.
That's an awfully good start. Now, obviously,
61.9 to 34.4.
There is a county-city divide in these results, and Bush did much better on the city side. Looks, at least from
new numbers again.
Well, it looks like Bell might be doing significantly better in St. Louis County than he did
votes are coming in
against Bush. Can Bush do significantly better in the city of St. Louis than she did last time against Bell? Also, again, we want to start to see what the election day vote looks like, because there have been some wild differences between how the early and the election day vote looks in these Democratic primaries with these candidates on the left. So is the remaining vote, does it really change dramatically there to bring that county? So anyway, if you're Bell, obviously, that's about as much as you could expect to get out of that first batch there. But those are the questions that
New
remain
numbers.
after seeing that first batch.
New numbers just came in again.
Of Missouri. So Adam, thank you for keeping.
You got a
honest. We'll
63%
right back to it. We're
to
not gonna miss it.
33%
Before we go to
now.
Michigan, I will just check in here on the Republican gubernatorial primary in Kansas.
God dang, he's
Masters
almost got a
continuing to
double
lead there.
double the lead here.
Democratic primary continues to be an extremely close race right here. Ethan Corson, less than 1,000 votes behind Cindy Holscher.
I don't know much about Kansas at all.
Okay, this is where Kansas City, the city of Kansas City, Kansas is. The place
What's the best choice there?
2030. Corson is leading there. He is leading narrowly, to put it mildly, in Johnson County. Leavenworth, that's small. But again, it does just catch my eye that when you're getting out to the bigger population places outside of the immediate Kansas City area, even you're getting to Lawrence, the college town here, Holscher is leading there. But again, this is statewide. This is 921
Skoog's
votes.
the proper choice.
We got Michigan.
Yeah. We have
his
vote out of
name.
Washington. I think we have about 3/4 of the election day vote coming in now.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So this, when we last checked in, this was sitting a little bit north of this. So what did the most recent vote look like?
So the most recent batch,
Yeah, they're covering
like I
everything
said,
we've
it was
already
mostly
been.
election
They're
day,
catching up to what you guys know already.
El Sayed wins it 66 to 31, basically.
Okay, it was all election day vote.
New numbers.
There was some other mix in there, but remember earlier I mentioned some of those counties or some of those precincts in Ann Arbor.
can see
and
it
Ypsilanti
updated. Thank you for the stars,
now
yo.
have numbers, so we're just filling in.
We're getting election day vote from Ann Arbor in here.
Yes.
And how much actual just mail do we have?
Our current estimate for just mail. Let me take a look.
And what this means statewide, I'll show folks, adding that big batch. We just doubled the vote in Washtenaw County. It takes us to 5% statewide. Again, what's driving this is what you're looking at right there. We got some Saginaw. Okay, it's only a couple hundred votes here. It's not big enough. This is when you get sort of a scattering. So that is, let's.
We got a scattering
because that becomes significant as we get more right there. But let's go back to Washington.
16% of our estimated mail vote.
16% of the vote by mail, and what share of the election day vote estimated is in?
77%.
Okay, so the one thing you would say is the by vote type here, what's counted so far is much more from the Al Sayed side, favorable type of vote, than it is from the Stevens type of vote. So, she was running at about 28% when we got that first batch in. Again, with election day vote, which is not her best, she popped that up to 30. She needs big numbers in vote by mail. Again,
big numbers.
We showed you the past establishment candidates in this county have been in the mid-40s. She just got it up to 30.0%. There is a fair
loony
amount of
left.
vote by mail
We're not
to come right there, and I think that's
Mago. We're not here. We're not talking to you
really, not
tonight.
just
Tonight's not for you.
But when we get vote by mail,
You
if
just
that
got to sit and
number-
watch.
If it's coming in at some kind of a rate that's going to move that.
Wow,
move
Peachy,
that
thank you for
needle,
becoming a
Stevenson.
member.
That's Washtenaw.
We did get another report out of Eaton. We're now half in Eaton overall.
Okay, and now now Stevens has moved up a bit here. Did we
Polls
just get
closed
some
in
vote
less
by
than
mail?
15 minutes.
Yeah, she won this most recent batch. I'm trying to take a look. Let's see what we can see. It looks like, yes, this was mostly mail.
Okay. So with half the vote in Eaton County, we can go deep here because we don't have a ton. Let me ask it this way. Of the expected vote by mail, how much has been counted in Eaton?
I see this is right now 24%, a quarter.
Okay, about
of
a
it.
quarter of the expected vote by mail. And of the election day vote, how much?
89% is what I have in my
So this is
counter here.
interesting. Okay, so this is it. This is heavily skewed towards Al Sayed friendly vote. I don't know if you have the number in front of you, but the vote by mail was running.
Let's go, Lewis. Appreciate
Stevens
that.
plus 5.5 before. Have we got any more that's
Chris,
changed?
thank you for becoming a supporter. All this supports my work, you guys, on the
Specifically
ground.
Eaton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to get crazy around midterms. You guys know that.
934 in the mail vote.
This is
We're
this is
now
the
winning it by
this is the
25 points.
pregame.
So we got a significant
And it's already been
amount of vote by
crazy.
mail.
Liberal
I think we
influencers
just
crashing
had
out over all
a few
this.
votes before, and now we have more,
pissing me
and
off.
it broke heavily in her favor.
Okay, well now that's very interesting because now the picture for Stevens is getting a little bit more favorable here in Eaton County. Put those numbers back up on the screen.
And now we
Whitmer,
see
this was the outlier area for Whitmer, where she was
the real test is if establishment liberal influencers will now
than most Democrats, 'cause it's her home
do what they said, to vote blue no matter who, and vote for Abdul al-Sayed over siding with the Republican. Or are they going to do Republican propaganda now? That's the test. That's what you got to find out, is if your left-wing influencer that you watch is going to be against the choice here, because Abdul al-Sayed is obviously further left. He's not establishment. So the easy money choice to make as an influencer would be to do like critical propaganda on him the whole time without siding with the Republican, but you're doing work for the Republican. And I've noticed many like liberal establishment influencers do that all the time, like every day actually.
Whitmer got 44% of the vote.
Only every day.
Wayne County. Okay, that was.
Or they have been during this whole primary
season.
season.
Hillary Clinton did in 2016.
So now you see how they really are in the next phase.
Why did Clinton do so well and Whitmer so? Really, she struggled. This was one of her worst counties in the state in 2018. Clinton, if you remember that primary with Sanders, was doing extremely well with black voters. She was beating Sanders 90-10, things like this, among black voters nationwide. This included Wayne County. Wayne County, biggest city by far, Detroit.
Thank you so much.
Detroit is 3/4 black. Hillary Clinton won Detroit overwhelmingly in that 2016 primary. Now, in the 2018 primary, Gretchen Whitmer.
Suzanne, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Detroit. Neither did Abdul al-Sayed. Sri Tanadar, the third candidate who also ran to the left.
Chris, thank you for becoming a member. Kev Z and Peachy.
Race in a minute. He's got a serious Democratic primary challenge this year. He actually won. I think it was 38 to 36%. It was Tanadar 38. It was 36 Whitmer, and it was 26% for al-Sayed. So when I say the opportunity exists for Stevens to improve on the 44% that Whitmer got out of the largest county in Michigan, it's right there. It's in Detroit, because the polls have shown that Stevens has been beating al-Sayed by a very healthy margin among black voters. And it calls to mind potentially something akin to what you saw in that Clinton race in 2016. And if Stevens is able to win Detroit by a big margin, that number, if you're using that Whitmer number as a baseline, that's a way for her to move it up. That's hugely important for her.
Yeah, so I think
she's
that
at 35 right now.
Was early in-person vote.
Okay.
Early in person.
This is a couple thousand votes here, so we're still waiting on much more.
Early in person.
It does speak to that being Stevens friendly, at least to have her ahead there early. Again, from Detroit, though.
From Detroit. And just a reminder, we're about 10 minutes out from the top of the hour. We'll be rejoining News Now for some hits, and we'll have all of Michigan close excitingly at the top of the hour.
Yeah, make sure you're not behind. Hit the live button.
A little scattering Grand Traverse County. This is the one area just to, again, there's not a ton of vote up here. There's very, little vote up here. This is actually one of the more populated areas sort of north there of Saginaw. This is where Traverse City is.
New numbers just
Traverse
came in.
City, Leelanau, Charlevoix. This sort of area up here is different. It's demographically different than the rest of the upper lower
61.6 to
peninsula and the upper
35.1.
peninsula. This is sort of, it's vacation
Polls,
land. It's
new polls
retirement
close in
land,
less than 10 minutes.
Not just for Michiganders, for a lot of folks around the Midwest. They call it the Midwest Coast. There's actually some wineries in Leelanau. There's high incomes here. Okay, so it's a different, we talk about northern Michigan being blue collar, older, white. These areas here tend to be, there's some growth population-wise. There is a lot of older population. It's a lot of retirees. It's retirees with money in a lot of cases. So Grand Traverse County is one
Rich
of
white people live there. Just say it.
So, hard immediately to discern. I mean, obviously it's a huge number for al-Sayed, but
the rich whites live on that. Live on the shores.
Only 2%.
So the fact that they're voting heavily for Abdul al-Sayed over Haley Stevens.
We also, I see, had some Cass County. Again, it's just a very small amount out of Cass County.
Some more Livingston just came in.
You got more Livingston. A lot more Livingston just came in. Okay, wow. Tell us what kind of vote we just got there in Livingston.
This looks like it's a lot of election day. It looks like, according to my estimates that I keep here in our tracker, that should be all of our election day vote.
Well, that's interesting. So again, we said this is the outlier area. And how much time do I have till this hit?
About 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. So again, we said that Livingston is part of this area where Whitmer ran up the score in 2018. So look, she got 61% of the vote here, but we knew Stevens is not going to match that. That's just a product of Whitmer being sort of the local candidate. Okay, the other two, we put this up a minute ago. We'll put it up again. Biden in Livingston County got 52% of the vote. Remember, he won statewide. Clinton only got 38% of the vote statewide. Now, Clinton was able to get away with that. Well, she lost, but it was this close. She was able to almost win statewide, even only getting 38% of the vote in Livingston, because she did so well in Wayne County, which is like a mother load of votes. She was able to compensate for it. So, say that if that Clinton is a benchmark
Israel
for Stevens,
comes to me in my dreams.
Stevens to get a Clinton-like number out of Wayne County.
New
I don't know
numbers.
if that's in the offing because there are other parts of Wayne County that are not as demographically friendly to Stevens. We'll talk about that as the
0.4% for
Stevens potentially than Whitmer did in Wayne County, but that doesn't
polls close
mean
in
she's going to reach the Clinton number.
just about 7
60%.
minutes.
So I
can
don't
see.
think 38 is the benchmark, is the low end of this for Stevens. If you're using the Clinton example, I think she wants to be higher, but she is higher right now. She's a point higher, and this is what we've seen now in Eaton and what we're seeing now in Livingston. It's the election day vote. It's the Al Sayed vote that's really kind of overwhelmingly making up this. So is there room here for Stevens to move this number up? Is there room here for her to move it up substantially?
Where would she move it up? New numbers.
Beck, can you tell us what what the vote by mail?
Another 0.9% for Haley Stevens.
In Livingston?
Yeah.
I was just taking a look. We just got Shelby Township in Macomb as well.
Okay.
But before we get there, let me take a look at Livingston right here.
59 to 36.
So the vote by mail currently is breaking 40%, 39% for El Sayed and 57% for Stevens.
So she's winning it by 18 points.
Yeah.
And how much vote by mail is left? Like how many votes? Just give me a rough number.
Taking a look here. 13,000.
13,000. So if she wins it by 20 points, that's give or take 2,600, 25. I mean, at that pace, she could net 2,500 votes or so. She's down by 2,032 right now. So there's some opportunity there for Stevens to get something to come away from Livingston with something closer to what
Another little small batch just came in, but not really enough
Livingston,
to alert you guys.
Eaton, we've got Grand Rapids.
Small batch of votes just came in.
Wexford is still at 10.
It's still the same.
I told you Grand Traverse, it's almost nothing. Benzie, we got about 8%. Well, 8%. Again, this is closer to, this is still a little bit into that vacation land, the Sleeping Bear Dunes that sort of start around here. But again, we're looking to see if Al Sayed is substantially overperforming here, how he did in 2018. We're going to need a little bit more signal there. Saginaw still only just a scattering of votes there in Saginaw. Saginaw is substantial once we start getting votes. Adam said we got a little bit from Macomb here. And again, I just tell me, was it mail or
Hey, thank you, Peachy, for 5 gifted.
From Shelby Township.
It was early, so it was in between. Okay. Most complicated.
That really helps me continue my work. Buy me a coffee as well, guys.
In St. Joseph down there at the border.
Okay, so what we got all the election day vote here.
Yes.
And Stevens is okay. So this is interesting. More than half the vote is in. This is the most Al Sayed friendly. Okay, St. Joseph County, to put you in terms of where you are, Kalamazoo, a little bit north there. If you went south,
40 vote.
west, you'd be
Fucking
in, South
the
Bend,
people
Indiana.
voting for McMorrow. Go
That
fuck
part of,
yourselves.
that Dutch Western Michigan right there, kind of.
Look at that.
A little bit to the.
She's got a 40 vote lead
Chicago
because
area. So
148
anyway, St. Joseph County, we got
losers voted for
we got our benchmarks.
McMorrow.
Let me get him here. Okay, so Clinton got 38% of the vote here in 2016, the establishment candidate. Biden got 53% of the vote here in 2020, and Whitmer got 52% of the vote here in 2018. And there's Stevens just getting through the worst batch, we think, the worst type of vote that she's got to deal with, the election day vote, and she's sitting at 48%, already 10 points north of Clinton in 2016. Again, that Clinton model in 2016 really leaned on running up the number in Wayne County. That's why she could almost get away with numbers that low in places like this. So Stevens is well ahead of that. She's 4 or 5 points off these other establishment candidates. And the rest of the way now, we're talking about largely a pre-election vote. So that, if you're Stevens, you have a chance there to exceed potentially how those others did.
And not to lose it before we get to the top of the hour here, that most recent update in Wayne County got us our first results out of Michigan 13 as well.
Yeah,
if you want to check in on that House race.
Yeah, this is in Detroit right here, Wayne County. So the dynamic here, we told you Sri Thanedar ran for governor in 2018, ran as a very progressive candidate, came in third in that primary with Whitner and Al Sayed. He got elected. He later got elected to Congress. He affiliated with the Democratic Socialists of America, and then he left the Democratic Socialists of America. This was in response to the reaction he said he saw from the left, from the DSA to the terrorist attack.
Rob Champ says socialism or nothing. Time to change the Democratic Party, working on class solidarity.
So now the DSA is trying to knock
the $5
him out
support,
and
Rob.
has their own candidate, Donovan McKinney, going against him. So this is ex-DSA against DSA in a deeply Democratic district here. And again, it's just 2,500 votes or so that have come in, but the DSA candidate right there jumps out to the quick advantage. Sri Thanedar was certainly thought coming into tonight to be very vulnerable. I'm going to check if we have, we got
Lawrence of Michigan.
Got more out of, we didn't check in here since we got Livingston. So this is that race again. The candidate of the left, William Lawrence, the two sort of establishment candidates who we think are kind of 2-minute warning to the hit. I just heard in my ear. So
2-minute warning.
Almost half the vote in Livingston. Remember, this is, Adam has told us, this is largely election day vote. So this might be about the high water mark for Lawrence here in the Livingston County portion. This might be about the high water mark for Lawrence in the Eaton County portion. That's the good news if you're one of Lawrence's opponents. The bad news is you see in both
places, thank you, Summer Holiday, for the 5 gifteds.
That vote is between them.
Appreciate
Maasdam,
that, guys.
A few points ahead of
so many green names. Can we get everybody's name green in chat?
Maasdam here, but both very close. So
get the
even
green
if
in the chat.
Remaining vote that Lawrence share comes down, if that reduced Lawrence share is just sort of a bit more for Maasdam and a bit more for Brink, is anyone really pulling that much closer to him district-wide?
Got a minute.
Again, remember,
less than a minute here.
What I think the Lawrence folks think is their ace in the hole is still to come here in Ingham County, which is, the biggest, and it's distinct politically from the rest of the counties. And this is also a sliver of Oakland County. It's distinct a little bit here in that it's overwhelmingly Democratic. There's Michigan State University, those sorts of very liberal county, those sorts of things. Zoom out here, statewide Senate race. I know we have an update coming at the top of the hour.
Thank you, Ree.
This is what it looks like statewide. I know we're throwing a lot at you with this vote in this county and that vote in that county.
Polyphase just sent 5 more gifteds. Make sure you guys turn them on.
Al Sayed is leading that
if you're in chat, turn them on. There's like a button you got to push in chat that'll say turn on gifts or whatever.
Where we've got returns, and those returns that we're showing you, as Adam has shown us, tend to be from the most Al Sayed friendly type of vote. That's the context for the 6%.
Here we go.
Just about 60 seconds out here, and it looks like in my system we may get a big update from Oakland.
Big
soon,
update.
So if you see it jump, take a look there.
Okay, it's important. So, folks,
polls are closed.
For a second. This is Oakland. I promise
polls are closed.
It's the first thing I'm going to click.
All bets are closed. All bets are closed.
Let's all sit and watch.
Here we go.
This we think would be to vote by mail from Oakland, right?
Oh shit! Too early to call. Uh-oh. Here we go. Numbers. We gotta wait for the tally to come in. That's what you're waiting for now. This is the most intense shit ever. Like primetime football. I'm ready to watch a football game after this. Thank you for all you're doing and what you're done for Ukraine. Appreciate that, Tux Linux. Support my boy Renegade Chungus in the chat and his YouTube channel. They're continuing to do more for Ukraine than I'm able to right now. Yeah, you took a gummy time. Numbers have stalled. No way. This sounds like music like when you'd fall asleep back in the day and then they'd play like...
Man who's going to be checking in on every single piece of data coming in from Michigan all night long. There he is, Steve Kornacki, posted up at the big board. Steve, give us a sense of how this one's playing out so far.
Rob, thank you so much. Five gifted.
A big thing just happened literally in the last 30 seconds, so why don't we start right there? This is the statewide tally. We think 16% of the vote is now counted. That was at 6%.
Another numbers just came in.
Seconds ago when this happened.
Just came in.
Oakland County, this is the second biggest county in the state.
It's getting closer.
16% of all the vote in the primaries coming out of here, and we just got more than half the vote from Oakland.
Oh, another numbers are coming in now. He's got 52 to 44. 16%
by 2 points. Now, the important context for this is a lot of this we think is vote by mail. That's typically what has come first in Oakland County. Now, this is going to be a little weedsy here. But this is important because it's the trend that's been revealing itself as these results have been coming into tonight and in these past primaries that we've been seeing. The vote by mail tends to be older. It tends to be older voters.
He's on TV now, so he's got to re-say shit he's already said.
More favorable to a candidate like Stevens. That is what we're seeing in other counties around the state tonight. She does her best with the vote by mail.
They're on people that watch TV, so.
Have the advantage.
Thank you, Tux Linux. Thank you for the gifted.
That just came in, but I would say it's only a 2-point advantage with what we think is sort of the best type.
So we got 16% in.
Well, election day vote.
It'll come in batches now, like big batches.
And what we've been seeing throughout the rest of Michigan,
when we get updates here,
what we've been seeing across this primary season is that election day vote tends to be younger voters, more progressive voters. The fuel for these sort of left-wing candidacies that have won in these Democratic primaries has come in that election day vote, meaning that's the vote. We've seen it across Michigan.
You guys could also just hit the subscribe button on the channel.
And so, Stephen,
help support this type. I do this type of content every day.
There's 83 on the map. This is one of paramount.
More than just on the ground reporting. So if you guys could support the stream by just simply subscribing or following on Twitch.
I'd say a substantial margin. She leads by 2 points with 60% of the vote in. But if that remaining vote that's going to be coming in here is the election day vote that's as pro Al Sayed as we've been seeing elsewhere, the opportunity for him to pass her here and for her not to get that kind of number she needs out of Oakland, I think is very real, because I think that's really been the story that we've seen. As I zoom back out.
So right now, if you're just tuning in, we're waiting for new numbers, okay?
Right now, Al Sayed with that 8-point.
We're at 16.9% of the votes in Michigan here in the Democratic primary.
Has been holding
Abdul Al Sayed has a 52.6% to 44% lead.
Like this right here, decent size.
Other new numbers just came in.
Size, Livingston County, exurbs of Detroit right here. We do think
small batch. Little batch of votes just came in there. He's still holding the lead. He's got about a 20,000 vote lead.
Some more Saginaw. I thought there might be a
Saginaw County.
But the bottom line is that Oakland number. Well, it is
little sprinkle of votes there.
It is for Al Sayed. Is it as high as Stevens wants it to be?
Right. Yeah. So Steve, you know, and I've been talking to folks with the Al Sayed campaign. To your point, they have been laser focused on this same day vote, specifically looking at younger voters, African American voters. So take us inside some of the counties where those votes are reflected. Wayne County, I know, slow to vote. We're probably not going to get that for a little while. But what are you seeing so far? Any indication about
slow voters?
Constituencies?
Well, yeah, Wayne County, we have very little. There's a little bit here from the city of Detroit that's come in right now. That's the one hope, I think, for Stevens in Wayne County, where we have seen in polls that she's been doing better than Al Sayed with black voters. The city of Detroit is 75% black. It is in Wayne County. It's not all of Wayne County. There are other parts of Wayne County that I think are very fertile ground for Al Sayed, but the opportunity there for Stevens, if she really is getting a big number among black voters, you would really see that in Detroit, and that could help her there in Wayne County.
Hey, Iconoclast, thank you for becoming a member and gifting.
Next door in Washtenaw County.
You T-Bone, thank you for upgrading your membership.
I keep saying University of Michigan. This is also
That's another thing you guys could do. You could upgrade your membership as well. Bob Torres gave 5 gifted. Thank you. Polyphase. Soma Holiday.
In Washtenaw County, and I think this one's significant. This is a big piece of the puzzle, too. It's a little bit more than 5% of all the votes cast statewide are going to come out of Washtenaw County. And this is the kind of place where if you're Stevens, I think you knew going into the night you were not going to win Washtenaw County because of what we're talking about, college, young, all of that sort of thing. But you want to hold your own. You need to tread water. You need to be running at like 45%, 44%. Other candidates who are sort of like establishment candidates in Democratic primaries in Michigan who've been successful, That's what they've done in Washtenaw County. She's barely breaking 30% right there. And there's still a lot there left in Washtenaw County that could be very friendly to Al Sayed. So that's, between what we just showed you in Oakland County and what you're seeing there in Washtenaw County, we haven't really even touched Wayne yet because we don't have much. But those numbers.
Got 17% of the votes in. He's got about a little over a 20,000 vote lead. So
Steve, do not go far. We're of course going to come back to you.
Waiting for further numbers.
Every minute, yes.
Who the fuck is Guy or Digital? What a weirdo.
Okay.
Thank you. Hey, what up, NL?
That was great. And
Appreciate the 5.
So you saw the moment, right? I mean, look at that. I don't need to repeat it. You just heard it. But this is such
Yoink.
a huge. Yes.
Yes. We have nothing new yet, guys. Don't worry.
We're going to do another news.
I want to get something to drink, but I can't. I don't want to get up and miss a number.
So we'll check in there in a second, but I just want to
number call.
Any more Macomb? We did not. We don't.
We have nothing new yet. Nothing new yet.
I see a little bit. We got
more out of Washtenaw. We got more out of St. Joseph.
Hey, welcome, California. Put in the chat where you guys are tuned in from.
How much more? So did we just got some vote by mail? I'm guessing out of Washtenaw.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Because I see Stevens bumped up half a point or so.
Oh, this will fix it, chat.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Came in.
Yeah. Okay, let's.
The Washtenaw was election day vote. Oh yeah, it was mail-in election day.
There we go.
Mail, right, and that's Stevens' number ticked up right there. We're over half the vote in Washtenaw. Again, she's trying to get to 45%, I would say, give or take right there. That's the kind of hill she's got to climb. Kent, I think we just got.
Thank you, Captain Homer.
18% before we were at Eaton. We got more. So she's made her way to 42% in Eaton County. Stevens has. Livingston County, she's at 39.
What up, Albany?
She needs to be getting, into the
new numbers.
Mid-40s.
We got new numbers.
Saginaw was still at.
Still holds over a 20,000 vote lead. 17.2% in now.
But this, this is the kind of thing. It's tiny.
52.7. Hello, what up, Antron? Hello.
In the upper lower here, you're in northern Michigan.
Dearborn Heights, Michigan. Oh boy, I bet you're on the edge of your seat right now.
The number for Whitmer here was 62%, right? The number for Stevens, 54. Yeah, these are all counties where I'm looking to see not if El Sayed's winning them, but if he's able to be more competitive than the progressive wing was against Whitmer. See a little bit of it there. We showed you.
It's a new era, though. There's more people,
okay, it's only 16%.
Way more people are willing to vote for
but,
anti-establishment candidates.
Trend across the board. First of all, they add up to
things have accelerated, and that's I don't think they're I don't think they really are aware.
Again, just getting a little bit more here.
They being the establishment.
But again, they're giving us
because of how bad Trump has been. People
not too much to work
with. The status quo of the Democratic Party gave us
Oakland.
Trump back again.
So the things that did come in that most recent update,
they knew Trump was
from the countywide voting center that we've been talking about. That broke for Stevens.
Just helped Israel commit genocide and then stonewalled Ukraine and then did nothing here at home. We got some with the CHIPS Act again. CHIPS Act was a good thing for chips, but they're using it for AI data centers now, so that sucks.
Okay. So that again, you could see Stevens took a big swing there with that absentee.
And then the no child tax credits he got through.
It's helping El Sayed.
That's
but again, I think Stevens needs
barely
to be
anything.
We can give you we didn't give you the benchmarks. Why don't we give you the benchmarks in Oakland? Right. In fact, it's very, because it's 54% was the Whitmer number. This is in Oakland County. Whitmer 18 got 54% of the vote right here. It was 50.
Thank you, Praxis Art. Appreciate that.
Biden in 2020 and Hillary Clinton in narrowly losing the state in 2016, 51% of the vote. So again, all of the establishment candidates won Oakland. This is the candidate who lost statewide. These are the two candidates. Whitmer got 52% statewide. Biden got 52%, 53% of the vote statewide. So these in those cases were winning numbers. And again, that's where Stevens lands after. Yes, there is some.
Got another little sprinkle of votes again here.
That too.
Little sprinkle
but
in favor of Abdul. He's got a 52.7 to 44.3.
Okay, 2 minutes till Missouri won. Let me check in there, so bear with me, and Adam shout if there's something major that happens. So, okay. Oh, wow. Well, we missed this one, folks.
Another little sprinkle.
What happened? We said, could Cori Bush counter in St. Louis City what Wesley Bell got out of St. Louis County, which was about as good as he get out of St. Louis County? The short answer is she didn't. She's losing by 26 points in St. Louis City. So now we've seen it across the dividing line, and we have called this race. NBC News has declared that Wesley Bell, freshman Democrat from Missouri's 1st Congressional District, has won renomination. He has defeated former Congresswoman Cori Bush, who sought a rematch after losing her seat to Bell in 2024.
Wesley Bell it is.
This one's decisive. Again, what you're looking at is, early vote in both these places. The Election Day vote may make this closer for Bush, but you've seen it now replicated across this divide here between the city and the county loomed very large.
There was like no attention to that
but in
campaign
both
at all.
places, again, we knew Bell would do well there. He's even up.
All of the attention was in Maine.
So that adds up to our decision desk being comfortable.
It's here in Michigan, obviously,
so that's an incumbent,
and then it will be in Minnesota too, I believe.
Lose, and that is we've had this trend, seen this.
There'll be a lot of attention because Minnesota's, I think, next week, right?
Winning. Here's one where that's not going to happen. Now we got 3 minutes still, so we can go back to Michigan right here. Let's just. Unless there's something big in the statewide, I want to go through the congressional races so we're not missing these. We told you about the 13th district. This is McKinney, Tanadar. This is DSA versus ex-DSA.
August 11th, next Tuesday, a week from today, is Minnesota's primary.
Also affected here, this is a slice of Oakland County, southwest Oakland County. It's in this 7th district. Remember,
that'll be the next
Tom
big
Barrett,
one.
Republican incumbent. Trump won the district by a point. That's the backdrop for this Democratic primary here. And the Oakland portion, even there, by 5 votes. But Lawrence with the lead over Brink. And again, just that split vote between Brink and Mazda.
Hey, thank you,
so
Heather.
Lawrence, it's narrow, but he's running in first in Oakland.
Guys completed the goal. Thank you so much.
In Livingston. We got more, as we said. We've got, we're up getting close to 2/3 of the vote in Eaton County. And Mazda has moved his way into second place here. It looks like that Election Day vote may be favoring him a bit, but he's still 11 points behind Lawrence there. So district-wide, I don't know why it does that. District-wide, we got about 1/5 of the vote. Lawrence has a double-digit lead over his nearest competitor, and we keep saying Ingham. That's where I think
Lawrence of Lansing
Lawrence would do best. So if he can survive the way he is outside of Ingham and then get to Ingham, I think that's certainly what he wants to see. Let's take a look at the 11th district.
Oh, Michelle found it.
Don't have any results yet to talk about. Let's take a look here. It's Missouri's first, excuse me. And I wanted to look at the 10th.
Born Joker, you found out how to do it?
Let's see if we can get the 10th up. Now, this is, Christina Hines here. She was the best funded candidate. This is the seat here. This is the Macomb County-based district that John James, he's giving this up. He's running for governor on the Republican side. Christina Hines had the most money in this campaign. Tim Greimel was the former mayor of Pontiac. There's a portion of this district that actually bleeds over into Oakland County. That's where his base was, not the base you want to have in a district like this. Eric Chung had been in the Commerce Department. Hines leading there. Again, that's Oakland vote that's come in, too. That's Greimel's. We've got some Macomb, too, but you've got some Oakland vote as well. That's Greimel's base, Oakland County.
Another little numbers update. It's roughly the same.
Surprise. I don't see a check mark yet.
About a 21,000. Oh, another big number jump there. There you go.
Easily right now.
Oops.
Again, this is
another big. There's a 0.6%
in 2024. He won it by 1 in
vote tally.
Represented by John James right now.
Still got about a 21,200.
In this race, remember,
64 vote lead.
As the Republican nominee
Quick maths.
in Senate elections. He lost both of them. This is his 3rd statewide campaign. Perry
But
Johnson,
the percentages are roughly the same.
Spent a ton of money. If you remember the name nationally, he actually ran for president.
So there it is. There we got 17.8% of the vote right now. This is the Michigan primary on the screen.
Really going after James.
Abdul Al-Sayed's got 52%. Haley Stevens at 44.3.
That's the James shade of red there. A lot of the James effort was focused here. His base is down here, and a lot of his effort was focused in southeast Michigan. The criticism of him was that his campaign might not be aggressive enough, that he'd been skipping debates, that maybe he'd been a little bit presumptuous about.
Looking at our poll on YouTube,
the Trump endorsement, but taking a look here again, Livingston County, you're seeing consistent. Numbers here, about half the vote in these places. These are not quite as big in a Republican primary as they are in a Democratic primary, but they're big. They're very big, and you're seeing something consistent there in southeast Michigan. And to the extent we're getting anything up north here,
there's like 85 to 15.
There it is. The only county where Perry Johnson's leading.
85% to 15%. Looking at our poll here on YouTube.
Less than a minute.
Less than a minute. Okay.
Let's see if I do have a note for you.
For Abdul Al-Sayed. We're just asking my own chat who you guys would prefer. So 17.8% of the votes are in. I'm focusing on the Michigan primary. There's many primaries today around the nation, and Steve Kornacki's got that. But one of the national, if not, this is a polarizing election here. The amount of attention that establishment Democrats and
for
another
Wesley Bell in
number
that district as you're watching that one too.
Another number.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I remember being here 2 years ago in this primary when Bell went after Bush. That was a very close
roughly the same. He's got about a 21,300 vote lead right now.
This district is split between St. Louis, the city of St. Louis,
another
and right over here,
0.1%
suburbs of St. Louis County.
of the vote. You got 1.1, just a little under 1.2 million votes left to go.
City of St. Louis, but take a look at what
1.187 million.
St. Louis County, no big surprise. I mean, Bell.
Yeah, I hope Abdul Al-Sayed wins too.
Right there, but go over to the city of St. Louis and you see Bell ahead. It's not as decisive, but you do see a solid margin. At least this is early vote. The final margin may end up not being quite this dominant here. Bush may do better. I think she will do better with the election day vote. But you see it extending across county lines, and this split with the early vote is not something you saw in 2024 when these two candidates ran against each other and Bell won in a close race. And so, yeah, it kind of bucks the trend.
You know what else is crazy as well? True that the Democratic Party didn't have a primary for Kamala Harris. It's crazy. Like, that was a direct litigation of the issue, and now you see what's happening. Look at the right wing, though. They didn't have a primary. They don't have primaries at all if the candidates for Trump. Isn't that wild? And I remember 2024, it was coming from the right wing too. They're like, and the dirty Democrats didn't have a primary again. And then obviously people that were trying to be critical of the Democratic Party, that was true. But the right wing was dogpiling into it, and they have no right. Look at it. I just totally, that should be called out, because yeah, they didn't even have anyone else running in that automatic.
Race. Bring us up to speed there. What's the very latest?
Because in the right wing, what is there? It's Trump and nothing else. Loyalty to Trump.
About 20% of the vote here is in statewide.
How much do you support Israel, and do you support Trump?
For Al-Sayed over Stevens. I think there's a lot here. We'll zoom in on Wayne County. So Wayne County, where Detroit is.
No, this is not for new president. This is for a Senate race.
Statewide.
Okay, so if you're not from the United States, this is a primary election, because then the winner of this election will go against the Republican, okay, who's Mike Rogers. The general election's coming up in our midterms, right? So this is like the pregame. This is the prequel to figure out who's going to be the Democrat to go up against this guy, and then around the whole country, like everyone will go and vote in their state for elections like this, and you have a Democrat, you have a Republican, and then they will get elected to the Senate. And it's important because the Senate and the House could be flipped, right? And if they get flipped and the Democrats take control, Trump's fucking war in Iran can get actually stopped. They can start doing investigations and just completely derail Trump's entire Israel goal here. The problem is if establishment Democrats win, is like they will allow some of Trump's goals to continue. They have been. They've continued. They've funded ICE agents. They continue to support bombs to Israel. So that's why it's another litigation on the Democratic Party, is if there's going to be anti-establishment, actually anti-Israel candidates that are like, no, I mean, maybe not even like they're not outright anti-Israel. That's preferred for me, but like they're like, hey, no more fucking bombs or no more funding at all to Israel. No, like, maybe not. They're not like Israel is a fucking genocidal state. Some of these politicians are saying that. However, like cutting off all funding to Israel and like having our military train, it's got to be completely done. It's got to be completely over with. Because all that money that's spent on that could rather be spent here at home. That's the actual waste, fraud, and abuse, is all the money that goes to foreign wars, and then we don't have shit here at home. And then we're still paying prices as if we do.
Getting more and more updates here. What's been happening in this county? This is sort of the suburbs of.
And Trump was supposed to drop all the prices of everything and end all the wars and just like be Jesus or whatever, right?
basically what happened was they counted the election day vote. Al Sayed got a huge number on here. Now, as
he hasn't done any of that. So yeah, so it's a big deal. Okay, so that's like the big picture. Okay, so this is like the, we're in the early stages. So now, hey, maybe this is something good. People should be more involved in these primaries and be excited about this type of stuff instead of just waiting for the presidential election. Right? We do this for the presidential election too, but we need to be all in on even like mayoral races, like in school board, like all that. And like it's because Republicans just win most of these in like smaller rural areas, and then they just continue the establishment slop. More votes just came in. 18.1%.
As the vote by mail has been coming in, getting more vote in, and that Stevens number has been ticking up more and more, where it's not looking as much for her.
So yeah, when at least now you were here in the early stages of it, because yeah, we're gonna have big elections later in the year. When our midterms are in November, aren't they?
To the extent that can continue, that's a huge question.
Look it up. Midterm.
For what I just outlined in Detroit.
Okay, Steve Kornacki, we will check back in with you in just a few minutes in that hotly contested race.
What's so interesting here, too?
Okay, and I just need to reply. You're getting a little bit behind the scenes. I just need to reply to a message here, so bear with me. This is, and of course, you know what I did? I mashed my fingers together, and I typed a word that doesn't exist. Okay, there it is. Okay, did anything substantial come in, Adam, while we were doing that? I think I was going through. I didn't see anything.
No, nothing super significant. I'm trying.
I see. Oh, this would be if we got more. Ottawa County, where Holland is, Western Michigan.
Yeah, first Tuesday in November, so it's still a ways away. Yeah, Tuesday, November 3rd, guys.
County results right now and pull out. We are getting our first look at some of the.
I have done long distance walks to try to get people to go out and vote before.
Okay,
especially back in 2020. I walked with a group from Kenosha, Wisconsin to Milwaukee to try to get out the vote. It was a long walk.
The Trump-endorsed candidate.
That was a long one.
Saw him leading in those
shout out if you were in that stream. Who was in that? Anyone in the chat and watch that? That was, we went all night. There's everyone supported it too. We had support from the neighborhood. The police were out there too. They were helping block streets off. It was like in various Wisconsin small towns.
I think the last time we checked in, this was about 1,000 vote gap. It's moved up to about we got about half the vote. She's leading by about 3.5 points right now over Ethan Corson. Again, both candidates right here from Johnson County, where we still got 2/3 of the vote. And what's changed, I can see, is they've played leapfrog here. Holscher has taken the lead.
Went all night long. We got there the next night. we went all night long and then walked all day and then got there almost the following evening. That was a walk.
Excuse me, Shawnee County, where Topeka is. Holscher with a solid margin right there. Wichita. Holscher with an advantage there. Next door, Butler is smaller. We had 1/4 of the vote. Holscher leading there.
Still holding at about a 21,000 vote lead, guys. 21,584 numbers.
We'll see.
Some more numbers just came in.
If the leader of the Kansas State Democratic Party
about the same.
Is able to
He's got a 52% to 44% lead. 18.1% of the votes are in. So another little small batch just came in there.
I want to make sure you see this, but I know you're really interested in Michigan. We're all interested.
Yeah, don't worry. That's why I'll do it, Kornacki. Don't worry.
We're still sitting at 18%. Nothing substantial's happened.
It is good that they're covering the other ones though too.
Small rural counties. I want to check just in case we showed you Iosco earlier. Okay, so we got half the vote in Alcona County. I keep wondering.
Alcona.
Not that Alcona is a particularly significant county with about 1,000 votes.
Only 18%
but we're trying
of the
to
votes
see if Al Sayed is running better in these areas with older white voters than we've seen than the progressive candidates did, like against Whitmer in 2018. So looking at Alcona County here, what our benchmarks would be. Whitmer got 68% of the vote here in Al Sayed, this is one of his worst counties in the state in 2018. He got 13% of the vote here in that gubernatorial primary in 2018. Biden got 63% of the vote here. Clinton got 49%. Clinton actually lost it to Sanders. That's interesting. it's a point to note here, because you say Sanders won this state in 2016. Is what Sanders did in 2016 what Al Sayed, is that the roadmap for Al Sayed?
Another 2% just came, 0.2% just came in.
You know, this being the number for Clinton and this being the number for Biden.
Sorry. So you got 18.3% are in now.
Small
numbers are coming in.
Older blue collar
that's the update.
Voters. And so these areas
52.5 to 44.4.
Total disaster for her. It might have said less about Sanders and his appeal than it did about the issues between Clinton and that demographic. And that got reinforced in Michigan in November of 2016, when that was a big reason why Clinton, in a shock to everybody, lost Michigan in the general election. First time a Democrat lost in 28 years. So I read that Clinton number not as necessarily a sign that Sanders had strength that would be transferable to another progressive candidate in these places, because you see, 4 years later, Sanders run and he got clobbered in places like this.
Really quick, this is what chat's talking about. If you guys are like, what do you mean? Well, this is what, I mean, this was enough for me. This is all I needed to see.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people. And in
the Jewish people. Update, she's still getting cooked by 20,000 votes. So he's at 52.3 and she's at 44.5 now. So it's at 18.8. Okay, votes are still coming in. Let's get back to Kornacki here.
Black population out there.
Shit's
and so
wicked,
I was just going
dude.
through some of the precinct results.
Like, what shit's wicked?
I saw a lot of the Southfield precincts
what a
missing
weirdo.
election day vote. So I think I can give
what
you
the heck?
kind of what I have.
Israel
right now
comes to me in my dreams is the craziest thing I've ever. One of the craziest things I've heard.
We have in Southfield.
So I right now I see 2,500 votes out of Southfield.
Okay. Do we know roughly what we're expecting total?
I don't have an expected total for Southfield. But the margin right now, I have Stevens 61, El Sayed 36 in Southfield.
And so that's interesting, because Southfield, this is in southern Oakland County, in 2018. So Stevens.
Ooh, another batch just came in.
We're going municipal level here right now. Again, in the absence of having big numbers in these others, let's zoom in on the place.
Another batch just came in, 52%.
Southfield.
For Abdul El Sayed to 44.9.
In the 2018 primary. So right now,
another batch just came in.
61% of the vote right there. In the 2018
20.5%. He's still up.
61% was Whitmer's number in Southfield.
By about 20, right now is running a little under 22,000 votes. So he's still holding the same lead, roughly.
It was 33%.
He's still holding that same lead.
Election day vote.
And a ton more just popped in Oakland there.
Oh, boy. This is a big moment.
Oh, boy.
Okay, it didn't move the needle substantially, but it is 10%
no,
more.
It's not.
We were at 60% in. Now we're at 70%.
He's holding that same buffer.
Tell right away what we got.
I don't know municipality-wise, but yes, this new vote broke Stevens 49, El Sayed 48.
Is there an indicator? Is this a mix?
Who do I think should win? Abdul El Sayed.
Detailed breakouts for Oakland, but I'll take a look
I know I'm putting
it.
you on a spot right there, because it takes a second to make sense of these. So let us know when you do. But that's an important point here, because we talked about this a little bit at the top. Maybe we need to reinforce it right now. Oakland typically has put out a giant batch of vote by mail first thing. And then what's happened is the rest of the night, there've largely been batches that are kind of mixed. They'll mix them in. You'll get some vote by mail. You'll get some election day. You'll get them both at once. You'll get them, in quick succession. So it's
don't tell that to MAGA. They'll get confused. They're mixing what?
Like this. In other places, it's very, think of a state like Florida, a state like Georgia, a state like Kansas, Missouri. If you're watching these,
Cheryl, they're mixing the votes.
Vote reported out at once, and then everything else that comes in the rest of the way is election day vote. There are places in Oakland County where it's like that. There are places in Michigan where it's like that. There are places in Michigan where you get the election day vote, then you get the vote by mail. And there are places where they just kind of, end up, it's almost like staggered. And that's, I think, what Oakland is. So that's making this a little confusing, and that's why I'm asking Adam to take a minute there to crunch that. But again, we've set these benchmarks here, and
he's currently got a lead in Oakland County.
You want this number to be popping into the, you want to be into the 50s here. Whitmer was able to get this thing into the mid-50s, in Oakland County. Sanders was able to get this thing into the mid-50s. Clinton, right? We had her number here. I should remember this. What was Clinton's number in Oakland County?
He's just got a sheet of numbers. That would drive me nuts. Got another big buff here.
Those Clinton numbers, remember, they're on the low end almost everywhere in Michigan except Wayne County.
Yep, there you go. He's got about a 22,000.
For the reasons, if you were watching
13.
I just did for News Now a minute ago, I don't know that
numbers just came in 21.5, another 1%.
They're coming to. Okay, what time is that? Okay, about a minute. They're going to come to us in Oakland County. Do we have some?
Yeah, the best I can tell, it was one of those municipalities reporting their mail vote, or one or probably a few of them based on the vote totals. Okay, but I can't give you more than that.
Okay, we got 1 minute right here. We're going to talk about Oakland County. So we're going to go through a little bit.
Another little batch just came in there too, small batch.
22%. So that Oakland batch we just got, I think, has helped move us to. Was there anything else substantial?
There was another 11,000 Washtenaw votes.
Okay, so Washtenaw, and the Stevens numbers moved up a little bit here. I mean, you've got, this has been a trend here where, we showed you this in Eaton, we showed you this in Livingston. Remember, she started the night, I think, like at 28 and change. Oh, good. Okay. Adam, I got to give you this.
Kornacki at the big board. So, Steve, you're getting some new numbers in from Oakland County. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so now take a look here. The biggie here, we've got 70% of the vote in. Remember, it was 60% all at once the last time we checked in. We just got another 10%. And the bottom line is it looks like it did before here with Stevens with, a little bit less than a 2-point advantage over Al Sayed. We're trying to figure out, this is what it comes to in Michigan primaries, trying to discern exactly what type of vote you're looking at. We've been talking about that vote by mail being so friendly to Stevens, that election day vote being so friendly to Al Sayed. I think one of the things we're seeing here in Oakland County is a mix of these.
Everybody hit the like button too, guys, on YouTube if you could.
Each had some favorable batches that have been part of this. And actually, sorry if you're
watching,
get the
likes up.
I want to explain what just happened. This number that was at 70% in just came down to 67%.
Ooh.
Why is that? It's because this is an estimate that our decision desk makes of how many votes total are going to be cast. Obviously, we're
trying to give Stevens voters hope.
We're going to turn out on election day and vote. So our decision desk is making that estimate, and they will adjust it as returns come in. It can be adjusted up or down slightly. And what just happened was it got adjusted down.
Yeah, we support Jewish people. We don't support the
thinks that there are more votes that are
the
being
project of Israel.
Cast, in Oakland County,
which is just a
genocidal start of the night, and they thought going into
terrorist
that's what that
state
means, to knock that down from 70
ran
to
by
67.
terrorists.
That might mean
So
higher turnout
Steve,
here on election day.
Just because the folks in the peanut gallery have a question for you on this. As you're explaining that, does that mean that turnout is more than was projected? Is that the TLDR on that?
Yeah, that's what that could mean, and that's what we're seeking to get clarification on. But that's often what that means. Yes.
That's interesting.
Okay, that's interesting.
That is interesting. So, Steve, just recap big picture. You got Oakland County. Any other counties with any more vote count since we last checked in with you?
Yeah, the other big batch we just got was next door in Washtenaw County. It was next door in Washtenaw County. I'm showing you Livingston. We're up to about 2/3 of the vote. Remember, Ann Arbor right here.
Here's the overall vote if you guys just tuning in.
Michigan.
We just had a fresh batch of viewers. He's going through the counties, but here's the overall vote now. You got 21.4%.
Vote by mail counted later. She's now running at
51 to 44.
I think a benchmark for Stevens, a fair benchmark for her. She wants to be getting this into the 40s. She wants to, she has room here.
What up, Sarah? How you doing?
She's doing okay, better with the vote by mail. But it's got to come up, I think, more for her right here. But we knew going in that Al Sayed, this was going to be one of the best counties, if not the best county in the state for him. It's just that the establishment candidates like Stevens, they typically have been able to, kind of tread water here, not get totally submerged. But that Stevens number was at about 28% when we first got numbers at the start of the night from Washtenaw. It's now worked its way up to about 33%. So again, what that nets out to, 21%. We think a little bit more than a fifth of the vote has been counted statewide, and Al Sayed there with that 7-point advantage. And as I say, the huge, in addition to everything else that's not
22,000
right here,
vote lead.
we have next to nothing out of Wayne.
Oof.
Well, and we're gonna have. Buckle in. Ben.
Yes.
We got a minute before we're going to get more from that.
I better grab a hoodie.
We're patient.
I'm getting
We're
cold.
patiently waiting for Wayne.
Hurry up, Wayne.
Appreciate you. Thank you. We're going to check back in with you in just a second.
Heckin' Wayne.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, that's, yes. Oh. Okay, folks, the battery is dying. This is going to take 30 seconds. They're going to take a quick break to fix these batteries. I don't know if they leave the camera on or whatever. Don't go anywhere. It's just, you won't hear me for 30 seconds.
They got to replace their batteries, apparently. My studio batteries. Very intense. You guys feel the tension? Yeah, smoke break. Hell yeah. Well, by the way, I cover many elections, guys, like this. So if you're new, I'll be covering the midterms, but I'll also be covering any protests or anything going on outside of any of them. I think like a midterm election season is gonna get nuts. So again, this is the primary, so this is the preseason. This is just Democrats versus further left Democrats now, and then in the main election coming up in the midterms, it'll be the Republican Party, Mike Rogers versus whoever wins tonight here in Michigan, which I hope will be Abdul El-Sayed. Very intense.
I don't know if you were watching that, but if you did, I was talking about, I thought I was back on the air, and I wasn't. So you missed everything I was saying, and I'm trying to remember now. Remember what I was saying. What I was saying was we got more vote out of, okay, let me go back and show you where we started.
Steve, I got one note from the decision desk here.
Yeah.
Just some thoughts. They're still waiting for more data in their models right now, but it looks like, as we see in the vote totals, El-Sayed has the lead. Can't say more than that until we get some more different places. That's what we're hearing from the decision.
Yeah, and can you ask the decision desk?
They're going to be like, are they going to call it?
Vote, does that indicate higher election day turnout? Because I think that might be where this is coming from.
Yep.
They're like, okay, he's going to win,
we
bro.
Just got more, 22% statewide. There you go. We got more out of Macomb County. When Adam finishes trying to get an answer to that, I'm going to ask him a question about Macomb. But again, you're looking at here the two suburban giants.
Yeah, Michigan has some good bud, for sure.
Next door to each other. This is Oakland is sort of the upscale.
Easy to keep track of the difference in percentages instead of total numbers.
Collar, traditionally, sort of made by the auto industry.
I know, I'm trying to do both, though. Thank you, Evie, for the 10 gifted.
A quarter of the vote statewide. Oakland, the much bigger one. Macomb is probably going to be 8% in this primary. But Adam, if you have a second, I would love to break down what we have out of Macomb in terms of type.
Yeah, so let me take a look. In Macomb County,
21.7.
But I see.
Oh, wow, a bump for McMorrow. Get the hell out of here, dude.
6% of our mailed vote in and 32% of our early
That was literally a bump for McMorrow.
So the early vote is currently breaking 65.
What is wrong with 10,000 people?
Mail vote for El-Sayed, sorry.
And that's the smallest of these. Yep.
Yep. The mail vote is the smallest of these. Or yes, I understand. Sorry, I saw what you were saying. The mail vote is currently breaking 65-30, and the election day vote
65-30 for Stevens.
Yes.
Yep.
And the election day vote is currently breaking for El-Sayed 64-34.
64. So they're basically, this is interesting. So El-Sayed is winning the election day vote by 30. And you said Stevens is winning the vote by mail by how much? 30?
I clicked out of it.
I'm sorry. Okay. I think I would love to just kind of run through this for a second because I think it's interesting.
Yeah, so the mail vote, is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
65-29.
36. Okay. Roughly, how many election day votes do we think are left in Macomb County?
37,000.
Okay, and roughly how many vote by mail do we think are left out of Macomb?
59,000.
59,000. Okay, right. So at that rate, and you think we basically have the early vote done?
Have about 4,000.
All she did was this to get 10,000 votes. Wow, that's really loud. Jesus Christ.
There's more here for Stevens, but there needs to be more for Stevens than for outside.
This is the only thing she did. This is McMorrow.
What was Macomb? Let's use our benchmarks that we've been going to all night right here, right? Whitmer got 57% of the vote in Macomb County
in
2018. Remember, she got 52% statewide. That was 57% in Macomb County.
That's who Mallory McMorrow is, guys.
One here,
that's who this third person is.
Running against Sanders. Sanders was strong there. Clinton
she literally did like nothing else.
9%, right? So this was the Clinton number. This was the Biden number. This was the Whitmer number. This is the Stevens number right now. So when we say she needs to be getting much better with what's left. So now, if we just extrapolated this is very rough math right here. But with 37,000, give or take, election day vote to come, 3774. That would be about 11,100, an additional. That would net outside an additional 11,100 or so votes. This is small, so we're just extrapolating this. That would give them about a 14,000 vote margin right there. And if Stevens then were to win the remaining, say, 60,000 by 36, 6, 12, 18, 20, that would put her ahead by about 7,000 or so votes countywide. I wanted to go through that in my head because I know we're only at 14% here. There's still
2 + 2
a
is
ton
4.
to come in right here, but just wanted to get a ballpark figure of if they're both breaking that way, Stevens could get ahead here. She absolutely has to, I think, get ahead here in a place like Macomb County. Zooming out, again, just with some more trickling in, I think. Still just at 22%.
Numbers are the same.
I'm just going to quickly go through this. I promise I won't get bogged down. I just want to see if there's anything in these small counties that is like close to complete. Delta, well, okay. Again, Delta's I thought I wouldn't get bogged down. Now I'm going to get bogged down.
Another numbers update. It's at 22%.
The 56, 43 are the
51.6 to 45.
That same day that can come back up. Looking for something.
Another little batch just came in.
We're at 3/4 here. Okay, small, but just looking for anything complete. Whitmer got,
nothing is complete.
Whitmer County. This was a 57% Biden County. 3/4 in, Stevens is running, lower than those numbers.
Steve.
Yeah.
I do have some more messages for you.
Yes.
On your phone.
Oh.
I'm also looking for some of the complete counties as well. We do have a couple, and we can also probably get to those.
I'm going to be streaming Spider-Man tonight, y'all.
Up to 85%
after this.
in 2
Put a
counties.
1 in the chat if you're going to come tune in after this. Hopefully,
as of our
we'll be
latest
in a good mood.
vote results.
And did the decision desk tell us if we do believe there is more election day vote higher election day turnout than we thought initially?
The expected vote in Oakland County got raised a few minutes ago. We don't know. We can't say overall what you're saying about the election day vote. Decision desk is not saying that yet.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So, full disclosure, we pass notes back and forth. We're sort of comparing notes because we're trying to think out loud. So
we do have a completed county now.
Which one?
County?
Luce. We were just there.
We were just up there. Okay. So, sorry, I lost Luce. 4th time's the charm. Okay. So we got, this is tiny, but again, just sort of, I think this is.
My gaming channel, I think Danky just put it in the comments.
It goes this way. Here's a place.
Mercado Gaming on
all
YouTube.
The types are now in. There's no conditionals here with this one. I know it's tiny, but I do want to just start this exercise, and we'll show you this elsewhere because I think, look, Luce County.
Where's Luce County?
Right here.
Up.
And the Whitmer got 70%.
What are they doing up there?
Here. Again, establishment benchmarks potentially for Stevens here. Biden got 57.
Biden.
And we think we're done in Luce, and Stevens is going to win it, but she's going to get 49. Okay? 70, 57, 49. Meanwhile, Al Sayed lands at 43% right here. When he ran for governor in 2018, what did he get in Luce County? He got 12% of the vote, right? So Luce County is tiny, okay? But like we've been saying, if this is what we're going to be seeing, okay, sort of from this point north, Stevens wins, but not anything like the Whitmer margin from 2018, okay? Whitmer was running up huge, like 2-to-1 victories in these places. If these counties end up looking much more like this, high single digits, 15, but things like that, then even though this is only, I keep saying, only 8% of the vote lives up here in this northern part of Michigan. Wow. But if Stevens is getting like half the margin,
that's the place to go live. Then ain't nobody there around.
That adds up. Okay, so it could be significant from that standpoint, but I think it could also be a little bit more broadly significant in matching a little bit of what we're seeing in bigger counties, where Al Sayed, I think it signals potentially that Al Sayed may have a little bit of strength there. You're talking rural northern Michigan, you're talking blue-collar white voters, you're talking blue-collar older white voters, and Al Sayed may have, this is all from Luce, but we're seeing little hints of this elsewhere in northern Michigan. That's why I'm sort of leaning on Luce here. So it might be a sign of some broader strength for Al Sayed, and I think that's what we could say if we zoom out statewide here with only 22% counted. We see a number of big counties right here where, as I'm telling you, Al Sayed got a running start.
Gaming channel sub.
Election day vote and got a huge lead.
Thank you for subbing to the gaming
places
channel.
Like Washtenaw, oh, look at this. I mean, he's still, we showed you, Stevens is still just under 33%. She probably wants to be getting into the 40s here.
Thank you for subbing to my gaming channel,
even with Stevens ticking up, Al Sayed's, sitting in a good position in a place like Washtenaw County. But we've shown you like Eaton County, where that Stevens number, look, we're up to 84% in Eaton County. The Stevens number is sitting at 45.6%. Let's do our little game again with our benchmarks. Let's check in, because earlier it was a little bit of a different story here. 65% was the Whitmer number. We're in that zone of Michigan where Whitmer overperformed. So that's sort of an outlier number, but I put it up there. And then you look to the 2020 Sanders number here, it was 52%, okay? Biden number was 52%. Biden. And then the Clinton number was 44%. Now, we said Stevens can't use this as a benchmark because the Clinton got such a huge number out of Wayne to offset numbers like this. So Stevens has to be north of 44, getting closer to this. Well, she is north of 44 now. She's at 46, okay? There is still some vote to come out of Eaton County. So this number can climb farther, okay? I think she wants to be getting this, high 40s, across 50, something like that. I think that's where we're seeing it in these counties. I think we're seeing it in like a place like Livingston County as well, where we now have 71% of the vote. Again, let's just take a look at these benchmarks. These are establishment candidates here. Whitmer, outlier, 61%. Biden, 52%. Clinton, 38%. The 38 won't work for Stevens as a benchmark because Clinton overperformed so much relative to her, we think, in Wayne. So again, you're looking more, if you're Stevens, at coming closer to the Biden number. Again, she's north of the Clinton number. She still has vote to come here. She could close in on that Biden number conceivably here. Let's see how that continues to go. I'm seeing her get to the edge, maybe the edge of where she needs to be.
She's edging
in places like this.
For Israel.
I'm not seeing her do that in a big place like Washtenaw. We have very few votes. We just took you through what we got a little bit more now in Macomb since then. We went from 14 to 20%. Seems like it did not get any better for Stevens with what came in, but that might be election day vote that came in right now.
It's not getting any better.
The possibility that there's been higher turnout on election day than I think maybe was expected.
I'm feeling like they're trying to highlight counties that are leaning towards Stevens to give hope.
There's a lot here that if you're Al Sayed, you're looking at. And
the lead is still hasn't changed.
And there's a lot here if you're Stevens and you're looking at and you're saying, well, maybe
another batch just came in.
And
oh wow! Oh wow! There you go.
All kind of comes around to is
another bigger batch.
Because the Stevens thing.
Now he's got a 23,100. Another batch just came in.
Then even with all
so he's got a 23,100 vote lead-ish.
Out of Wayne, and that really is something big.
51.7%, 44.9.
3% right here. We've told you.
My batches.
I don't mean to. I don't want to send anybody away, but 5 a.m., 3 a.m. That's when we had Wayne.
Oops.
All of it. The last two Democratic primaries.
There you go. That's bigger on the screen. You guys can see that larger. We don't need to look at Mike Rogers.
We're going to find out as the rest of these fill in, as we start to get more loose counties. Okay, Luce, L-U-C-E,
Luce.
where we got all the vote in, we're going to have a much clearer picture of.
You guys can tune in on Twitch too if you guys like Twitch.
Whether it really is going to.
We do have a Twitch chat. What up, Twitch?
Because there are some things here, if you're Stevens, that have gotten better as the night's going on. There's a lot of things here that are encouraging for Al Sayed. So, where does Eaton County land? Now we're up to 89% right here, and Stevens is up to 46%. See, continues to.
I feel like he's. Do you guys feel that same thing, or am I tripping?
Get it. Livingston County, 71%.
He's doing a good job of giving the numbers and everything, but I feel like they're trying to. It's like when I'm watching a sports game and like when they clearly want like the Cowboys to win or
Saginaw, we're still sitting at 4%.
fucking whatever the mainstream team is when I'm watching, and like the commentating is like completely biased towards that team, even if they're losing. Right?
We had that number get knocked down to 67.
That's the energy I'm getting out of this.
Home 20. We've gone through to UP. Do we still have anything in? We have very little in Ottawa. Okay. So, they're going to come to me in 1 minute. We're going to talk
into
about
my dreams.
So
Israel will come to him in their dreams too.
Leave this up and take some water.
Take some water. There you go. Drink water. Oh, there you go. Yeah, we're only at 23% though. We had 174,503. There's some more. Yeah. I mean, I will give it to him. He's doing a great job, obviously, given the numbers and given the historical facts. He's not wrong about any of that stuff, but definitely they're hoping for something from Haley Stevens. Definitely. You can totally tell the difference between when there's excitement behind Abdul winning, and it feels like he's trying to give energy to Stevens when we're looking at the scoreboard here. At least again, we're only 23% in. Something crazy could happen and she could get a bump, but he's currently holding now a 23,000 vote lead.
Steve, we've been keeping tabs on what you're watching and what you're looking for, and you got a lot of interesting stuff coming out of there in Michigan. Specifically, well, I'll let you tell us.
Well, I'll tell you what we're waiting on, I think, but we got about a quarter of the vote statewide. It's a 6.5-point margin here for Al Sayed over Stevens. We do have, I want to pick up this story. I think we started to tell you a little bit ago, but Eaton County, this is a decent-sized county. It's bedroom communities, sort of suburbs of
a bedroom community.
Here. I think the interesting thing that's been happening is how much closer it's been getting here in Eaton as the night's going on. And it speaks to, don't mean to be a broken record, but that difference between the election day vote that got counted fast and put Al Sayed way ahead, and the vote by mail that's been trickling in. The updates have been trickling in.
If you have a bedroom,
you're
in that community.
Number has gone from a place through the course of the night here in Eaton where you're looking at it initially saying, oh, getting clobbered here, to is she putting herself in a range of where she'd need to be to have a real chance at this statewide? You're seeing that in Eaton. You're seeing that, to the east of Lansing and Livingston, where again that numbers continue to tick up. I think it's got to tick up more for her, considerably, but there's more vote to come. And it looks like it is that vote by mail, a lot of that vote by mail that's been so friendly to her. And so I think the story that's kind of taking shape here is there's a lot of questions like that on this map. There's a lot of blanks, on this map right now. Okay, like a place like Genesee County. This is a big one. This is where the city of Flint is. This is one of the higher black population counties in Michigan. One of the key ingredients that Stevens is looking for to have a shot tonight is to do extremely well, run up the score with black voters. How does that look? Does that happen? And how does that look in a place like Genesee County? Her formula for victory absolutely depends on it. We got nothing there that we can really show you right now. We don't have much in Saginaw either, where it's a bit of the same story. The counties are, there is a substantial black population there as well. All of these sort of questions that we're seeing here, with the way Stevens has done as these votes have evolved, have raised the question, if she can do this, if she can do that, if she gets a big, all of that is coming around to, if she can answer yes to all those questions, then what she would need on top of everything else out of Wayne County would be
she would answer yes to, will we stop funding Israel?
Detroit, where the population is overwhelmingly black. and where we have a very small amount of vote right now. What you're looking at, as a matter of fact, in Wayne, you see 4% in. That's just about 12,000 votes counted. One thing we just got in Wayne was an update from the city of Dearborn. Dearborn is the first majority Arab American city in the United States. It's a place where Al Sayed won huge in 2018. He lost the primary statewide for governor in 2018 to Gretchen Whitmer, but he won big in Dearborn. And so we just got votes from Dearborn, place where we knew he's going to do really well, and those votes are election day votes. That's the type of vote he's been doing particularly well with. That's not all of this, but that's part of the mix you're looking at here. It's Al Sayed friendly. What we're waiting on is what happens in Detroit, specifically with the black vote in Detroit. Because Stevens, again, you're trying to stitch together through this patchwork of partial returns, blank counties, very, very little.
He only has a 26 vote lead in Wayne County.
The hint of something from Stevens, but there's a lot of conditionals in that. And if they all kind of come to fruition for her outside of Wayne, it would come down to Wayne and to Detroit. And again, I say, like, the fact that we're sitting here at 10 o'clock Eastern and we got 4% in Wayne, this is par for the course for Wayne County.
Yeah.
But and to that point, what I hear you saying is we may be in for a fairly long night, Steve, right? I mean, if
we're in it. I'm in it for the long haul.
I'm saying I'm not sure it's coming down to that yet, because she still has a lot of work to do outside of Wayne County. There's been some encouraging numbers here throughout the night. If you're Al Sayed, I'll put this back to the statewide. There have been a lot of encouraging things in these numbers, for Al Sayed. So Stevens has got to establish a bunch of things in places that I was just showing you right there.
Yeah, exactly.
To have it come down to Wayne.
Steve, can you just give us a sense how much of the early vote has been counted yet? Do we have a sense of that?
Actually, if you give me a second, Adam, do we cumulatively have how much early?
Hey, this is our first appearance.
Got some new numbers.
Producer extraordinaire. Hey, bud, there he is.
We have about 20% of the vote, early in-person vote, that's currently expected.
The early vote.
Yeah.
But how about the vote by mail?
51% to 45.1%.
So there's still, and that's Stevens' friendly vote,
Yes. Well, and when I talked to them today, they were feeling very confident about the early vote for all the reasons, Steve, that you're laying out there. We will come back to you early and often, Hallie. What's so fascinating is...
Okay. We have a minute. Okay, so we have, top of the hour. We're going to do another
batch for Al Sayed.
Top of the hour, we're going to do another
update.
0.1%
to Al Sayed there.
That's the poll close countdown to Washington. We haven't even mentioned Washington yet. In an hour, the polls are going to close there. The vote by mail, this is a state, it's like Colorado, it's like California. It's largely vote by mail. They get a ton of it counted up ahead of time. They just press send, basically, as the polls close or close to it. So between 11 and 11:30, 11:45, a ton of vote to come in Washington, some congressional primaries there. We'll get to them that are pretty interesting. That's going to happen an hour from now. I'm telling you this now because I'm not sure between now and then how many chances I'll have. So we've got that. They're going to come to me. The clock just disappeared. I'll look at this one. They're going to come to me in a minute, and what I'm going to do is my producer has put another note together. I'm not going to let you see the notes. Maybe at the end of the night I'll let you see the notes. But he's put another note for me, and while I read the note, I'm going to drink water, except I don't. Is there any more water in here? All right, we can get a little bit more. Say again?
Water's good. You're at 24.3%.
Oh, okay, so we have a few minutes here.
Yes.
Okay.
They're not on,
I'm going to tell them about our note.
This is like their live feed.
Sure.
It's just an unedited live feed.
It's like,
and then NBC cuts to them or cuts to this.
And I'm looking at things, and I think besides our conversation, we're obviously each thinking in our own heads.
For people that are watching the TV coverage of it.
And so that's what the notes are. We're trying to see, like,
lame.
Are we both? And here's the good news, folks. Maybe it's bad news if we're wrong. We're aligned. So that's we seem
I need
to
some
be
water
seeing the
though.
same
One
things
second.
here. So that is that was encouraging to get. So we have a couple minutes until the.
Yeah, and we checked in on Luce earlier. We have a couple more full or near full counties that we can look at.
Let's do that.
If you want to do that.
Yep.
Ionia.
Yep.
And Alcona.
I think we did Alcona,
okay.
didn't
Yeah.
I may have missed that. I apologize.
I just spilled water.
Water spill.
At the computer, I don't want to get this thing to break. Oh boy, the monitor went off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm on X. Me? Yeah.
Sorry, I just don't want to. We have
Or
to
you're saying is he using X?
Catch on fire.
Is there? Oh, there's tissues here.
I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way. Rockets.
Sorry. I'm sorry about this. Okay. Well, that was fun.
That's tough.
Ionia, you said?
That's tough. That's tough. Holy.
See how much went into that paper? Okay. All right.
Some Haley Stevens lowlights.
It's right around Lansing. Here we go. Okay. We got, basically complete. And fortunately, I have my friend, the bench.
Wow, there's so many papers. Holy shit.
What do we got in Ionia County for benchmarks? Okay, again, we're using progressive lane. We're using the establishment lane right here. This was 60 for Whitmer. Again, this is that outlier zone for Whitmer where she did so well. It was 52 was the Biden 2020 number, and 34 was the Clinton 16 number. And we've said, in this part of the state where the Whitmer number you can kind of dismiss because, again, it's just the home field advantage for her, basically.
Damn it, I missed. He spilled water on his laptop. Was this her first time?
Clinton 16 and Biden 20. And we keep saying the Clinton 16 one, it's going to be really low in a lot of places, and yet she nearly won the state because she did so well down here. Even if Stevens gets the kinds of numbers I'm saying she might get out of Detroit, she's not going to do in Wayne County what Clinton did because of what I just said about like Dearborn Heights, places like that. So it means the Stevens number tonight, the benchmark, can't be down here. It's got to be closer to here. How close? That's an art, not a science right now. But look at this. It's really close. She's landed in this county 14 points north of Hillary Clinton and only 4 points south of Joe Biden. And remember, when Joe Biden got 52% of the vote in Ionia County, he wasn't barely winning Michigan. I mean, he won Michigan big because it was a divided field, but his percent, he got 53% statewide.
Another big bash came in.
So he got a majority with a little bit of a pad, getting 52% out of here. And here's Stevens running at 48%. So that's a
in Ionia County.
And you said at the start of the night, 48% in a place like Ionia County. I'm not sure what exactly their benchmarks are, but I
got the overall tally on screen.
That's why when I'm looking like nearby at Eaton County, that's why we've been saying, is that Stevens number, it's already close. Is it going to land in Eaton County, kind of where we just showed you in Ionia County? Is it going to land, I see Ingham, is it going to land in Livingston like that? I say she has to do a lot. Those are the things, what she just did in Ionia, can she replicate it in play? Here we go. Ingham County. This is Lansing. Now, okay, this is 13% of the vote in Ingham.
All right, tell us how Haley Stevens could win.
What are you looking at here?
It's a broad base
every time
of vote mode. I'm trying to look if it's.
How could Haley Stevens win this? What's their path to victory?
Quite nailed that down, yeah.
Okay, so Ingham, and we're going to check in on the congressional race in a second because this is key to that congressional race in the 7th district. And I haven't been meaning to give those congressional races short.
It's literally
here,
like.
But Ingham County, again,
this like playing Madden.
Gretchen Whitmer was the county prosecutor in Ingham County. So when I said she had the home field advantage, she really had it there. So as our benchmarks go for Stevens, Whitmer got 63, but put an X through it. That's her home county. Okay. Realistically, though, when I say this is like a very liberal county, the number that Joe Biden got out of Ingham was 45. Number that Hillary Clinton got was 43. And Adam's trying to figure out what type of vote we're looking at, but the number Stevens is starting at here is 40.
It doesn't look like it was from Lansing. It looks like it was from some of the perimeter townships. And maybe Mason as well.
And in a mix of vote type.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so, what are we talking about? Sorry. Okay, we're doing a Michigan hit in how long? Okay, folks, we're going to do another Michigan hit in a minute.
We do have another update out of Oakland as well.
Yeah.
We got another 11,000 votes there.
Yeah.
Stevens wins this most recent batch 51-46.
Okay, and again, this continues to be like a mix, huh?
I think this continues to be a mix. We have a little bit less transparency into what's going on in Oakland in our system here, so it's a little bit rougher.
Okay, so we're going to go.
Maybe if you didn't spill water on your laptop.
We're now inching up, past a quarter of the vote. Stevens has got his down to, you've seen the statewide margin 8, 7,
26.4.
6.5. It's sitting at 6 right now. Again, there's a lot of blank space on this map. We did get a little Genesee, but a little.
A little what?
County clerks, municipal clerks in Michigan, if you want to be like nationally famous, report out a ton of vote, and I will make you a star for the next time. I need a county to give us a ton of vote. All right, here we go.
Yeah. You still got a 20,000 vote lead. We just need 11,700 votes. Come on. The little Hennessy. Oh man, I can't do that anymore in my age.
I mean, it doesn't get any better. Joined
by you.
That's right. I mean, it is.
Only 10 o'clock.
Why are they having so much fun?
It's late somewhere.
Speaking of Kornacki.
Oakland County, let's talk about it, because I think we just got some new numbers in from there, pal.
Yeah, we did just get a little bit more in Oakland. I can show you. Remember, it was at 60.
They're having a lot of fun on the main channel. It sounds
it's now
like.
ticked up to, to 71% here. Stevens continues to lead here, a 2-point margin, a little bit more than 2 points over Al Sayed. Again, this continues to be a mix of different vote types. So it's in terms of the trajectory here in Oakland of, who's on course. Is Stevens on course? Is Al Sayed on course to do better in the remaining quarter or so of the vote? It's a little bit tough to discern. That's what we're sort of trying to figure out right now. But this Stevens margin, remember when we first got that big initial batch, which included a lot of vote by mail, it did also include, and I didn't emphasize this enough at the time, it did include a lot of election day vote as well. So it was a little bit more of a mixed bag, and Stevens has maintained that small advantage he had over Al Sayed there as Oakland has continued to come in. Again, just statewide what this looks like here, an advantage there of now it's just under 6 points. That the margin between Al Sayed and Stevens, too, statewide,
23,178.
It was 8, it was 7, it was 6.5, it was 6. It's 5.9 right now when you're looking at this. And part of that really is she has been, in a lot of these counties, posting some very big numbers as the full picture has started to come in. A lot of counties gave us election day vote right away, and it gave Al Sayed a really running start in this thing. And then what's been coming in much more slowly and in trickles.
Now he has a 23,207 point lead.
Has been overwhelming for Stevens. And so I'll give you an example here. It's a relatively small county here. You're about 40 miles outside Lansing, Ionia County. But this is now.
I think we updated our expected vote there.
Boy, wow! I took a big swing and I whiffed. Our decision desk. We thought this was complete. We thought we had 100% vote here, and our decision desk has updated it. So I will pause the thought right there.
That's not your fault, Steve. That's not on you. That's not on you. That's okay. Is there anything interesting happening in some of these other smaller rural counties, Steve, that we should be tracking?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's interesting if you kind of look. I've been drawing the line here, basically saying north of Saginaw, and there's not much here in the way of population centers. But the key in this area, is that the establishment candidate here, you would expect would be getting 60% plus of the vote in these places. Al Sayed, when he ran for governor in that 2018 Democratic primary against Gretchen Whitmer, really had some low numbers in northern Michigan, in the UP. We do have a completed county up here. It's very, very small. But Luce County in the Upper Peninsula, we think all the vote is in. And this is one where, Stevens is going to win it. But this is a good number up here for Al Sayed. Okay, a place where he got like 12% of the vote here when he ran for governor in 2018. He lands in the low mid 40s here. This is a place where I think Stevens, again, if she whiffs in Luce County, it's no big deal. It's very, very small. But if, as these other counties, as we start to get completed results in these other counties in northern Michigan, if this is the pattern, underwhelming Stevens victories, much stronger performances for Abdul El
Thank you, Timbuktu, for the
clock. To add up, and they could signal broader kind of demographic strength for El Sayed that extends outside the region. I say that because when you're talking about small town northern Michigan and the UP, you are talking about
another batch just came in.
Older white voters.
Big batch.
If that's a demographic in any way that he's overperformed with, who's to say it doesn't extend outside?
He's past 200,000 votes.
I don't want to make too much. Maybe I already have. Out of
202,000.
We've seen a
838 to 179.
You just see it right here. This is
still about the same size lead.
This is the Al Sayed shade of blue, right? I've been saying north of Saginaw, and these are a lot of partial results. These are not completed counties, but you are seeing hints in some of these counties that maybe what's happening in Luce County is broader.
All right, Steve Kornacki, we'll be checking back with you in a second. Thank you, pal. Appreciate you being there for us, walking us through all of it.
Okay, so we went through Ionia, and do we have any other completed counties or newly? I see we're up to 28%. We are getting some more stuff.
Yep.
Do we have anything big that
another
just
big
came
dump just came in?
Keweenaw is the closest.
Keweenaw, there's like 18 people. We'll give Keweenaw
is the one that's closest to all in up there.
Okay, but it is okay. Keweenaw, though, this is summer vacation land, right?
Yeah, wait until the MAGA is cooked, like no matter what.
I mean, just as tiny as
this
it
is the actual
the
battle, by the way, right here.
This, instead of being like a 60% Stevens place.
Yeah, it will be against MAGA eventually, but this is where the fight is against the establishment, which MAGA is.
We got 4,000 votes out of Ottawa County.
MAGA used to be not an establishment when they were Tea Party and shit, and now they've full control of everything. Other big batch just came in.
Now, that last Oakland batch, whatever it was, favored Stevens, huh?
Yes. She wins that 54-43.
Can you tell me, Oakland, do we have what we think are completed municipalities? That might be the way to tackle this.
Yeah, I'll take a look into that.
Because that would be our answer to where this is gonna, what direction this is going.
Thank you, Danky, for the jewels. Thank you for all the gifted
is going to
stuff.
push the Stevens number north, or is going to be beneficial to Al Sayed, or is going to be a wash, which is a critical question. We got some, Adam said, in Ottawa County. Again, this is western Michigan, right outside Grand Rapids. Holland would be the big community here. This was an area, pardon me, actually where Whitmer didn't do that well in 2018. Al Sayed actually had some strength out here. Again, one of the reasons there's a lot of young people who have moved into Western Michigan. There's a younger population here, and younger is translated into strength for Al Sayed. Again, a quarter of the vote in Ottawa County, but just to give you a sense of it, using the benchmarks that we have been applying everywhere tonight. If you look at Ottawa County.
I hope DJ Elrad's doing well. Modan, I don't know if Modan's tuned in.
Oh my gosh. I have to remember when I selected the pen and when I haven't. The pen is selected. Okay. Whitmer got 48 in Ottawa County, right? Remember, she got 52 statewide, so it's one of the places where she didn't get a majority of the vote. Biden got 51 here, and then, Clinton, again, as we saw in so many places, the bottom just fell out for her, 34. So Stevens running at 40, but this is a textbook example of what I've been
Another little
about
bit of votes
counties,
just came in.
40 in Ottawa is like a disaster for Stevens, if that's where this lands tonight, okay? But what we've seen in these other counties around Lansing and some of these other places that have been filling in is as the vote has come in, there's been a lot of vote by mail that's come in late. It's been very favorable to her. Her numbers continued ticking up. So if another way of looking at this is, with a quarter of the vote in, is this her starting point? Is she starting at 40 in Ottawa County, and could she then tick her way up to 48, to around 50% of the vote? Because I think that's probably about what she needs to get out of a place like this tonight. And we've seen that happening in some other counties. So that's, as Ottawa starts to come in, that's what we're kind of going to be looking for. Grand Rapids, Kent. We got 18% of the vote out of Kent in like 6 minutes, I think, at 8 o'clock. It's 10:15, and we're at 24%. Eaton, I just want to see, we've been at
28%. We got another batch in here.
Places. That's why I'm showing them. Livingston's ticked up to 78. Stevens is sitting there basically close to 46%. Ingham County
51% to 45.
15%. Stevens
got a
is running
5 point.
I did want to check in.
No,
Ingham
4
is very
point,
significant in this congressional
4.4% lead.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a closer look now, because what's been happening with Stevens,
just kidding.
You can see has a spillover
6.4%
effect to
lead.
primaries. I think it.
Quick maths.
Did we call it?
Yes.
Oh, hey folks, we got a call we're going to share with you. Ingham.
Which one?
Wait, they're in an interview.
Lawrence of Michigan one?
Okay, folks, there is going to be another News Now hit. I don't know if you can hear the show or anything, but that's what I'm. Oh. Yep.
He doesn't like the big board. Again, guys, like they're doing, like NBC has their own broadcast.
Folks, I'm sorry, folks. I don't know if you can hear. They're interviewing a member of Congress. I obviously wait my turn, but that's why I'm being silent here. But 7th District, just as that late counted vote has favored. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, 28.2% of the vote in. No, he's not. No, this is like behind the scenes live stream that doesn't end, obviously. But NBC has their programming, so like you said, they're interviewing a member of Congress.
We're
yeah, you're on a live stream, Kornacki. He's not used to that, maybe.
The Kansas Democratic primary. We've called Cindy Holscher the winner of the Democratic primary here.
They usually cut to him for like what again, like a minute or two.
Ty Masterson, the Republican. Again, this is a term-limited Democrat. This will be the Trump-endorsed candidate. The candidate of Governor Laura Kelly loses. Okay, she had not endorsed the. Let's go back to Michigan. That's where we want to be. Okay, I was looking at Michigan 7 because what's been happening in the Senate race there.
He needs to get it together.
Senate primary, where you've seen Stevens in. Are we?
Back to Steve Kornacki at the big board on what just
if he can get it together.
Cindy
what the
Holscher
fuck just happened in Kansas?
Steve,
what we're talking? When are we talking about Kansas?
Very close race here. By the way, Kansas very quick at counting their vote. We got more than 3/4 in. Holscher now opening up a very healthy advantage there over Corson. I think
Kansas is a big battle too. I guess is it
in Johnson County because Johnson County is more than a third of the vote statewide.
We need to be paying attention to Kansas like that.
Right outside Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas for that matter.
They got great barbecue, but isn't it Kansas City, Missouri, though?
People.
That has the good barbecue side of Kansas City.
Holscher, a state senator, Corson, a state senator.
I think it's Kansas City, Missouri.
The mayor of Overland Park. All three of them from Johnson County. So in some ways, to me, the question tonight was going to be, is this a Johnson County primary? One of the winners, they got to decide from 3 of their favorite sons, favorite daughters. Johnson County ends up going for Holscher here. Wins this by about a 4,000 vote margin. You can see she also posts a win here of a similar margin. This is Kansas City, Kansas right here. She did extremely well here. Douglas County, where the University of Kansas is. Shawnee County, where the state capital Topeka is. Still vote to come right there. But these are the big population centers here. Really big numbers for her down in Wichita, where Sedgwick County is. And so she did, as the night goes on, pull away from Corson. And so you have that dynamic. And the Republican side, Ty Masterson, endorsed by Trump. This is the story we've seen in so many Republican primaries. Trump endorses. Trump gets his candidate in Kansas. On the Democratic side, I think you said Laura Kelly, Democratic governor, sided with Corson in this, does not get her candidate.
Which is so interesting because she has gangbusters popularity in the state of Kansas. I mean, I think she's one of the top 10, most popular, like highest approval rating governors in the country, and had thrown that weight behind Ethan Corson, who was very happy to talk about that when he was on the campaign trail. The other piece of this, too, Kansas hasn't elected a Democratic senator, I think, since the 30s. But it is one of 5 states that is represented by a Democratic governor that in a state that Donald Trump ended up winning, Steve. So there does seem to be some interesting dynamics at play. I feel like if the theme of the night is you can't paint with a broad brush, right? Like this maybe is part and parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think one
Got
thing
some
we've
numbers
seen is
updates here.
Gubernatorial races can kind of defy the tribalization, polarization of national politics much more than federal races can. Races for the U.S. House,
28.6%
so you'll see a state like Kansas that's a
just under
reliably
30% of the vote
presidential
in
election,
Michigan.
have circumstances where it will elect a Democratic governor. You'll see a state like Massachusetts, not too long ago, one of the most Democratic in the country. Charlie Baker was a two-term Republican governor from 2014 to 2022. Vermont, does it get more Democratic than Vermont? Currently has a Republican governor who's running for re-election. So I think you get a little bit more of that sort of ticket splitting is not a thing we see that much at the national federal level. You do still see it a little bit under some circumstances at the gubernatorial level.
So, Steve, obviously, the big race we're watching, we have to go back to it in Michigan. Any update you can give us on the
tell us Haley Stevens' path
Congresswoman
to losing.
Debbie Dingell, who talked about, Steve, the fact that tomorrow, whoever wins, if we have results by tomorrow, hopefully we'll have results by tomorrow, that they're going to have to unify. But what are we seeing so far tonight? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to dive right back in here because in the last couple minutes, the vote here has ticked up. It's coming in slowly. It is coming in. We were at about a quarter of the vote. Now we're getting close to 30%. One thing, very big picture that we're seeing, it continues to happen here, is that Stevens in that sort of bottom line number against El Sayed, it continues to tick down. 58, 45, 6. It's now 5.2. We said 8. We said 7, 6.5, 6, and inside of 5. Now we're getting down close to so this continues to shrink here. There is still a lot to come here. It's sort of uneven where the vote is coming from. I'm going to look here. I'll see some of these for the first time myself. I just want to see. We started to get vote in Lansing, state capital, big Democratic bastion. This is a place where El Sayed wants to do very well tonight. I think he sort of depends on it. Livingston County next door. I will say, and to Grand Rapids, did we get anything more? No. I'm just checking these kind of for the first time here myself. Genesee County, Saginaw County, so not a ton more in those places. The story really has been, though, that there was a bit of a mirage early, I think, in that the Election Day vote in some places got reported out very quickly and huge for El Sayed, and in a much longer process in not all. We haven't seen this in all counties. But we've seen this in a fair number of counties now where Stevens has chipped away at that early advantage that El Sayed has had and has given herself numbers, Eaton County. She's getting close here to a number that I think coming into the night she would have wanted to have. It didn't start out that way. That's the same story next door here in Livingston County. We're looking for other counties on the map we can measure where we've got this much vote in. There aren't many counties right now.
Like how many counties he's winning in the up?
80, 90, 95% of the vote in. We showed you last time there is some evidence, some limited, in northern Michigan in the rural parts that El Sayed might be outperforming there too. So that becomes a factor, maybe a bit around the edges, but it certainly could become a big factor. But it's been notable to me. I think there was...
Yeah, report that now. He's got a 5.4% lead. Another big batch.
At the start of the night, this could be a runaway for El Sayed. Wow. I think it's come back around a bit the other way.
The did it? It's been that way.
Is it going to come? And I think what we just need, we say Wayne, that's true. But what we really need right now is some substantial counties to get to basically 100%. Because so much of what we're doing right now as well.
It's been going down from 5.8 to 5.7 to 5. Now it went back up, so say it.
When I can see a couple of these actually get to 100%, I think it'll clear
She's chipping away.
Before we get to
Chipping backwards now.
Right. Well, we are on pins
it's looking good.
Steve Kornacki.
We got more vote out of Detroit.
It's giving cope to me.
Detroit.
I'm sorry. Yes.
That pre-process absentee just came in
shit.
45,000 votes.
Okay. This is the vote by mail
shit.
in Detroit.
Yep.
Big jump for Haley Stevens.
This isn't just Detroit.
Big jump.
But if you were seeing this before, El Sayed had a narrow lead.
32.6%.
in Wayne. We've now
big jump.
Vote by mail for the city of Detroit.
Detroit.
What were the margins on that?
Yeah.
Damn.
74. El Sayed gets 22.
Wow.
Damn.
So now. That's a very, very big number for her, obviously. She's winning the vote by mail.
This is what she wanted to see.
By 52. What we now need to see is the second piece of it. This is like a boxing match, right?
Yeah.
She just took her best punch. Now El Sayed's going to take his best swing.
With the daily voting.
Day vote.
Yeah. Right. So that's the mail vote.
Look compared to that. But I think one thing that's interesting that we've been looking at as these votes have been coming in, one model.
Haley Stevens in the second round.
Is that gubernatorial primary in 2018 when Gretchen Whitmer won.
That Israel money kicked.
Al-Sayed was sort of a distant second, but Whitmer only got 52% statewide in that primary, okay, as the lone establishment candidate against two progressive challengers, Al-Sayed.
Right, now we got to see how he does with like today's votes that came in.
In a lot of these counties, it's sort of maybe a rough benchmark of where Stevens wants to be tonight. And the interesting thing is, Whitmer really struggled in Wayne County. She lost Detroit. She actually came in second place in Detroit. She got 36% of the vote in Detroit. She got 44%.
So she had a big dump there.
County. And again, I keep saying how big Wayne is. 20%.
He's still holding the lead despite the the good news. Okay, the good news for Abdul Al-Sayed is that that was the mail-in early vote. So that was like, again, and what she correctly did say, that was her biggest punch that she could do in this. And it didn't overcome that. Like, she didn't overcome the current lead that he has with that. And now you're going to get today's vote. And here, right. How can he offset what we just saw? Is today's votes that took place today in person enough to, which here they come in as they are. There you go. Another jump for Abdullah right there, as we just seen. So new numbers just came in. New numbers just came in, and he's back up. He's back up a little under 3%.
The Whitmer, I said the city of the. I'm sorry, did we just get a little bit more? It just changed.
There you go.
Yeah, we got
another one.
3,000 votes.
3,000 votes. Yep.
I don't know where from.
He's breaking away again.
Again, Wayne is not just Detroit.
Yeah, he's breaking away some more. There you go, another 0.3%.
In that 2018,
there you go.
It was
49.8% to 46.7. 6.7.
He's a congressman now. 36% went for Gretchen Whitmer.
He's back up 3.2, so they were roughly tied there, and now he's back up 3.2%.
And now the number that
there you go. Yeah, that was a little scary, didn't it? It woke you guys up a little bit. You guys sat up in bed and shit, huh? You guys, that was like a uh-oh, right? You guys are shitting yourself.
You want to try to move.
I feel it.
Try to move that number.
You guys were like, oh God. Oh no.
So you want this, you want this 36.
But I mean, he was right though. That was Haley Stevens' biggest move. There was the mail-in ballots in Detroit.
So Steve, just to reset, what's the statewide?
As MAGA would cry, right? In MAGA world and their shit. Like when we have to deal with them, like, they're gonna say shit when shit like that happens. They're gonna cry and be like, "What? How could the number jump so high?" Like they're gonna do that, right? That's what MAGA would do. But like they'll make some conspiracy and like all that. But really, again, it was just because of the mail-in votes, like normal shit that happens. Don't forget that. So we're gonna have to deal with that coming up, right? We don't have to deal with it now because at least like we're in at least somewhat of a real world minus, Haley Stevens' support for Israel. We don't do that.
10 seconds there.
Okay, but we did get a lot.
But I mean, beyond her geopolitical policies,
yes, it is.
Okay.
Which again are very much reflective of how she would operate anyway. So it doesn't matter.
This becomes a key question.
But
where Grand Rapids is. This is a big piece of the.
No, this is at least a world that people can debate in. Whereas when you debate a MAGA or a Republican now, it's like completely an alternate reality.
Okay, so there is more. Now okay.
How the votes do? How'd they do that? How'd the numbers jump up like that?
Was there today, I want to say. Do I have that
right? Well, he's breaking away again, guys. You guys can see. So he's got a 3% lead now.
Spending some time there for sure.
3% lead.
So Steve, we're gonna live in this for a second, bud.
Live in it.
Yeah.
Watching you think is entertaining for all of
Yeah.
us.
What was that election day vote that just came in? How did it
watch Steve think? Watch him
It broke
break down.
overwhelmingly for El-Sayed. Yeah. Trying to take a look here.
You gotta watch the Kornacki cam.
80% for El-Sayed and 19% for Stevens.
Okay, I mean, this is a great example, folks, because we're saying that election day vote has been so pro El-Sayed. This is how pro El-Sayed.
Yeah, that's wild there, huh?
To 19% in that batch that just came in, right?
Yeah. So that punch counter
another
punch.
batch.
Yeah,
Yes.
that bucket of this is the election day vote.
The left
right?
hook came
Where
in.
El-Sayed is getting numbers like this.
El-Sayed in the third round.
You said that number is 60% full?
Yes.
Yeah, that bucket is 60% full right now.
Buckets.
So there's still 40% of the bucket where Al Sayed's putting up numbers like this.
Numbers.
Right now,
Putting
the
up
other
numbers.
bucket is the vote by mail. How is that breaking right now? Do you have that number handy?
In Kent?
Yeah.
Another batch just came in.
That
Other little batches, guys, are coming in still.
41% for Stevens.
He remains a 3% lead right now. He's got a 3% lead.
How many votes is that?
20,000.
Okay. Well, that's wow.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that's a
So that's a twist.
That's a twist.
You're Stevens. Yeah, you said 53-41.
Yeah.
For Al Sayed.
Yes.
Okay. So
It's not a twist if you've been watching how this play out.
best batch by 12, and she's losing
What a
her worst
twist.
batch
I can't
by
believe
61.
the lead he's held the whole night is holding.
One's about 44. We had about
What a
44%.
what a
From this
twist.
bucket. The only thing I would ask about that, though, is this
What is
heavily
happening?
skewed to Grand Rapids?
He hasn't, even with the big batch of mail-in votes, he's still winning. He was still winning at that
There
moment.
could be more to this, but as a
It was scary, but
since we're-
he was still
we've been
winning
going
by
through these,
almost
right?
1,000
Like
votes.
in Kent County, we knew coming in Kent was going to be a good one for Al Sayed. He got 41% of the vote in that 2018
Impossible.
He got 41% of the vote. Whitmer got 44% of the vote right here. Okay, right? Like Joe Biden when he won the state's primary in 2020, he got 46% of the vote right here. Hillary Clinton got 37% in 2016 when she narrowly lost Michigan to Bernie Sanders. And, you know, again, if that, I want to look more into that vote by mail number. But that vote
Yeah,
by
let's go
mail
look.
number
That was.
has to,
Let's go back
I
to
think,
that.
turn
That was
around
when
for
things were
Stevens
fun.
here. She can't be getting 30 in a place like Kent. You know,
Damn.
she's not going to win it. But I think for a candidate like her, given what we're seeing elsewhere, she needs to be in the 40s, you know, in a place like that. I think she needs to be cracking that at least. That's
needs to be
what the
cracking
other
a 40
establishment wing
right now,
candidates have been able
'cause
to
she's
get
not gonna
here.
win.
And again, Whitmer only got 52% statewide, right?
Yeah.
You know, Sanders got 53%.
We're at 35%, guys. Another big update here. Round number. Round number.
In 2016, Clinton and Sanders both got like 49%.
Holding at a 15,500 vote lead. Okay, still holding that about 3% gap.
Of a majority. You know, so
Yeah,
Stevens
got
at
about a
30%. That's, you know,
3% lead
Grand
right now.
Rapids,
Still
what it is,
holding.
This is fast growing and it's young. So much of the
Yeah.
Al Sayed support
Young.
correlates with age.
Young,
This is one
right.
of the younger median
Younger.
ages you're going to find. So it's true next door as well.
The
In
future.
Ottawa County, one of the younger median ages you're going to find in the state.
No
is
more-
right here.
no
So
more
it's part of the
people that
reason why we
can't have
expected
future
that to be
thinking.
a big number for him. And in fact, I just want to check in because it occurs to me, speaking of young voters, do we have more? We don't have. Washtenaw County is another one here where, again, we thought would be one of the best for Al Sayed's night. And again, where I think Stevens knows she's going to lose, but wants to be getting closer to something, 40 here or something. Yeah. It's one of those.
She knows
So
she's
that's
going
what
to
I'm
lose.
saying when I said to bring it around to Detroit for Stevens, she's got to do a bunch of other things. And those are the kinds of warning signs that exist on this map. Kent County is a clear warning sign for her.
Here's a report from Haley Stevens headquarters, guys. Really quick. Report coming in. Some supporters are starting to play the blame game at Haley Stevens headquarters. Here at Haley Stevens headquarters, we're starting to hear some finger pointing about her campaign. I just talked to Michigan Democrat who's a little bit concerned about what they're seeing so far, and we're starting to hear the blame game.
Something to keep in mind when you see her number right
Some
there.
supporters are starting to question whether Stevens really did what she needed with the black vote.
Kent's low for
And
her.
that's really who she's been targeting in this race.
Maybe some indications, in those rural areas.
This
where-
race is really going to define not only the future of the Democratic Party, but also the directions and the lessons that the Democratic leadership take with them. They will reject it every time. They will not take any of these lessons.
There's when I say there's encouraging.
Literally
signs
stop
on
it.
this statewide for Al
They'll be
Sayed.
like,
It's that. And
okay, let's not do that and keep fighting it.
In Kent County, I think was so significant in that.
How's this going?
the
How's that
shrinking
going for you?
Margin, right now, it's going a tick the other way. Remember, it got down to 3.0. Now
Another
you're looking at 3.4.
batch is coming in.
I think what happened in Kent County has a lot to do with that. So,
Starting to separate again. He's starting to get back to about that.
and Al Sayed leading.
He's got a 3.4% lead now.
Right. Steve Cornell.
He's separating now.
Fascinating. It is coming in fast and furious.
It's coming fast and
And
furious.
This is a real race.
My brain is.
This is a race.
I know.
Wow.
Fascinated.
Can't believe.
Fascinated.
Wow, we're
Adam,
shocked.
The voice of God.
Wow.
Read Adam.
What a whiplash for people that are coping.
Very soon. We're gonna just
Insane. This is insane work.
quickly here.
I'm watching this for the entertainment now. Again, when it comes to the numbers, at least they're reporting truthfully about it. But This is some coke,
We just
boy.
got our first in Genesee.
This is coke. How many water bottles has he gone through? Jesus Christ, brother.
I think that's our only new
What
one.
is wrong? What are you stressing? Why is he stressed?
Let's just dwell on this for a
We just got
second.
another in Kent.
Holy shit, dude. They're
I was
fucking.
looking at the Kent update.
They're not doing well.
We were asking about the mail vote. It does look like it's mostly come from Grand Rapids right now, not from Wyoming, not from Kentwood.
But he
not from
spilt
some of
his
the
water
surrounding-
bottle.
The
lady hosts are like hammered, it seems like.
primarily from Grand
He's
Rapids.
sweating.
That's vitally important. So the possibility, again, those are real, if you extrapolate them, those are real low numbers for Stevens. But that was the question, are they skewed, that vote by mail, to the city of Grand Rapids, where that's going to be as bad as it gets for her there in Kent County. And it looks like the vote by mail is. So the possibility that vote by mail,
He's still holding at about a 3.4% lead again. So if you guys just tuning in, there was a little bit of drama there, with the mail-in votes that came in, like a big fucking chungus batch, and it pretty much equalized them. Okay, and they were both like literally like he only had less than a 1,000 vote lead, and we've been watching this, and it was like what the fuck, but he still had the lead. And it was a little bit of a drama, and now votes are continuing, and now he's almost at a 20,000 vote lead again.
Charlevoix, you have income.
See how this continues.
Retirees here, it's beautiful if you've ever been to.
Little drama.
At least in the summer. I like the winter. Not everybody does. But anyway, so look, El Sayed's going to win Charlevoix. Okay. Again,
Charlevoix.
This is not just white working class. This is you got liberal, progressive money here too. Some of that, but as a in terms of benchmarks here, right? Whitmer, 64% of the vote in Charlevoix County in 2018. Biden got 54%, right? And then Clinton got buried here. She got 37% in 2016. And yet we continue to say, I'm giving you the Clinton number, but the Clinton number is almost always going to be the low one, with the big caveat that she really made up, almost completely made up for it.
She was super establishment.
We don't think even if Wayne goes Stevens' way, she's going to make up for it. So again,
establishment final boss.
Benchmarks for her, and she's
she
running
did so terrible.
South of it. She's running 20 points south of Whitmer, 10 of the Biden number here. And again, we've seen this, we saw it here, tiny, but we saw it. We're seeing it in Charlevoix. Any other near completed in the northern
And do you know
part?
why?
Alcona,
You know what the other
we
truth,
saw it in
quick,
Alcona,
is Biden's election was the final vote blue, no matter who establishment candidate. That's the truth. That's what you're seeing. And then they did it again with Kamala. She didn't win, obviously, because people weren't interested. And now you see an interest in anti-establishment candidates. It's Biden was the final one of like, fuck it, we'll just vote blue no matter who. He was the true final one. I didn't vote. I voted third party in 2020. I voted Green Party. I didn't even vote for Biden. But and then when it came to 2024, that was my first, I guess, vote blue no matter who guy or Kamala.
Right now, 47-44. We're at 85%. Whitmer got 60 here.
So I voted for Kamala because that was the vote blue no matter who for me, and I'm like over it.
Right?
Because that was so buns.
We keep talking about that.
That was so buns.
Performance for Whitmer. We're not in that anymore. Okay, you're getting South Bend, Indiana, almost more of a Chicago influence. This part of Michigan here, southwestern Michigan. So you're away from Lansing here, and Stevens is running at 47. And again, benchmarks there close to 60 or so realistically. Question being, is what's left vote by mail?
In Cass specifically, yeah. Let me take a look.
36.5.
That's what it looks like.
Roughly how many vote by mail ballots do you think it is?
1,400.
1,400.
He still got a 3.3% lead now. 3.3% still holding.
Well, that would be interesting. Let's play that out. 1,400. What's she winning the vote by mail by?
Dude, what the fuck is?
Okay.
Are they trying to calculate pathways to victory for Taylor Stevens?
She is currently winning it by 59.
This is crazy, yo.
So there's a lot of McMorrow here.
What's that?
McMorrow is picking up.
Yeah, clearly she's got stupid 20,000 votes.
Again, the vote by mail people would have cast this before. Okay, so
what are we figuring out?
31-point margin. Okay, 440. So that would net out to about an additional 420.
Literally.
31-point margin for an additional 420 vote margin. So it would be a margin of about 500.
Brain blast.
500 votes. And what's the expected vote in
me on Adderall? Hey, twist another one and make it Pink Floyd.
This is
Anna, how you doing? Appreciate that.
Because our estimated remaining mail vote is 1,400. Overall, it looks like 600. So, yeah, I think there's some reconciliation.
Wait, say what looks like 600?
That 84% that you see there expects 600 more votes for the county.
Oh, I see.
So we got a 3.3% lead here.
Vote estimates, it's a higher
holding about
number.
18,000 votes.
Expect 600. So
another batch just came in.
Okay, let's play the game here.
Yeah.
This is
Play the
very
game.
risky.
Play the game.
Let's live on the edge.
Yes.
Let's take the expected vote and use, let's say there are 1,400 votes left. What would that bring the expected vote to?
That would, I'm assuming this doesn't include, then it would probably be 1,400 votes because I don't see other.
No, I mean the total. We've got 25. We got about 2,800 in right now. What would the total expected vote be? So you're saying about 4,200.
I see what you're saying. Yes, exactly.
We would be at 4,200.
Yep.
Okay, and she wins by 5. With McMorrow getting about 420.
Shout out to Status Coup. They're at the watch party. They're at the.
She's winning by about 5 points.
Abdul El Sayed's watch party.
She wins by 500 votes, I should say, right? So 4,200, 38, 37, 80.
Math. Numbers.
So 2140.
Right. 6-7.
2140 into 4,200. So if
minus 7
were all to be, she would land at about 51%. Stevens would land at 51%. So, look, we're saying we're going with the highest remaining vote number here, which we're not even sure is. Sorry, Decision Desk. But we're going with the highest one, and we're extrapolating 59-28 Stevens for the remaining, a 31-point margin.
Thank you, Lorraine. Appreciate it.
If that were to happen, oh, shoot, it would get her to 51%, right? And you just saw it, right? The Whitmer-Biden numbers were 60. We're in the low 60s. So even with a boost here, that's what we just saw elsewhere, too. I forgot to count it. Charlevoix, 10 points south of what I think a realistic benchmark is. Anywhere else big coming in or close to 100?
Yeah, another one that looks complete, Mecosta County, just
home of Big Rapids,
95% in.
Oh, and this is a college town. Ferris State University is here. Okay, let's talk Mecosta. Stevens wins it, 51-45. Let's go to our trusty benchmarks. Okay. Give me a second. Okay, Whitmer 63. She just did really well in this part of the state. Whitmer got a 63 here. Biden only got 50.
Biden.
And Clinton got 39. One thing that's interesting.
Clearly, Michigan does not like establishment candidates.
2018 was in the summer, right? These two primaries were during the academic year. Ferris State. Did that make this more progressive friendly versus the Whitmer number? I don't know. Whitmer was also doing really well. So again, if we really zoom in on the Biden. and Whitmer numbers, it's 50 and 63. Here, Stevens hits just a point north of, but she does hit the Biden number. So she does hit the Biden number. So this is not a bad number here for Stevens.
Bidenomics.
If she's missing it elsewhere. If she misses it in other counties, places like Cass, she's got to make up for it elsewhere, And so in that context, 51 here. But again, the opportunity for her to make up for it a little bit in Wayne County, to make up for it a lot in Wayne County, is also there. Do we have other completed?
Yeah, a little bit further up, Oscoda County, near complete.
Okay. 95. So this is northern Michigan. Okay, this is not, this is blue collar Michigan right here. And let's do our benchmarks. 64, right? Whitmer cleaned up. She got 64. Biden up here got 60. Clinton, again, she got, crushed up here. 45 is what she got. And there's Stevens landing at 58. But it is a little bit, It's not to the extent we've seen elsewhere, but it still lands south of that Biden and that Whitmer number. Again, small county. What else we got and again, I don't want to lose track of the statewide. We've ticked up a little bit more. We're at 38%. It's a 3.1 point margin, Alside over Stevens. Has there been anything from a significant, county of size that's come in the last couple minutes?
Yeah, we just got another 2,000 votes out of Kent.
Another batch.
It looks like it's more mail update and probably from one of these outside Grand Rapids municipalities. I don't have exact numbers.
Yeah.
It's only got about a 3.1% lead right now.
Does win this batch 49.5 to 44.
Oh, geez. So even outside of Grand Rapids,
Yeah.
her vote, the vote by mail, she only wins it by 5.
Yeah.
Right. And it does. How many rough votes?
Everybody hit the like button if you guys could on the stream. Help the stream get out there a little bit.
22,000 vote by mail counted. And it ticked
the like button.
31.6. Okay, again.
Share the stream out too. I'm streaming on Twitch as well.
100 though, right? So
what up, Twitch? Everybody check in.
Can she engineer something where she gets up to 40 plus, which I think she probably has
Can
to
she
do.
engineer? We call
Looking
Israel.
at Oakland, we do have some more Oakland. Oh, do we have completed Oakland municipalities?
This has been the Haley Stevens
that might be the most
coverage,
useful thing we can do
hasn't
right
it?
now.
This whole time.
I don't have that for you right now.
It's been interesting to watch it this way.
I think we got a little distracted, but I'll get back to it.
Go ahead and do that because shout if you have any completed Oakland municipality because I'm sorry I got distracted in Mecosta. No offense to Mecosta, but that's
Hey, what up, Terminator Pig? How you doing?
hugely significant. Okay, do we have more Ingham County here? We do have more Ingham coming in. Al Sayed now opening up again, this is Lansing, state capital. We knew this was going to be a big place for Al Sayed. Needs to be. More vote does come in there, and that does likely election day vote just because it was so clearly pro Al Sayed. That might have
a
kicked him up statewide.
16,800 vote
That affects
difference.
The 7th district congressional race. Yeah. Okay. CC, what just happened here? We said if Lawrence could kind of hold his own outside of Ingham County, right? It was expected. This is where he's going to really hit pay dirt in Ingham County.
How many times has he said Abdul's name?
We've got most of Eaton. Lawrence looks like he's going to win Eaton. You know, Marsden separated himself a little bit here, but there's
no hype for the fact how well he's doing in the up.
Candidate in a county that not necessarily conducive to it on paper. Looks like he's going to win that county.
Or the fact that mail-in votes came in and he had more.
County, you know, Shiawassee County.
The elderly population, I think that's interesting.
It's kind of rural. It's small in terms of its share of this district. It's kind of the most rural, getting away from Lansing. And so Lawrence, you know, running third right here, although not getting blown out. And again, it's not like one of these two candidates has separated where they can build a big margin over Lawrence that'll help them catch him district-wide. Then go down to Livingston County. And again, same dynamic as you just saw in Eaton County. Go over to Oakland County. This sliver of Oakland is like 5% of the district. You know, Brink is ahead here, 5/6 of the vote counted. But that is, I would say, everything I just took you through is Lawrence holding his own.
I know, but I'm showing it to everyone so they can see it.
And then do this. There it is. Look at this. A third of the vote in, and this is the big one. Almost half the vote in the district.
At least their numbers are accurate. That's what I care about for real. But
and still divided opposition.
It's wild to hear how they're covering it.
For them to divide up, and so what that does district-wide, with half the vote in, I'm going to zoom in on this. I know I'm like losing it. Okay, with half the vote in, yeah, Lawrence is back up double digits here with still a ton of vote to come from Ingham County. So this is, okay, we said in a way this was a version of the Senate primary, okay? At least the Senate primary as it originally was playing out. The Senate primary originally, Democratic primary, was playing out as a three-way race, right? McMorrow was in the race, Stevens was in the race, and then you had Al Sayed. Now, McMorrow got out of that race, but the question...
Then you had the other guy. What the hell? What the fuck?
Interestingly, this would be a left-wing candidate trying to win.
This is crazy.
State. And the story in this district was, could the left-wing candidate win the three-way primary and then try to win in a red district? Trump won this by a point, right? 2020, Biden won this by a point.
Biden.
Currently represented by and unopposed in tonight's Republican primary, Tom Barrett. Barrett won the seat in 2024. Alyssa Slotkin had held it, left it to run for the Senate, you know, and Tom Barrett picked up the seat in 2024. So this is going to be, if Lawrence does indeed hold on here and win this, no check mark yet, but if he does indeed hold on and win this, this is going to be a congressional district level test of everything that's being talked about statewide with Al Sayed. You know, Lawrence, again, this is a guy who created The Sunrise Movement, far-left platform, endorsed by Bernie Sanders, checks off a lot of those same boxes that Al Sayed does. And
they were out. Damn, I'm glad he's winning. Then they were out there. They were out there hitting drums and shit against ICE agents at hotels. They organized the ICE hotel protests. That was awesome. Damn, and they're cooking.
Initially, the field kind of took shape here.
Jeez.
National Democrats were very excited about.
They literally organized the hotel protests against ICE.
To Ukraine, bringing those credentials. They were excited about her. And then Mazda also got in the race with a similar, sort of ideological profile to Brink. And Slotkin, senator now, used to be the representative of this district, endorsed Mazda. And I think there was
a lot of lead with geopolitical
Democrats in the
positives when it comes to these elections at this point.
Why she did that, because I think a lot of them looked at this and said, did that
even as I support Ukraine, we can't lead with that in the United States for local politicians.
With another candidate in the same lane, thereby allowing the third candidate, the left-wing candidate, to have the progressive lane all to himself and be able to. Is that what has happened here? So that was kind of the dynamic that was playing out.
Sure looks like it.
Beneath the surface a bit in this race. And again, just look, almost all the vote is in, 42, but it's small. 3/4 of the vote. These are the 46% of the vote here, about 20% of the vote right here. But we only got a third of the vote from the county that accounts for half the district. Okay.
Another poll closing in 8 minutes.
Shri Tanadar, we got a quarter of the vote, right? Detroit, this is, remember, former DSA, left, renounced the group. Current DSA, endorsed by the DSA, trying to get revenge on Tanadar. Overwhelmingly Democratic district. Now Tanadar with, again, that largely a big part of what you're seeing right here is what we talked about in the Senate race. Vote by mail, city of Detroit. And Tanadar, that has powered him. Remember, he was losing in the early vote that we got in. He clearly has done well with that vote by mail in Detroit, has taken the lead here. But
yeah, welcome to Twitch.
Remember what we say, the same day vote has favored the insurgent candidates. If that's what you consider McKinney here, DSA challenging an incumbent member of Congress who's being targeted by the DSA, then that election day vote is looking awfully juicy if you're McKinney.
The Democratic establishment also is doing nothing at the grassroots level at all. It's all the DSA and the Sunrise Movement they're out there,
State Senator Jeremy Moss,
engaging with people.
Is going to win this.
That's all I've seen for the past 2 years.
Too much about it. Aisha Faruqi was running
the Democratic Party establishment,
the candidate of the left in this race.
They showed up to the No Kings protest.
Big issue in this race
that was
been Israel. Moss aligning himself sort of on the pro-Israel side, and NBC News, 3/4 of the vote has been counted. Moss has been declared the victor here. Taking a look next door here in the 10th district, right?
Got another batch. Another batch came in.
Nominate Michael Bouchard, who was endorsed by Trump. This is the district that was represented by John James, who's giving up the seat to run for governor.
He's got a 3.3% lead.
And she is with a third of the vote. I want to just
back up to a 3.3% lead.
Right, the Oakland
getting
part
close
of the
to
district.
40%.
This is Grimal's best part of the district. He was the mayor of Pontiac. He represented Rochester Hills in the state legislature, or as a local elected official, I should say. His base is sort of in this Oakland portion of the district, which is much smaller than the Macomb portion of the district. And you can see there two things. You can see most of the vote is in from Macomb. It's where Grimal did best. It's the smallest part of the district. Much more vote in Macomb, much more vote to come in Macomb. Grimal doing very bad there, and Hines so far has attained separation there from Chung. And so, district-wide with a third in, if you're Hines, that's a very good place to be right now. And
Al Sayed just 290,000 votes, getting close to that 300,000.
Trump won it by 6 in 24. He won it by a point in 2020. This is largely a Macomb County district. That reminds me that if we're talking John James, we ought to.
This is also a big moment for people that have been fighting for these types of politics for a long time.
Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson,
this is
will be the Democratic nominee.
It's not over, but
Republican primary.
People that have been in this fight for a long time, longer than I have been.
The Senate race has been. I'll stop making excuses. I'm sorry we didn't give this one more attention. John James, though,
another 0.1% buff for Abdul Al Sayed there. You got another red 40%. 40%.
It's a clear. We'll just show you. I think we were seeing this earlier. Nothing in Wayne, but the margins that James was getting in the population centers of Southeast Michigan here, were pretty consistent There's Livingston on the Republican side is a lot bigger than it is on the Democratic side. A lot of those exurban voters, leaving Detroit, higher income, they tend to be much more Republican. Washington. So again, this is a pretty thorough victory here for John.
Thank you for the
James.
buy me a coffee, Don Das. Appreciate it, buddy.
Johnson spent a ton of money going after him. It got to be a pretty heated campaign in the end. So we will see. John James, twice before, has been the Republican nominee for statewide office in Michigan. Twice before, he has lost. He will now try in the race for governor against Jocelyn Benson this November. And by the way, one thing certainly that the James people are hoping for, the Republicans are hoping for in Lansing, they believe that one of the ways to win back the state house is if the Democrats in the Senate race
small batch came in.
Al Sayed,
not really enough to move the needle, but another little batch.
The Republicans trying to win back the governorship.
I guess the other thing too is there's nothing equivalent to this in the right wing in terms of the amount of hype and excitement, I guess, right? And also people that are engaged. On the right wing, it's so like they're fractured completely, and it's like you have Trump support or you're not even in the club.
The remaining vote coming in here in Michigan,
and with Trump's approval rating absolutely at a bottom, it's like some of the worst ever.
I don't want to interrupt you on Oakland, but did anything come in meaningful here in the last?
Yeah, I think we're complete.
I think it's going to be like again, but that's why we have to. I mean, I'm going to vote for the Democratic candidate when it comes down to it. But the whole time, I'm going to be advocating for politicians like Abdul El Sayed.
We won't spend too much time.
That makes sense. It won't be like, oh, I'm not going to vote because it's still Republican versus Democrat. Like, until this is, and I'm for it. If there's ever a time in which we can change the voting system and make it be more parties or not even this, like, I'm with that for sure. But we got to play the game that we got. This is the game we got. So, but in that game we have to make sure politicians like Abdul El Sayed or like Peggy Flanagan in Minnesota coming up next week get into office because they're going to challenge the system. At least, they have a history of doing it, or they say they're going to. And then we see how they do.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Because I'm not in a cult, so I'm not going to like worship these politicians and be like, oh, they're right all the time. They don't do any wrong. But if they do wrong, then we're going to call it out.
Establishment wing.
Or if they were lying, or if they're like a John Fetterman, right, where they run and then they are just completely be like MAGA.
Another 10,000 votes.
Basically like a John Fetterman situation, right?
57-38.
So okay, Stevens won. We got a municipality. Which municipality?
I'm still trying.
Got 41.1%.
You think it was a completed one, or
you just passed 300K?
I'm trying to put you on a spot. I just want to understand the.
Yeah. No. I mean, I generally think that's kind of how they are reporting in Oakland, and that's why I say that. And we're seeing a mix of mail and election day in this most recent update. And so I think it's from a municipality.
We think we got a municipality, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to belabor it, but we think we got a municipality. How did it break? You said it broke for Stevens.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't know. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, full disclosure. These are the municipalities of Oakland County. We've got the 2018. We've got our benchmarks here. So that's why I'm excited to get a completed, meaty municipality in Oakland or two, because I mean, I say the rest of the vote, we're at 80%.
Vote total went
There's not
back
a ton
down.
to come. But I want to be able to put in context what 50-47 Stevens over Al Sayed looks like, if she's, how that compares to like a Whitmer in 2018, for example. But again, 41, yeah.
I think I'm ready to go through it. Just saying off the top, it's difficult to say which municipalities are exactly completed. So I'm trying, kind of estimates here. But the one it looks like maybe the biggest that may be completed would be Royal Oak.
Okay.
And in Royal Oak, I have Stevens getting 37% of the vote.
Okay.
41.2%, 300,434 votes.
I'm sorry, say it again.
3 minutes to Michigan 7.
We want to do Michigan. Oh, is it 10? Polls are closing in Washington too.
Yeah, at 11.
Yeah, they
okay,
should be.
hold on. We should just, let me just go over there and tee that up, because 41%, El Sayed leading this thing. It's 2.9 is the margin. I just want to show folks Washington State. Yes, Washington. It's Oregon. Okay. Remember, these are top 2 primaries. Democrats, Republicans. Everybody runs on the same ballot.
Who knows where the states are?
What's going to happen is the counties in these districts are going to come in. You're going to get tons of vote all at once from these counties, and then the rest of it, it's a slow trickle that can take through the night. It could take days. It's a lot like California, Colorado. But where are we going to be looking tonight? For instance, the 3rd district. This is one, obviously, that's going to have a lot of attention this November. Marie Perez, the Democratic incumbent here.
Please,
John
God.
Braun, expected to be the Republican candidate.
Anyone but
comes
her.
through this top 2 primary. Other candidates
She's so
here,
bad.
for context here, Trump district.
Oh, God.
Perez represents a district that was won by Donald Trump. He won it in 24. He won it in 20. The thing we're looking for tonight is
there
not
no
who's going to advance to the general election, but is there some kind of a readout here on the relative strength of the two candidates and the 2 parties, right? It's more than just Democrats, Republicans. Every party's on here. But can we see that 2-party vote, which we won't really know for sure? We won't know the full vote for a couple days till all the results come in. But do we get a feel for, like, is there an advantage?
We're at a 3.3% lead here.
We can talk about that, the significance of that as the numbers come in. Here, the Republican incumbent, Dan Newhouse, not running for re-election, overwhelmingly Republican district. So we would expect the Republican to win here. The question is which one. The 5th
look at the way that's all set up. Jesus.
The interesting thing in this race is the incumbent's Michael Baumgartner. This is a reach target for Democrats this November. Trump won it by 11 points. Carmela Conroy ran against Baumgartner last time. This is one of those, you're seeing this in some key Senate races. Okay, this is an independent who's kind of running on a lot of Democratic themes. Can he get to the general election? Sorry, we're going to Michigan. That's them talking to me when I do that.
He's glitching out. .7% lead now. Separating a little bit. Oh. Eastern Washington is MAGA cooked. Why?
Well, this one we're talking about now.
Kornacki joins us from the big board. Steve, we got to get right to Michigan. What do you have there?
Yeah, you were talking about that 7th congressional district race, and there it is. This is sort of a microcosm in a way of the dynamics we've been talking about in the Senate race, where Lawrence, the very progressive, candidate
Lawrence of Michigan,
is going to win this, has won this primary, and the context is Trump won the district. This is a swing district that Trump won. Lawrence, a candidate of the left, will be the Democratic nominee against Tom Barrett, who was elected in 2024 in this district. So the question we've been asking statewide of if Al Sayed wins the Democratic primary, what would that mean in terms of a
what does it mean?
Donald Trump won and the implications for
Senate
control?
It means that all send for Lawrence of Michigan
at the House level in the same state, because this 7th district
full send
around Lansing and then Livingston County, they're getting closer to Detroit. You are going to see a candidate very much part of that left-wing insurgency who's won this primary in a Trump district.
So what about the big Senate race there, Steve? Are we getting in any more vote there?
Yeah, we did. So we're up to 44%, and you can see Al Sayed's lead now has moved up to close to 4 points, meaning
he's separating
in the spot. But I think we just got a big batch from somewhere in the last.
Yeah, we just got 7,000 votes from Macomb.
We got more.
Ooh, another big batch just came in.
County,
big batch.
And this must have been election day vote that we got out of Macomb. This was Al Sayed-friendly election day vote.
Yeah, he wins that one a little bit. There was also a Kent update that he won a little bit more.
He wins it a little bit, and then he wins the other one a little bit more.
Suburban county, more
they're coping, dude.
North of Detroit here. One of those places that Stevens needs to be
winning by a little bit is still winning, isn't it?
That's come in, I believe, as the update that just came in was election day vote, was very friendly to Al Sayed. So Stevens is going to need to do significantly better with what's left here. I do think there's a fair amount of vote by mail that's left here. Adam can check on that. But in the meantime, we had set this up before, what was going on in Kent County, where we are now up, this is Grand Rapids area, we're now up to 2/3 of the vote in Kent. And you can see, if you remember before when you checked in, Stevens was running at about 30. She's moved up to 32. We said there was a lot of vote by mail to come. Two things about that. When you last checked in, she was actually losing the vote by mail. And we said that's...
Start tweeting, stop the count.
That vote by mail that we were looking at the last time you checked in was from the city of Grand Rapids. So that's as friendly an area within Kent as Al Sayed's going to have. So what happened was we've gotten more vote by mail from outside Grand Rapids, and Stevens has been winning it, although not by landslide margins, okay? Because Al Sayed, we showed you, he's winning Election Day votes by landslide margins. So what it's meant is that as more vote has been counted here, it's been Stevens friendly. It's not been that Stevens friendly. She's been able to move up 2 points here, okay? But again, we said in a county like this, she wants to be in the 40s, right? She needs to be in the 40s. So she's got to move up a lot, she's got to move up a lot more. Now, there are still some votes to come here, but that vote by mail right now that we're seeing, at least right now, is not trending necessarily as pro-Stevens as
we hoped.
We've seen in some other places.
Right, say it. Just say that.
To reach that number.
As we hoped it would.
Kent, and again, in Macomb, her number's right now a bit low right there. Did we find out what that was? But Adam is still working on it. Okay. So again, what that means statewide, 44%, just checking in, 3.5. We did.
44% came in here.
This means we did get another update.
3.5%.
For the Stevens, where was that from?
That was from Oakland County. That was another 7,000 votes.
Okay, yeah. So now Oakland, what's been happening here is a lot of this we've seen now is coming in. It's sort of one municipality at a time that's reporting out. That's what you're seeing, and you're getting all types of vote, kind of all at once. And now this is two or three municipalities in a row that have reported out here that have been friendly to Stevens. So Stevens' margin now, remember it's been sitting at about 2 points in this county. Now it's ticked up to 4 points with these last two that have come in.
49.9.
That's 5/6 of the vote in Oakland County. Now a 4-point advantage for Stevens. And we said she wants to be.
I think he's going to get into the
50s here, in this county. It's a must-win county for her, certainly, but also a county where I think she needs to have some degree of a pad here. And it's interesting because she's now moved this up to 4 points. Can she move that? Can she move that further? We're trying to figure out what the remaining municipalities are there, and if there's the opportunity for her to do that. Because again, what that did statewide was when you came to me, it had gone up to 4 for Al Sayed. That Oakland update knocks it down to 3.5. And anything else big, significant in the last couple minutes?
No.
Those are the most recent.
Everybody on the YouTube stream hit the like button.
I had a follow-up question for you, but my mouth was stuffed full of fruit snacks, and I wasn't able to speak. So I'm sorry about that, Steve. But you covered it handily.
Get some water. You covered it all. We're going to come back to you in just a few minutes.
Appreciate you. Steve was talking about Michigan 7, and this is such an interesting.
Okay. I want to check two things. Let me.
We are getting our first results out of Washington, if you want to take a look over there. And yes, we can go through some Oakland if you want to look at those.
You look down bad right
Oakland,
now.
Municipalities.
The energy is not up on this broadcast, guys.
Maybe Bloomfield Township.
It's giving sad.
Okay.
I have Stevens getting 58% in Bloomfield Township.
Okay.
El Sayed getting 39.
You have 58. Okay, wait, let me write these down.
Are we going to get a lot of? Are we going to get a stop anti-Semitism movement starting tomorrow?
Yeah. Yes.
And okay, Stevens 58-39. The number
they're going through
Township, there's about 45,000.
Yo, they're going through it.
So that's bigger than some of these counties that we've been showing you, okay? So in Bloomfield Township, 58-39 is the Stevens number. The number for Whitmer in 2018 was 56. So Stevens is 2 points north of Whitmer in this, pretty good-sized township in we're talking about Oakland County right here, okay? Right, remember, 16% of the vote statewide is coming out of here. Here's a township of about 45,000 people, and Stevens we think it's complete, and we think she's done a little bit better.
Another batch came in.
Al Sayed, the Al Sayed got 35% here.
He's up 3.6% now.
Sort of
3.6%
was 44.
Let's fucking go, Abdul.
56 then.
W Abdul, let's go.
For Whitmer. Where else do we have?
Oak Park.
He's got a 24,000,
59,
23,000, 400 some vote, 300 and some vote.
Okay, I am.
Quick maths.
Full disclosure, I am looking for it.
Now you got a little buff there for Stevens, 0.1, but you still separating.
Okay, now this is super progressive. Yeah,
it is super progressive. I have Stevens getting 22% there, and Al Sayed getting 76% there.
Yeah. Okay. So Ferndale is like a famous liberal enclave here in southeastern Oakland County, and Al Sayed got 57% here. El Sayed got 57% here in 2018. Okay.
Doesn't sound so liberal anymore.
2018 though for Whitmer was 37.
Famously
And
now
so
left, now a leftist.
That speaks to what you just saw there in Ferndale. Speaks to the intense progressive energy here, because that's the kind of place you would see it, and how much that is behind El Sayed in this.
Jeez, dude, cooking.
One more we can maybe do.
He's at 50%, guys. He hit 50%. Let's go. Update. Abdul Al Sayed's currently sitting at 50% of the vote.
My numbers were incomplete.
I think we are,
Hey, my prediction is Haley Stevens voters start blaming McMorrow voters.
Yeah, Troy, Rochester Hills.
Some of these places that
I bet you that's what's going to
bigger
happen.
municipalities.
They're going to cope with that.
Vote, so we'll see what's.
Do we have Rochester Hills?
Heckin' McMorrow voters. Why?
Currently have at her getting 33%. Stevens getting 33%.
Band lady.
But that's okay. I'm almost sure that's early.
Yeah.
Early
There's
vote, 'cause
stupid
57% was never there. Rochester Hills got 80,000 people. It's over
Sign.
in that other congressional district.
I dropped back
A few
down
more
below it.
completed counties.
I think he'll finish over 50%. I think the way this is
And we
going.
also made a.
What are the
Judging upon the trends of the batches coming in
Yeah, our friends up in Wexford.
and how he's like still separating, I bet you he'll finish at like 50.2 or 50.3. Not like a massive, like it's closer than I think a lot of people expected, to be honest. Like this is closer than people expected.
Oh, okay.
However, he's still holding.
Wexford.
So
We started this one. We were at 10%. What do we got?
Completed county.
Yep.
because
Sorry,
I'm waiting for you. Okay.
Are you guys doing okay? Holy fuck, bro.
Number here, 53 was the Biden number. 33 was the Clinton number. So she lands just a little bit south of it right there. What I want to figure out here.
What's her path to victory? How does she win?
In Wayne County, has anything else come in from Detroit?
We've been getting a couple more batches out of Wayne County. I'm trying to see maybe the latest from Detroit.
And I want to, keep going. I want to find something on here.
In my current tally, I have about 10,000 election day votes out of Detroit.
You have 10,000 election day votes, and how are they breaking?
54 for Stevens, 43 for El Sayed.
Oh, wow. So, okay, hold on. And we had the vote by mail went 76-22.
72-23.
We had that initial batch. I thought it was 70. Okay, but
yeah, maybe they're or wading into some different sourcing territory, and maybe some of the votes are uneven here.
Okay, but we think we got the vote by mail for Detroit.
We got that pre-process absentee mail vote.
Are there any more votes? Do they have more?
Additional mail vote that gets reported.
We just need 11,780. They're under the tables.
Destroyed paper. That's why I'm looking through my phone.
George Soros had them put them under the
I'm
table.
trying to get, and so if you bear with me,
they're in the Rubbermaids.
I want to. Is this it? Yes. Okay. Hang on a second. Give me a second. How many? Here's what I'm trying to figure out. What is the expected vote in Wayne County right now?
The total expected vote is 304.
Okay. 304 is the
This
Wayne
is
County
entertainment,
expected
for real.
vote.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm trying to just...
Like, can we fill the air with excitement or something? I don't know, man.
Bear with me, folks. I'm sorry. I had this on
We're
that piece
here.
of paper that was
We're
destroyed
here.
in an
Yeah, I got you.
unfortunate,
What are the vibes at the rally? Oh, we can't hear. Oh, what the heck? Status quo? Oh, they're trying to fix it. Shout out to Status quo. The vibes look up at the Abdul rally. There you go.
All right, folks, you should be able to hear us again. We did a quick troubleshoot of our microphone, replace the batteries. We should be all right here. If there's a problem, let us know in the chat.
This is great.
And our producers will reach out to us and let us
need to.
So that's what's going on at Abdul's watch party.
Redo this math that I had done before I came here. 93.
I think it's the official one, isn't it? For his, yeah, it's his official election campaign watch party. So there should be like, oh, we'll react to status quo when they cut. If he looks like he's gonna win, but things could get crazy. I don't know. McMorrow though with the 24,000 votes. Dang. Siphoning votes.
Okay, how many votes?
Is he still figuring out something? Jesus, dude, what's going on? He's still trying to figure something
How many
out.
votes total are counted in Detroit right now?
Oh boy.
Uh,
Is this their first time doing a full stream
by
or what?
municipality, this is where it gets a little bit more difficult because I don't know exactly, if our what you see in the board is synced up with the county or synced up with what's seeing in other sources, but maybe 57,000.
Okay, okay. Here's the thing. The city of Detroit on its website has a real-time count.
And what do they have?
They've got 39, 54, 54, 8, 54, 9, 47, 56. About 57, yeah, they have 57,000 votes. They have 57,000 votes in, and they have Stevens overall leading in Detroit 69% to 27%. Okay, they have 69-27 right now. They do it by vote method. Okay.
What are we figuring out?
Myself, absentee election day, pre-process, absentee election, yeah. Yeah, 57-287 is what they're at. So if Stevens is able to win Detroit, right, she's leading it by 40 points right now, and there's a fair amount, there is much more pre-process absentee. She's winning it, but not as much, so she won't win it by 40. She wins this thing, let's say she were to get...
I really don't know I mean, she's got 31,578 pre-processed absentee ballots. And he's got like 9,000.
Yeah, I mean, if she could net, 30,000 votes out of Detroit when all is said and done?
So, but that's not votes though. These are ballots. Like, before they're decided, like,
I mean, she is trailing by 15,000 right now.
But why? Wait, how that number is so high?
Detroit, where she is,
Israel.
We see it.
Israel
She's
put
crushing
numbers.
it in the absentee, the vote by mail. She is leading in the election day vote. So again, that speaks to the Al Sayed does better with election day vote. But we said, Stevens does so well in the polling, and it looks like this is happening.
He's at 50%. We got an update
with black voters. In Detroit, 3/4 of the population. So even though Al Sayed's doing better, even though the election day vote is sort of his bread and butter there, he's still losing it right now to her. He's just not losing it by as much as he's losing the absentee vote by. So the idea of a landslide for Stevens in Detroit that could net her something like 30,000, a plurality, of something like 30,000 votes, statewide, she's trailing by 25,000 right now, okay?
But
so
there's
in
nearly
Wayne County,
30.
you got a quarter
But
of
those
the vote.
30,000, look at how many votes McMorrow is getting now.
There's still a ton of election day vote to come.
That could be where those votes are.
Counted so far.
Like Morrow's getting them.
What are we doing right now?
Sweating.
Was there a call in Michigan 13? Okay, they just want to go to it. Okay.
Send in my votes.
Sorry. Okay.
I'll call it in.
We just got an update in Genesee.
Yeah.
13,000.
Why are they, bro? They're stressing.
Sorry, I'm going.
This is the most stressful fucking broadcast I've ever
coming
seen.
all
now.
around to Detroit.
The vibes were fine, and now they're stressful.
Stevens' ability to get a big number out of there, I think it's coming around to. And what I'm trying to get through in my head right now, and we're going to do a hit, and then we're going to. I think this is becoming the question. This is what we're going to go focus on. How many votes do we think are going to come out of Detroit? What share of the vote do we think Stevens is going to get? Because she's going to win it. Okay, the question is, what's the margin she's going to win it by, and what plurality is that going to translate into? Because, and then that just comes into play, all of these individual counties that we've been going through, places where she falls short of that Biden-Whitmer benchmark. There's some places where she goes a little bit ahead of it. There's some outstanding, we're trying to figure out where they're going to land in Grand Rapids. She's at 33% with 71% in right now. The wiggle room that she has, okay, when we use that Whitmer benchmark, is Wayne County. Okay, because look at Stevens is leading in Wayne County by 20. They're coming to me. We'll go through this.
So many thoughts.
The wiggle room. What?
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Okay, sorry, folks. I'm navigating with the control room and the. Adam, can you try to figure out what we expect for the total vote out of Detroit?
Yeah.
We are back, keeping a close eye on that critical Michigan Senate primary on the Democratic side. You're looking at both campaign headquarters here for Abdul El-Sayed, Haley Stevens as well.
Getting close to 50% of the votes.
Action, except we can't see it because it's happening as the votes are being tallied, and we don't know what those results are yet.
There's not that, no.
We're going to be checking in with Steve Kornacki.
Lots of brain thought action.
Talk us through it, Steve. Let's start with, where we are statewide in Michigan, and I got a flag. Welker is going to be joining us in a second. If you saw an empty seat, she's here. She's walking into the studio. I don't want you to think she left us. I just wanted to flag that. Steve, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, look, statewide in the Democratic primary, we're at half the vote right now. In that margin, again, which is a little bit more just ticked in right there, 3.5 points for El-Sayed over Stevens. I'll tell you what we're trying to figure out right now is how many votes we expect out of the city of Detroit and what kind of plurality we think that Haley Stevens can get out of that. Because the numbers from Stevens out of Detroit so far for her have been really good. And I'm just looking at it right now. It's a frustrating thing. We can't show you in the board, unfortunately. We can show you the county, but not within the county. In Detroit right now, Stevens is getting 69% of the vote.
69.
And 27% of the vote, okay? So that translates right now into a plurality of nearly 25,000 votes for Stevens, and there are a lot of votes still to come here, okay? Now, a lot of that, the vote by mail is doing some heavy lifting in that Detroit number I'm giving you right there. Again, that vote by mail is so friendly to Stevens. The Election Day vote, though, that has been counted so far, she's winning. Not by any kind of margin, that she's getting the vote by mail by, but she is winning it. And so we're trying to get a handle here on what we expect the final vote to be out of Detroit and what kind of plurality that could ultimately be for Stevens, right? Because right now she's trailing 27,000 statewide. But if she's romping in Detroit, if that's what ends up happening, okay? And this is a place where I should back up a second. We keep talking about the Election Day vote powering El-Sayed. This is the one place where it's not going to help Stevens like the election, like the early vote is, but she's doing, I think, so well with the black vote that she may be able to do good still with the Election Day vote there and really get a margin out of Detroit, okay? And could that margin, right, how much, could that margin eat into this? When El-Sayed is leading, by statewide right now.
And he's got more votes now. He's got 27,000 vote lead. Another dump just came in. He just passed 50%. Let's go.
Flint is. This is a pretty big piece of real estate. About 4% of the vote statewide is going to come out of
Let's
here.
go.
This has, outside.
Meanwhile, outside of what he's talking about, Abdul continues to separate.
It applies not
another
quite as
0.2%.
applies to Flint and
Brought back down under 50.
We're just kind of getting started there with the vote.
Back under 50. We're getting close to 50% of the vote in, though.
Again, there's a substantial, not as much as Flint, certainly not as much as Detroit,
drop.
but there is a meaningful black population there, especially in a Democratic primary. Quarter of the vote, Stevens there leading, by a double-digit margin. Opportunities for Stevens in these places to post pluralities that could really eat into what you're seeing from Al Sayed right there. We're also trying to get a handle on what we've been showing you in a place like Grand Rapids, Kent County, where Al Sayed got huge numbers out of the city of Grand Rapids. That included the vote by mail in Grand Rapids, and where the rest of the county and vote by mail is kind of trickling in. Her number's sitting at 33%, with 71%. That's got to go up for her. But if the variable in this, I think,
Yep.
really
Still got
is
740,000 votes to sort.
What Wayne ends up looking like at the end of this. And I just say that because,
of course, Chris.
Pull it back up there. This is
we got the best chat on
like,
YouTube.
what Wayne County
other chats
looks
are just
like right now. Detroit
absolutely
and everything
chud
else
filled
that's been
and
counted so far, and you can see the advantage she's getting there. And to put that in some
Status
context,
Quo has a good chat,
right? We keep talking about this Gretchen Whitmer when she was elected in 2018 in the Democratic, when she won the Democratic primary in 2018, she got 44% of the vote in Wayne, right? And you see where Stevens is running with that right now. And again, Wayne is, I keep, I go blue in the face saying, it's 1/5 of the vote statewide. So that kind of a difference, when we're using Whitmer as kind of a benchmark here for Stevens, and we're saying, she's hitting it in this county. She's close in this county. She's just, maybe Kent, she's not so much. We'll see. But if you're getting anything like this, right, in a county where Whitmer did that, that makes that as they say at the horse track, that forgives a lot of sins. And so that's, we're trying to get that the Detroit thing. We're working on it. We want to get a handle on that. But I said, whenever it was, an hour, 2 hours ago, if a bunch of other things could kind of connect for Stevens and come into focus, it really could come down to Wayne, and it really could come down to Detroit. And I'm looking at this and seeing that opportunity for her.
So, Steve, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but based on how much we have out of Wayne right now, what do you think it looks like in terms of when you will have enough to have an even clearer picture?
That's the thing I know least, because Wayne's full of surprises and full of disappointments, right, in terms of the timing. Again, what's in my mind, 2024 Democratic primary, 5 a.m. 20.
Wayne.
Okay, that's a
Wayne.
reality.
Please, God.
The general election in 24.
We just passed 50%.
It got done by 3.
Please, God.
So maybe,
It's going to be a long night.
Can I ask you about the statewide number? If we can go back to statewide really quickly. Is it
50%, 50.8% of the votes in.
The numbers that she has is about.
Earlier,
I think it was more than the gap between Abdul Sayed and Haley Stevens.
Are we going to be up until 5 a.m.?
It's right there. 46.4, 49.9. It's 3.5, and it's 3.7. And a lot of where that's coming from is, the vote by mail. Folks who voted early, I think, and we see
a lot of people voted in this election.
In one county where she's getting double digits in the vote by mail.
That needs to be how it should be all the time.
Put up a graphic. I think we did it a couple minutes ago, but of incumbents who are facing primary challenges, and there's an outstanding one in Michigan in the 13th district. Can you take us there, Steve? This is Shri Tanadar, obviously the incumbent here, up against Donovan McKinney. Again, establishment versus progressive. This is that graphic. Also an age story, I think a generational story. I think Tanadar is 71, McKinney's 34. What's going on in that district? Because that's also a story of let's wait on Wayne County, right? Yeah, Wayne and Detroit. And so what you see is, remember, we got that big batch of vote by mail in Detroit.
Big old batch.
That Stevens did so well in the Senate race. It helped Tanadar,
52%.
the embattled incumbent here, who in the initial votes that had come in this district was trailing. That vote by mail batch
49.7% to 46.6.
The challenge for Tanadar here is that a lot of what's left.
Hit the like button, guys. Get the stream out there a little more.
Is going to be, as we say,
420 friendly stream.
Election day vote.
Right.
Safety meeting.
We've seen those DSA candidates do best with the election day vote as opposed to the mail. If that dynamic kind of obtains here, then McKinney's got a real path.
All right.
Another little batch there.
Stay right where you are. We're going to come back to you in just a few minutes. We really appreciate it, Steve. Thank you so much. Let's head
Now
out
we
to
hear
Sahil
Steve
Kapoor.
stress out.
Steve, it looks like we just got a chunk of
Got a big chungus
what I would
batch.
guess to be election day vote in Wayne County. I just got 17,000 votes.
17,000 votes. How did they break? It looks like, well, how'd they break?
Closer with
Stevens
Abdul.
52, El Sayed 44.
Ooh.
52-44 election day.
I mean,
that could be Detroit because that's what she seems to be winning the.
He's getting
let me
close.
just reset
Like
this.
you already said, she's gonna win
I
the
think that's right.
early votes.
That the Detroit
or should do very
yes,
well
they are
with
now,
them.
Detroit is now up to
This is the elderly.
85,000. Oh wow, they're really Detroit's got a ton here now. 85,000 counted.
Oof.
Based on estimates we had prior to the election, there may be another 10,000 or so mail ballots.
52.2% of the votes are
we
in.
still expect from Detroit.
Yeah.
And that's, I'll have to see where we are with election day because I think that last update may have been substantial.
Yeah, what the hell happened in Detroit?
Yeah.
Oh, for real.
Yeah, it does. It looks like a very.
I have never really been to
right,
Detroit.
82.
Went past it.
Well, the turnout though
didn't really stay in it.
18 primary in.
The city of Detroit has
Is Detroit
updated their
right wing?
website where they say election day is fully reported now.
More conservative city.
Really?
Yes.
And so that's. Checking it too. It sets about 85,000 votes, huh? Mm-hmm. Turnout in 2018 in Detroit in the Democratic primary was 93,000. So we are elsewhere going much bigger than that 2018 primary.
With, again, potentially these 10,000 plus mail votes.
Yeah, that would which would just draw it level.
Yes.
I think. So not a ton maybe left out of Detroit. And
We're trying to see if there's enough votes. What he's basically trying to calculate is, are there enough votes out there for Haley Stevens to be able to overcome the loss that's happening right now? Like, is there potential for Detroit to carry her into
do we have a sense
good territory to win?
what's outstanding? Is it Dearborn
Or potential
Heights? What are we?
I think that was what. I think that was one
he
that
hit
we're still
400K.
kind of waiting for.
Yep, another dump just came in.
They're coming to me here again in a minute. What's that, Adam?
I said that's one we'll still have to kind of dig into. It's not all in one place, but we'll take a look around.
Okay.
Yeah, he's communicating it horribly. I don't know why he's struggling. Like, I suck at numbers. I don't understand how to, but that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to do it through calculating the numbers, though, instead of just explaining it.
And maybe another Wayne update just came in as well.
He's still holding this 3% lead, but he just passed 400.
A bunch of Detroit ballots that have just come in. We've been waiting.
The
for
Detroit
these.
ballots have hit.
Uh-oh, was that to me? Did Adam say it wasn't?
No,
Sorry. You're picking up on our ongoing. I apologize.
Okay, my bad. Stress.
Yeah, no, we did. We just got
Stress?
more.
Why are you stressed?
I'm looking at the Detroit results.
Why are they stressed? What did
So it is.
That's
We're
crazy,
getting
guys.
close to done in Detroit right now. We got a big.
I mean, we can hear it. We can see how stressed they are, but
of the election day vote.
to say it is crazy.
And Stevens 62 in Detroit
stressed.
citywide, 62% for Stevens.
APAC stress, huh?
34% for Al Sayed, so a 28-point margin for her.
Jeez,
But
dude.
she might have just kind of.
McMorrow at 30,000 is
I'm
wicked.
hesitating because that
Wicked.
number's low. Their turnout in 2018.
They're gonna blame
the lower
McMorrow. That's what
interest primary
Stevens supporters will do.
statewide
Watch.
Was higher. It was 93,000.
what they're
That
gonna
adds
do.
up to about 85,000. So that's lower, even substantially lower than back in 2018. Now there'd been talk that, hey, Stevens is doing well with the black vote, but was enthusiasm, was turnout, was energy going to be an issue? But we're just trying to make sure that is actually it for Detroit, or if there is, some more still to come. There might still be some outstanding
there you
voters
go.
right there.
But you can say it now.
62-34 margin there for Stevens right now. Again, 62%.
We're at 55% now. We're at 55% in.
Ran in 2018. She got 36% of the vote out of Detroit. There is still, though,
under 3 now, 2.9.
Out of Wayne itself. These numbers we've been getting in out of Detroit, as you can see, have moved us. We were sitting there in the 20s. We've moved north of 40%.
What is true, though, is this is closer
than
people thought.
Than just Detroit.
Sure.
It's 55-42. I don't know if you can see this, but if you wanted to look inside of Wayne County, these are the inner suburbs, the other cities that are in there.
I feel like I'm doing something illegal. This is wow. Seeing Steve's notes, my God, it's amazing.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out which of those, because the political kind of complexion of those varies
They're not
dramatically.
even listening. Wow, Steve, your notes are so good.
Stevens. We've talked about places like Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck.
That's Steve and his numbers. He has the best numbers.
The other question, Wayne at 42%, though, that it really is coming around.
So where are we overall, Steve? What's the statewide look like?
Yeah, there it is. It's been hovering at that 3-point margin or so. This is now a little bit inside.
Impressive number notes.
Oh, wow,
outside
okay.
and Stevens
impressive
at
math.
23,000 vote margin. So I think it really is. We could show you places where, I think this one here, I think Stevens could get something, good out of this for her.
Right.
With more to come. That might be true in Saginaw as well. Oakland, now we're up to 90%. Again, look, now Stevens has done better and better as that vote has come in. These municipalities have come in late in Oakland. Her margin now up to 5 points over Al-Sayed. We said she wants to get into the 50s. She has now gotten into the 50s in Oakland County, next door
Jeremy
in
Moss.
County. Look, again, the skew here earlier, I think, was toward a Al-Sayed favorable type of vote, municipality potentially. We still have more than half the vote to come in Macomb. You're starting to see Stevens pick that up a bit. Again, she wants to get about where she is in Oakland, in Macomb as well.
Numbers are still about the same.
Let's see as that remaining half comes in, if that's where it is. But we have so much in. Elsewhere in the state right now.
Yeah.
We're now up to 56%. Again, we're at less than half of Wayne. So again, just Wayne itself, if we suddenly got the rest of Wayne County in right now, this 56 would come, we'd be at 70% of the vote in statewide.
Yeah.
We'd have a clear sense of it. So really coming around to it.
Forgive me, Steve, if you mentioned it and I missed it, but what do we know about Dearborn?
Yeah, so we had earlier in the night, we had a same-day update from Dearborn. It was overwhelming.
He's still holding that 23,000-ish lead that he's had.
With Al-Sayed. That's what I'm trying to find out. Is there
even
more
after the big dump that came?
Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, those
he's
are the
still been
three
holding.
I'm particularly interested in there. That were honestly, and I apologize. This is the nature of Michigan elections. It's just it's decentralized, and the vote mode reporting varies so much. That it's a lot of this doing results.
No need to apologize, Steve.
Apologizing for?
I mean, come on, you're lighting the world on fire. Come on. No, we're going to check back in with you, Steve. It's great. It's great, and we're getting closer. We're getting closer to clarity.
Second by second, minute by caffeine-fueled minute.
Yes.
And Ryan Nobles and Garrett Hake have been with us through all of it. It's so interesting here. And
okay.
That broadcast sounds even more
I know
painful
I'm throwing a
than
million
this.
questions at you, but
Thank God we're not watching that at least.
Is
Holy
municipalities
shit.
within Wayne. Do we have anything we can
Didn't
talk
Kristen
about?
Welker shake Stephen Miller's hand recently, too?
It's really tough to say what I don't have expected vote for every municipality.
Or was like laughing with him and having a little giggle?
I do see in Dearborn specifically, we reported that election day vote earlier.
What was
I
it?
do not see other modes reported for Dearborn, so I would expect other votes there. One of the other places I was looking at was Canton Township.
Yep.
Like I see early vote and election day. I don't think it's all of it, but we would still be missing mail vote potentially in Canton.
Well, okay, stick on that because that's 100,000 people, and that should be. What do you see with? You think we don't have vote by mail?
Correct.
Okay, I'm curious what it looks like.
Unless they put it to the pre-processing. Unless that was all in that bucket.
Okay, so we think it does not have the best Stevens vote.
Yeah.
And what is it at?
We have 5,000 votes from Canton Township. Yes, Canton Township.
Yeah.
As of an hour ago. and it was breaking for Syed 74-25.
Okay, we definitely don't have vote by mail.
Yeah.
Just to give you context there, Canton Township, this would be in the western part of Wayne County. It's 100,000 people in that 2018 primary. It was won by, Whitmer basically got 50% of the vote there. El Sayed got 38% of the vote. So it was about a 10-point margin, a little bit more than a 10-point margin between the two of them. But yeah, again, that's a place Stevens wants to win tonight. I'm just trying to look here. How about like Livonia? Do we have anything there?
I'll have to take.
Okay,
a look.
sorry. Again, you don't have these.
I just don't have.
I know. I'm throwing these at
in
you.
one
like,
location.
You know, right? Like that's 100,000 people, and that would be a big one for Stevens. Plymouth, with lower population, would be a big one though in terms of the vote that I think Steve.
Really quick, yeah. Here's Kristen Welker having a chuckle. No, they all get along behind closed doors.
Wow. Yeah. So, and I'm just going to go through some of the big ones to see if we've got.
So I just said support independent journalism and
But
posted
I
my
think
own
the
YouTube
thing
channel.
that we're seeing is kind of some stabilization elsewhere. I think we just got a little bit more Kent. We did. Stevens is up to 34. We're doing that thing in Kent that we've seen in other counties now.
It looks like Bay County is complete, which is a bigger one. Which
Yeah. Okay. What do we have? Okay. Yeah. We got complete. Bay City. Okay. This is.
Where's Bay City?
Yeah, just north of Saginaw. This is useful if I have the thing in front of me. Benchmarks. Whitmer 18, 54%. Biden 20, 52%. I keep showing you the Clinton ones and then telling you why it doesn't really apply. So let's not show you the Clinton ones. We're just going to show you these two. But 54 for Whitmer got her 52% statewide. 52 for Biden got him 53% statewide. And look where Stevens lands. 53%. That's a very good number for her. She got that out of there. Completed counties. You are, I don't mean, I'm like interrupting you constantly. I can look for completed counties on here too, and maybe that's what I should do. So.
Got about a 2.8% lead right now.
What else we have?
Put in the chat where you guys are all tuned in from, if you could.
Looking for one here. Let's go next door to
It's going to be a long night.
Right? Nuevo County. Okay.
There's the numbers.
Remember we showed you Big Rapids.
57.3% in. So we got 636,000 votes.
Stevens gets 55% of the vote. Let's go through our benchmarks. Whitmer got 56, 2018. Okay. What did Biden get? 55. Biden. Where does Stevens land? 55. She hits her number. Okay. Where else can we go? It's of
quick. Give good Haley news.
Size. Did I see? I did see.
What up, Minnesota?
Okay, it's not that substantial, but
Seattle,
let's do
Minneapolis,
Hillsdale.
Bloomington, Minnesota.
It is one of these. Right
She's
there.
about to crack 400K.
Okay, just about completed in.
Hey, Abdul Al Sayed just passed 420. You guys know what that means?
50% right here. Again, just is this number?
Let's go, Abdul.
Ballpark of okay. Whitmer got 53 here. Biden got 55. Might be a little bit more coming in, but Stevens just again.
We also got to take a look at all the fires in Washington taking place.
In a county as small as this, we're just trying to get a sense.
Spokane is just like on fire.
Is she in the range here where an overperformance relative to Whitmer in Wayne would get her there? We're almost done in. This is a big one. This is where I should have gone. We're almost done in Livingston now. Almost. There's more coming in, and clearly it's been getting a little bit better for Stevens as it's come in. She's sitting at 46.5.
This is like I could clock this right away. This has been the Stevens glaze, like the hopium Haley Stevens hopium broadcast the whole time. Jesus, brother. Barely has even said Abdul Al Sayed's name. Barely has even said his name. Like it's been a handful. And we've been live for almost 4 hours.
52 here, right? And
you said Biden. We've heard Biden more than Abdul Al Sayed in this broadcast, guys.
Statewide.
Yet again, we can't get away from it. Whether it's Trump or fucking help.
52% here was part of winning a majority with a bit of a pad, right? So Stevens is under the Biden number. But two things. It's been getting better for her as it's come in, and there is still more to come.
No, he's not going to say Hillary no more. They told him to stop saying that in his earpiece.
If you're her,
no more Hillary.
I think your target would be like a 49
Hillary was bad
or something. So she may end up just a little bit south of that.
Stevens just cracked 400K.
Can she get numbers that are right in?
He's still got a 22,000 vote lead-ish. So he's still holding that same gap.
Gets her there. And Livingston's right in.
As the batches come in. So another batch update, y'all.
Substantial, nearly completed. What else?
Another batch update.
Did Eaton? We got a little bit more out of Eaton finally. Boy, we've spent a lot of time in Eaton County tonight, but that's because they've been giving us votes. She's at 46%, 93% in, and we forget the Whitmer. That was the outliers. 52 was the Biden number here. See if she can get that a little further north. But again,
that's crazy.
I have a thing. No.
Brother, why can't Abdul get it further north? This is wild, bro. Okay. It's so obvious. Why can't Abdul al-Sayed get up to 52%? He's in the lead. Yo.
She is. Anyways, yes, she is missing it there. And I think, it's gonna, again with that, if you say 52.
Why is it like, bro? Oh my God.
A little bit short of there.
Why can't he get up to the Biden's numbers? He's close. He's closer.
The full picture. It's just most of these counties, I'm still seeing a lot of.
Why aren't we doing analysis at all in the direction of Abdul al-Sayed? Like, why are we not doing that at all? Of like potential possible, like, bro, it's not even close. It's bias as hell.
5-point margin for her right there. Home sitting at 44.
Numbers aren't biased though, so at least we have that. But Jesus, dude.
Let's do this. Let's find out how much is left. I'm gonna call this one up. Pardon me, folks. I'm going through.
Like I said, 3 hours ago, what we gotta figure out how to. It's like when Aaron Rodgers tried to calculate the Jets' pathway to victory a few years ago when they had no shot.
That's one way of looking at this thing.
We just need.
We think there's about 170,000 votes in Wayne County. Okay.
That was a big batch there. Another batch came in.
Sorry. We think.
Sheesh.
Oh my gosh.
Back up.
Yeah. So we think there's 170,000 votes.
We just need 170,000 votes.
Here,
right.
Out of Wayne County.
Haley Stevens just needs 100,000 votes.
Stevens may have gotten.
She can win.
She may have gotten the squeeze out of Detroit already. We're trying to see if there's a few more votes, to come out of there. We're trying to get a handle.
We got to squeeze these votes out of there.
Townships, which cities.
Give us the data.
Vote from.
We have to pump Haley Stevens.
If you extrapolated this.
Extrapolate.
Stevens is leading by 13
we gotta extrapolate.
Points, right? If she ended up winning Wayne County by 13 points,
let's go, Abdul.
170 left, right? It'd be 17,000 plus 3%. She would net 22,000 votes. 22,000. It'd be an additional plurality of 22,000 votes. That would essentially cover what al-Sayed is leading her by statewide right now. But that's a huge
13 minus 50 got them 47.
She may have gotten her best number out of Wayne already. That's the risk, I think, for Stevens. If Detroit is complete,
another batch just came in.
And is that
another batch
south now with what's left there? Because
another batch has hit the waves. Another 0.1% for McMorrow.
County, and you just look at what the, where.
That's wicked.
Where Whitmer. Yeah, you don't see, South.
Back up 2.7%.
Or won by any kind of, Sumter, 10,000 population, very few votes. Okay.
2.6, I should say. My bad.
Okay.
2.6%.
They're gonna come to us.
Listen, I failed math, so don't even try to have me. I'm doing as good as I can. I absolutely bombed math every time. I got like D's.
Sorry. They want to go through. What district do they want to go through?
They flagged Michigan
Not
8
even gonna
in
lie.
the Republican primary there.
Okay.
The Trump-endorsed candidate has fallen into, or is in second place right now, and a candidate that was not endorsed by anyone is leading.
Can confirm at the age of 33, I've barely used any of that shit they made us learn. It's a waste. Like for people that wanted to do like physics and shit or like do engineering, for sure, they need to learn all that. But our education system's so garbage.
Sorry, folks, I'm just trying to.
Like I had no interest in that shit, so I don't know why I couldn't learn what I wanted to.
I got to just catch up on this. Oh my. Oh,
Which would have been like arts and writing and band. But nope, they had to force us all this shit you don't even use.
Sorry.
Failed. I was so bad. I was so bad at it.
On this Michigan 8 race.
Yeah, I mean,
I literally could not add fractions or any of that.
I'm looking
it
at it
so
right
bad.
now,
and then when they put letters in there, I was like, "Yo,
right here."
like, I'm so
obviously,
done.
you could see what a surprise it is. We don't have a picture in our system,
Wow.
you know, for Smith in this race. Now, 45%. Let's just kind of go through, you know, where this is coming from. This is a completed.
You had about another big batch came in. Holy big batch, yo, hey, 30,000.
We got half the vote in.
30,000 lead. He's back up 3.4%.
Saginaw, Smith is
He's
way
up 3.4.
In Genesee County. It's consistent. I mean,
Wow.
I'm seeing
There you go.
across all four, you know, all four counties.
she
right
just
here.
went
So
back
this
up.
is one, this one kind of blindsided us tonight.
That's interesting.
3.3%.
Can I ask you, let's speak about that. Talking about the Senate, let's go to that here.
She just got a little boost there, a little 0.1% boost, but he's up now.
You know, if we have Detroit in on Wayne County,
60% of the votes are in, you guys. 60.1.
What that looks like here for her in this critical county that we've been watching.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm starting to see here as we take a closer
How
look
can
at
Haley
Wayne
Stevens
County,
overcome
down to
this?
about- Yeah, and I mean, this
For
is
4 hours, yo.
If there's Detroit vote left, I don't think it's
That's
too
what
much.
this
It does not
YouTube
look like
video,
there's
this
left.
that's what this
So
broadcast should be
when you look at
titled.
this, when you look at Wayne County, the
4 hours of how
opportunity
can Haley Stevens
to go big
win.
was in Detroit. So if you're outside Detroit now, you know, we were just looking at this a minute ago. She was leading the county.
And now what?
15.
Now
It's
what?
now come down, as you can see, by 8.5 points.
Oof. Why'd that happen?
You know, how much more plurality? If you froze it here at
Yeah,
about
freeze
this
it.
with
Stop
vote,
the count.
you know,
Stop
you might get an additional
the vote.
plurality of about 15,000
Stop
votes.
it. Stop
I don't
it
know,
now.
That might be being generous, but you could see if she did that, that would have cut in half the Al Sayed margin here. Then the question is, where else is she getting it from? Would she
Israel.
Would she get that from? Where would she make that up? I mean, there
Israel.
are still a lot of votes that are left to come here, like we're saying in Saginaw and in Flint. We're getting more out of Flint.
Back up
you know, if she's,
3.3%.
you know, out of Flint, out of Genesee. But again,
I'm still
if she's
thinking
running
he's
this-
under
if
50
she's
now, but
winning
I'm still thinking he
Genesee
gets
at this
50% of the vote.
and not getting a substantial double-digit margin out of it. You know, that's not going to translate into. That's going to translate with what's left into an additional 3,000 votes or so, a plurality of about 3,000 more votes. You know, we were just going through completed counties. There are, you know, there are a couple places where I think she's clearly hit.
Who's
They're not
winning?
huge,
Abdul
but
Al
they're
Sayed's winning.
Noteworthy, where she's hit, I think, what a benchmark would be for
Here's
her.
the numbers
There are
as
a
they are,
number of
live
places,
numbers
though,
right
where
here.
It looks like she's falling just a little bit short of it. And maybe
You got Abdul Al Sayed in the lead at 446,103 votes, which is 49.8% of the vote. Haley Stevens is at 416,568 votes, which is 46.5% of the votes. Mallory McMorrow is at 33,768 votes, which is just about the amount of votes needed for Haley Stevens to beat Abdul Al Sayed.
would be the vote by mail from Ann Arbor.
Right.
Could that be
At least as it is right now, right? You still got less. There's another batch. Another batch just came in.
well,
Another big batch, actually, as I just am speaking. Hey, numbers just went up. 450,000 votes for Abdul Al Sayed. He's at 49.7, so he just lost a point. 0.1%.
You could just see how that math would work. If there's 100
Right.
and
So they're trying to calculate. So they're this whole time why they're so stressed is trying to figure out her victory path, and that's why this is like it.
Wins Wayne by 10 points. What would that be? That would be a plurality of 16,000 votes.
Yeah.
That might be generous right now, but if you apply 16,000 votes to the deficit that she faces statewide right now, you know, that leaves Al Sayed still up by 12,000. And then we're saying, okay, look, a prime opportunity for Stevens on this map coming
in Detroit
right here,
or
like
what?
in Genesee County, you know, where Flint is. Well, you know, with the numbers she's getting right there, what if she nets an additional 3,000 out of what she's getting right now? Maybe she knocks that down to 9,000. I'm giving you kind of her good places right here. I'm giving you maybe an
So
optimistic
she
number
still
for
loses?
you know, she is still. There's not.
Oh my God, dude. The cope is crazy right now.
In Oakland County.
Chat, this is crazy
I
cope,
think
dude.
with what's left in Macomb County.
No way. Like when Kamala Harris was losing the 2024 election, I just kind of sat there in silence and just experiencing pain watching what was happening. I wasn't trying to find ways for how Harris could win when it was so obvious she was going to lose.
Ottawa County, I can tell you something about this. This is decent size. This is where Holland, Michigan is. And give you some benchmarks that we established
This is
here.
the Cope
some loose
stream now.
benchmarks here for Ottawa County. Gretchen Whitmer, right? 2018, we've been
Like,
saying.
bro, no coverage at all in favor of Abdul Al-Sayed, and like zero this whole time.
Stephen sitting at 40. What did Joe Biden get? You know,
Biden.
he got
How did
51.
Biden do it?
Stephen sitting at 40.
Right.
You know,
She ain't got it then, right?
In Ottawa County.
Because Abdul did better than Biden, so right, say that then.
Kinds of things she's trying to compensate.
But no,
for
we're not
here.
going to say that.
And the
No.
place to compensate for it.
Wow, it's really cool then, because Biden got 51%, seeing Abdul Al-Sayed at 55%. This translates to why voters are voting the way they are. Nope.
University of Michigan, Eastern Michigan.
Actually, how can Haley Stevens overcome this?
Sorry, I had to get one in. We're running out of time.
4 minutes left.
Isn't the vote by mail there likely to
Anyway,
be
so they're at 61.7% of the votes, and they have 570,000 of the votes left.
Say again,
wouldn't that vote by mail and out of Ann Arbor, wouldn't you think that might be students who aren't back at college?
Anyone coping about
Well,
McMorrow?
generally what we've seen, and it's been kind of holding true here, has been that the vote by mail skews older just in terms of who takes the ballots, who sends them in. You know, but in a college town, right, like Ann Arbor, where the population, the adult population, is so liberal, I think, too, along with the
Michigan results, you got to be in it for the long haul.
I don't expect to see the kind of disparity there that we've seen elsewhere. But I think, you know, I think it's worth noting she's done the best with vote by mail, and that has recently been the last thing that comes in Washington.
Gene Piro's gone. She's fired. All the women are gone.
By 50 points or something. I think
The women first.
no.
Okay. Steve, in the 40 seconds we have left, is now a good time to talk about the 2028 primaries? Well, or is not yet? Too soon?
They might be started by the time Wayne County finishes counting.
Zing! 30
On that
seconds,
note.
like tradition we have here, one last word or final thought in the 30 seconds we have left. Steve, to you quickly.
Got a 3% lead, flat 3% lead right
now. She's gotten closer, I think, than a lot of people thought she was going to get. But that elusive final step for her, we'll see if that proves to be elusive for her.
Ryan.
Let's take a break from the fucking Haley Stevens glaze. It's giving me a headache. It's literally giving me a headache.
Money in your pocket.
Let's hear. So this is Status Quo News feed, guys. Make sure you go support them as well. When there's a new number hit, I'll pull it up. But this is at the Abdul Al-Sayed's rally.
We've entered this phase of the election results tonight where we're just kind of biting our fingernails, kind of watching the results come in. And we're up to 62% now in, and I'm seeing that Abdul's lead is now just down just 0.2 percentage points from where it was before. We're watching like the vote totals just change by these minute margins here and there. It seems like we might be in here for the long haul. How confident or optimistic, pessimistic are you feeling in this moment?
Look, I'm excited. I'm ready. I know the people of Michigan heard our message and believe that. We've held the lead all night, but at the end of the day, it's going to be close. And what matters is how we come together.
Oh, he can roll his R's.
Supporters and Abdul Sayed supporters, as Democrats, we have to unite and take the fight to send Mike Rogers back to Florida.
What is the message that these voters should be asked to unite around? Because this has been an acrimonious primary. There has been a lot of mudslinging here. I mean, it has doesn't help that it's been so nationalized, of course, and all the outside spending has really helped fuel a lot of attack ads, especially.
Another batch came in. He's still holding at 3%.
What is the message that you think would be that uniting message for Democratic voters here in the state to bring together, you know, the Haley Stevens voter with the Abdul supporter?
Yeah, we have our differences, but at the end of the day, as Democrats, there's more that unites us than divide us. We all believe in the need to stand up to Trump's recklessness. We all believe in the need to protect health care, expand Medicare, defend Social Security, protect reproductive freedom. At the end of the day, a lot divided us, but we recognize.
Ooh, numbers coming in.
There are more things that unite us, and we'll be able to do that as a party. It'll definitely take time, and whoever our nominee is.
You got a 3.2% lead.
But I'm confident as a party.
Just under 63% of the vote. He's back up 31,000 votes. No, just under 31,000 votes. About a little over 30,000. We'll put it that way.
Some of the bad feelings linger for
30,294. Nope, 80 something, whatever. Good enough maths.
And those results will come. If you are hoping to hear from Abdul tonight, please stick around. Abdul will be speaking no later than 1 a.m.
1 a.m. Oh, they think he has it? He's going to speak at 1 in the morning.
And if we get a call before then, you'll hear from him sooner, so...
Oh, they think they have it? Yeah, way better feed.
Thanks for your patience, everyone.
All right, so Abdul Al-Sayed's going to speak at 1 a.m. I'm guessing that's 1 a.m. Eastern, so in an hour from now. It's only 11.
Thank you.
Look, it's hot as fuck in there.
We lost our interview there during all of that, but you just heard there over the loudspeaker, and I'm not really sure with the quality of our our microphone. I'm never really sure what it can pick up because I'm not listening to this like John is on the mics.
That was good.
The booing in the crowd is for Mike Rogers, whose face just appeared on the screen because he has been projected the winner here for the Michigan Senate primary. But that was a fait accompli.
Yeah, he ran unopposed. Oh, there you go. So that's what's going on at Abdul Al-Sayed's rally. So he's still holding a 3.2% lead here. 3.2%.
Our benchmarks.
I honestly like the cope is entertaining to me. I don't
certainly
know.
The expectation was Al-Sayed would do well.
We'll definitely cut back to status quo to hear some more from what's going on there.
Statewide.
But the cope is at least entertaining.
2020. Stevens again. The possibility
this is crazy to watch.
This is going to tick up, but
like not even trying. 3.4% lead now. We got new numbers. New
You
numbers.
know, she's getting really having trouble here in Western Michigan. She's really
I kind of like seeing the establishment. I'm wicked. I understand.
Having trouble in Kalamazoo.
I like watching them squirm.
And really having trouble in Grand Rapids, in Kent County, the Grand Rapids area. Well, look at this. Okay.
But I will give us breaks though now because it does give me a headache after a little bit because it's like, brother.
Remember, they came out swinging. We got a ton early. Took a while.
No hype at all for a new generation or anything. Like, there you go. Wow, he said his name.
Wins. He gets 62. The benchmarks.
Wow, are we benchmarking Abdul Al-Sayed finally?
Okay.
Wow. He doesn't even want to.
46
Biden
in 2020.
And how did he do?
Hillary got
we don't care about Hillary. Fuck that.
Something like that.
And look at him. Now look at how he got nearly 20% higher.
This is what she got. And again, we've shown you counties of varying
Haley Stevens.
Small ones in the UP where maybe she's missing by 5. But to miss by this much in a county this big, right? This is like 7% of the vote statewide.
Yeah, she sucks.
The Democratic primary comes out of Kent County, and she got.
The story should be how he fucking dominated all the establishment candidates recently in the same county.
County website,
like by not just a little bit.
Their vote mode buckets.
Why is that not like what they're saying?
That expected vote number goes up, and
I guess it's both. You could both say, look at she's getting cooked, but look at how well he's doing. That compares to previous establishment candidates. But they're not even giving that.
Vote modes are in there.
They're literally not even giving that.
Mail and early.
It's so sad, dude. They're so sad.
Okay. Can I ask? Is there
That's crazy.
Water here?
Can I get more water? How many bottles of water has this man gone through? Do you have to pee yet?
We never.
Holy shit!
We venture out to Washington. Let's. We've been
sweating it all out.
4 hours. I don't know. Are folks fired up for the Washington multi-candidate primary that won't
assign any winners tonight?
Yeah, we do. There are some projected, moving on candidates.
Let's take a look, and then. But I think I just
anybody
think
fired up about mid-ass Washington, basically.
And
Damn.
give you a suggested assignment. Please. Anything you can get us on municipal.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah.
3.4%.
If there's any path for Stevens here, it's to post some big numbers and maybe some surprising or unexpected.
Is there a path? He said it finally.
Parts of Wayne County.
What's the path for Haley Stevens?
Again, there's a lot more to it than Detroit. There's a lot more to it than Detroit and Dearborn.
Right.
And it's in those other places that I'm trying to get a better handle on. The other thing is,
I feel this coat because sometimes when the Vikings used to suck, or like, and then you try to think in your head, okay, well, if we just beat this team and then we beat that team and then this team loses and then this team loses as well and then we need this team to win, then we can be in the playoffs.
Let's see if this gives us something. It does.
Oh
not.
boy.
I was. Sometimes, we did this with Detroit. You can go to the city and find it on their website, but that is not the case.
Am I gonna fire up a Stogie when they announce the winner for sure?
Not, unfortunately, the case there. Let me try one other here.
Calculate the numbers.
Thank you. This might be interesting.
Ready to spark up another one.
Primary election. Here we go. August 4th. No, this.
Damn, dude, I can't believe no hype for Abdul Al Sayed on the mainstream feed.
1 second.
None, dude. Just cope. That's how you know.
We do
they've allocated zero hype for Abdul Al Sayed dominating in places.
We do have a lot of vote from
previous established candidates have won easily, and he's winning harder in those places. And the map and the up too. Like the fact, look at how much he's won up there.
We've got a good mix of both. Yep. Okay, and then.
Calculate the amount of APAC donations subtracted by appearances, costs, wall visits.
Oh.
Times 7.
Oh, come on.
Divided by 6. Steve does math. The stream.
Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm just.
All right. What do we got? All right. What do we got, Steve? What do we got, dude? This is intense. We're all on the edge of our seat.
What's he doing?
Right.
Yeah.
3.4%. 65% of the votes are in. All right. 65% of the votes are in. 3.4% lead. So he's getting close to 490.
For Stevens.
Oh boy. Here we go.
In Genesee, we were showing you Genesee County.
Right. What's the path? Tell us. What's the path to victory?
Pretty big piece of real estate, and we do have some vote right there, but none of that vote that you're looking at.
He's got a 33,000 vote lead.
Is outside of Flint. What you're looking at is outside of Flint. We're not looking at anything from Flint.
Right.
And I think we expect her to do quite well in Flint. So the opportunity for Stevens in Genesee County, right, where we've got, little over 20,000 votes counted, meaning we've got about 40,000 votes left. We have nothing from Flint. So, yeah, just there's an opportunity for Stevens, I think, to get out of Genesee a chunk of votes. Yeah, we'd be talking, I don't know, 5,000 plurality of something like that, maybe. But she's chasing 33,000. One other question I have here is, this is where it gets a little.
But he's winning by too much.
Limitations alive. Is there a chance? I could make a phone call to the decision desk? I don't
Israel.
On the air.
We gotta make. Can we call Israel?
But
we need to call Israel right now.
Okay. Well, let me just.
It's getting fucky. The math ain't mathing now.
You could see everything that's going on right here. You can see there's
the numbers ain't adding up for Stevens.
Which is I've seen Stevens do enough to put herself kind of on the edge of this.
On the edge of what?
Where I'm like, well, she's right there.
Oh, God.
And enough where I think there's a couple of key questions that you see I'm trying to address here.
It's gone fully. He's gotten worse as time has gone on. The glazing for Haley Stevens has gotten worse.
Well, about Macomb and really about.
It's gotten worse as this broadcast has gone on.
So what I'm going to try to do here is.
It started off good, and now it's just full on. Like, how can Haley Stevens overcome this?
You know, when these things, you know,
the
how to
last
characterize these races, how to call
3.5
them.
hours.
It's a team of, you know, of data scientists that we have, and I'm just going to, you know, they do their own thing. They're not in this for publicity and everything.
Who are they with?
I do this
Who
off
pays
the air.
them? Who pays them?
They're going to kill my mic, and I'm going to
call Israel.
Try to talk to them. And then report back to you.
This is crazy.
So, folks, we got a cliffhanger. This is what we watch these for, right? So please don't go anywhere. Maybe Adam, you can tell them if anything is there. Do you got the?
Yeah, tell him, Adam. Tell him, Adam.
Calling now.
Okay.
Call.
Is this mic off? Okay.
What is going on? This is crazy. This is crazy. Are we the only ones watching this coverage? Like, this is wild. Who else is this? Is wicked. No, there's 35,000 people. They're calling Israel. The chat on MSNBC saying the same thing. Get APAC on the phone. Oh, yo. Holy shit, yo. This is crazy. Holy fuck. Who is this mysterious person you were calling? Yo. This is crazy. Oh my god. You gotta make a call Israel and see Israel. We gotta hey, listen. Bibi, hey, we have to call the election. I'm sorry. We call this election. We will bomb Iran tomorrow. Immediately. 3.6%. 3.6%. Nearly 500,000. Oh god, what happened to my? Oh god. Oh, Israel refreshed my page. I didn't ask for that. We tried to hide the election results. That's crazy. Steve's just getting the mail-in bags. That's crazy, yo. This coverage, this needs to be studied. This has been so blatant. America is showing its whole ass in so many directions now. Because we are fundamentally broken. That's what I've been telling you guys. I think we're done. Like, it's done. We're just kind of like in the motion. And that's why, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to give up all hope, and I do support these candidates, and I hope they win, and it looks like they are going to, and maybe they can flip it around. But at the end of the day, I think our whole shit's fucked. And again, we'll figure it out. We'll prevail. Something, but I think this whole system is just done, I think. But we're seeing it all play out every day. It would be like the Trump administration is just so obvious, just the corruption that comes out of it. But a lot of that corruption is done behind closed doors usually. But because Trump's ego is the way it is, and because MAGA thinks they're never going to lose ever again, they're like acting out, and we're able to see things like so clearly. And then now, on the other side of it, because there's an establishment that, you know, supports both parties, or like tries to uphold America's goals and interests, especially with geopolitics or with Israel, obviously, and continuing forever wars. You can see how they're literally crashing out for like the last 3 hours, and it's gotten worse and worse, and they're sweating, and they can't just be, and like there's no hype around Abdul al-Sayed maintaining this lead at all. There's another batch. Batches are coming in, and they're still on the phone. Steve, come back. The batches are hitting. Another batch is hit. Steve, come back. He's up 3.5%. He's up. No hype at all. But so yeah, just like how we see the corruption with Trump and MAGA, like there's still the underlying system that keeps the thing going overall, and that's what you're seeing here and why they're like in panic mode right now. Because these anti-establishment candidates are winning. But we'll see though, because once they get in, we'll see if the system corrupts them and then they become, you know, because that can happen. But we'll see. So you need to try. Like it can't be, you can't have the liberal brain of it or like the establishment mindset of like, oh well, we can't do it because it just would never work without ever trying, without ever even like attempting. And then you just like hand elections to Republicans because they say the Haitians are eating the cats and the dogs and shooting Bud Light fucking cans to own the libs and like obsessing over trans people all day long and blaming them for everything. And like that's it. So that's it. It's like there's an underlying system problem. Yeah, they are. How's the call with Israel going? They're getting they're getting chewed out right now, aren't they? They're getting chewed the fuck out. How could this happen? We spent. Oh, he's coming back. All right, tell us how the phone call went. Steve, who was on the phone? Who did you call?
I thank you. I hope you stayed with me. I appreciate if you did, and I apologize. But we promised you kind of like behind the scenes, and there we are. So yes, I did talk to the decision desk. I'm not, the
decision desk
I'll
in Tel Aviv.
Conversation between me and them. But we're just gonna look. Maybe the best thing to do right now is
cry.
to do kind of a big kind of reset on where we stand. And
a big reset, right?
What the
let's gather our thoughts.
Looks like. It is
right.
12:15 a.m.
Yep.
Right. Polls have been closed now for 4 hours 15 minutes.
So let's
We've
bring it
got
home.
2/3 of the vote in statewide.
Right.
I think that might be a little better pace than Michigan's been on in some of these past primaries. We are at in the big one in Wayne County. We're at just over half the vote in here. Again, they might be a little faster here than they've been in the past, but it is still past midnight right now. We're still at half. So 2/3. El Sayed's margin is sitting there.
When they get to 70 to 75%, do you think they won't call it or what?
Margin over Stevens. We've really seen it hovering in that range, right, for a while now. Maybe it dips just under 3. Maybe it gets up to 4 at some point, but it's really been in that 3 to 4 range.
Yeah, he's maintained the lead the whole time. The whole night he's maintained a lead. The only time he didn't have the lead is when the mail-in ballots came in, and it was like, oh fuck! But that was hours ago now. And then he's maintained the lead the whole time.
I've likened doing elections to the old, Polaroid picture, right? You snap it, you wave it in the air, and you watch that picture slowly kind of come into focus. I mean, this is like the world's slowest Polaroid is what Michigan is tonight.
Is that what it is?
Very, very slowly, but
I'm having a good time.
Incrementally.
I don't have anything else to do.
And so I think the story we've been telling you tonight is kind of the through line we've kind of been following here is that Stevens needs to hit certain benchmarks.
Yeah, we need Stevens to hit that, right? Because you guys wanted to win.
To have a chance to then win it in Wayne County and in Detroit.
But
so what have we, what
does that help her win the election?
I mean, we've been doing our thing here where we show you one county at a time, the benchmarks, using those benchmarks of 2018.
Another batch just came in.
And for 2018 for Whitmer and 2020 for Biden. She has hit them in some places. I think she's missed them a little bit in more places than she's hit them. She's missed them potentially big in Kent County. We showed you this one. Maybe
0.1% there for Haley
County.
Stevens.
We're right now
still got a 3.2% lead.
But we still have more vote to come right there. She really, I think one thing that's emerged is she's really had, that's a bit too big of a circle. She's really had, Stevens, a bad night in Western Michigan. Right? And that's, I think, where we see some of the biggest misses. This is a pretty big miss for her. right? This in Kalamazoo.
Why is it not a big win for Abdul Al-Sayed?
Being a pretty big miss for her.
That's crazy, yo.
We also have
the framing
seen,
of this report.
And again, this is, I don't want to overhype it, but it's not insignificant.
To be fair and balanced about this, you'd say that, but then say, and then this is, look at how well he's performing. He's outperforming
right? You
in these districts
Al-Sayed, I think,
and these
has
counties.
done better here than the progressive lane did against Whitmer in 2018.
He's performing better in some of these counties than Biden and
okay, and why Al-Sayed is sitting here in this position right now, up 3 points and change, 30,000 and change, with about 70% in, and it leaves Stevens with what? As we've been saying, this in Genesee County, might be her biggest, outside of Wayne, is her biggest single source of hope right now. It's where the city of Flint is. You got 40% in that. A little bit more has come in. She's leading it by just under
her source of hope.
Al-Sayed. Can she get a big number, like a monster number out of Flint? Not implausible, given the support.
Did they fix the water in Flint yet, guys?
That we've seen in Detroit and Flint, high black population. This is the second highest concentration of black residents of any county in Michigan. But ultimately, this is a small. It's a big county on the map. It's small compared to Wayne. It's going to produce about a fifth, a sixth of the votes statewide that Wayne is going to.
It's still bad.
So, if Stevens gets a big number out of Flint, if she gets out of Genesee with a double-digit margin, we're talking 4,000 vote plurality extra, 5,000, 3,500 extra additional to what you see right now, plurality out of Genesee County maybe. What would that do? Well, again, that might take off, I say 30,000 and change for Al-Sayed statewide. That might take off the and change. Okay, that's the effect of having a.
So in the end, she still loses.
Left on the map.
She still loses in the end.
Saginaw County,
right?
As we said,
why aren't we saying that?
71% is a good number for Stevens out of there. This is one of the places where I think
we're about to hit 70%. Votes are coming in fast.
Now he's reviewed my note.
You got a 3.2% lead.
And so we are agreed on that. And so it's come around to this point where you're looking at Wayne County and you're looking at a question that's a little different than the one that we posed at the start of the night, where we said at the start of the night, can Stevens hit these sort of benchmarks all around the place to get in a place where Detroit can win this for her, right? Okay, Detroit has largely come and gone. There may be,
you were coping about that earlier.
There are a few more votes left in Detroit, but most of Detroit.
Did you call and ask if there was?
It looks like by just under 30 points. Okay, so it's a big margin for her there. But we thought, looking at Wayne, that would be as good as it gets for her there. Okay, and as you can see, if Detroit is basically done,
back to 3.3% lead
by this margin statewide.
Back up 3.3. New numbers, guys. New numbers.
Question, though, and this is what we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes or hour or so. What we're trying to get a handle on is there outside of Detroit, outside of Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, these are the sort of the cities in Wayne that get the most attention. Again, Dearborn being by far the strongest, for Al-Sayed, Detroit being the strongest for Stevens. Are there other big townships there, cities, municipalities, where Stevens might perform surprisingly well? Okay, because I say that particularly about Wayne because they're so big. There are still so many votes to come out of Wayne County. Like if you just look at the expected vote that's left in our system, let me call that up right now. We still think there are 140,000 votes that are left out of Wayne County. Okay, so Stevens is leading now. It's an 8-point margin in the county right now across everything aggregated together. If in that 140,000 remaining votes, there are some there are some very strong areas for her. Look, if she wins, the math, right? If she wins,
quick math,
140,000 remaining votes. If she wins it by 10 points,
got a big bump for Stevens there.
14,000 additional votes. If she wins it by
still
15
down 3.1
right?
though. So we're fluctuating.
21.
We're fluctuating between 3 to 3.3% lead for Abdul Al-Sayed.
Then apply that statewide.
He's maintaining that. So right now we're down to 3.1.
If she could knock 21, if she could knock 20,000 off, And if she has a big night in Flint, now that 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 in Flint comes in, now you're getting that Al Sayed number maybe under 10,000. We still have vote to come in Macomb, where Stevens has ticked up as the night has come along.
Why doesn't he say that it doesn't?
That combination,
it won't lead her to a
big
total
number
victory.
Out of Flint, additional support, additional numbers for out of Macomb. But it's going to be some kind of. It would have to be some kind of surprise, I think, in Wayne. That is the thing. It's some strength that maybe wasn't, expected ahead of time.
What up, Kalamazoo?
And the other thing is,
How
as
you
we
doing?
say, that's going to offset this a little bit from the Al Sayed standpoint is Ingham County.
Back
the
up
state capital,
3.3.
Lansing, East Lansing, Michigan State
Numbers
University.
update. Numbers
Now
update.
we're
Back
at
up
vote
3.3. Just like that.
2-1 here. Even if this remaining vote is
69.5% in.
I think overall, what's to come is still going to help Al Sayed here, right? So he's got more to come there. And why do I keep hitting Jackson County? This is where I want to keep hitting. And Washtenaw County, where you've got that. I keep talking about it, that we think late vote by mail batch from the city of Ann Arbor.
My numbers batch.
That would be the other thing that I think would need to be a surprise here, right? I'm saying Wayne needs to produce some kind of surprise. I think the other thing that would have to happen maybe would be that vote by mail in Washtenaw being.
Yep, some Wayne County votes.
We say Stevens is doing well with the vote by mail, but in Washtenaw, doing well in the vote by mail is probably only losing.
What
by
up,
a small
Dinosaur,
margin.
over there on Twitch? How you doing?
Win it by a substantial margin. From Ann Arbor, it seems very, unlikely when you just think about what Ann Arbor is politically and sort of the ideological break between these two candidates. It's hard
Ann
to
Arbor,
imagine.
boo.
That's
It's where the
that's
Michigan
kind of thing.
Wolverines
Those are
are
the
from.
places where the big batches of votes are. There are a lot of other
We don't
votes
support
out there.
them.
A lot of that is kind of scattered. You're just kind of going through. These are small counties, but it's still got a third of the vote here, in Roscommon County, we're at 88%. That's actually a fair amount. We took you through Mercado.
Oh, big jump here. We're just past 70%.
I'm giving you ones that actually are pretty complete. But there are still obviously a lot left.
3.5%. This is the biggest lead he's had now.
160,000.
3.5% lead now, 70.5%.
35-40% of what we think is left statewide. That's why I'm saying a surprise. A surprise from Wayne.
70.6.
Wayne, the next biggest piece of it is what's to come in Macomb, where incrementally, Stevens might be able to make some gains there with what's left to come. And then the next biggest piece is Genesee, where again, Flint, she can make gains there. But then
I don't know,
right
Dark
after
Sunday.
that, you got Ingham. And right after
Crazy
that,
glazing
you got
for Haley
Washtenaw.
Stevens, huh?
Those are the
Like
biggest.
crazy glazing.
Right there, if I just take those 20, 45, 81, 142. Yeah. Now we're getting to like 70% of the remaining vote in the state. And then you do get into a lot of counties where there's 1,000 here, 3,200 there, 3,400 there. So, and we did just get something meaningful. What was it?
We got Marquette County.
We did.
Recent one, yeah.
I get to talk about Marquette. Wow. Marquette, home of Northern Michigan University. It is honestly, if I could take a point of personal privilege, one of my favorite places on the planet. We got Marquette all at once. This is like the capital. Think of this as the capital of the UP. Big for the UP, college town. It's complete. I think it's not a surprise Al Sayed won here, but we can show you our benchmarks anyway. Whitmer was 48 here in 2018. Biden got 50 here in 2020. Clinton 36%. But it's just one of those places where you've seen a lot of this tonight, where this isn't the biggest one, but the ones that you say aren't the biggest ones collectively do add up, and you're seeing it again here. 48, 50, 36, right? And this is a college, outdoorsy, it's right on Lake Superior, community. Again, not a surprise. We knew Stevens probably would struggle here, but she would want to be she'd want to be mid-40s. She'd want to be upper 40s. She lands 36. You've heard me say that more than once tonight in a lot of these counties. Let's take a look. Maybe I can show you some other. Was there anything else big that just came in? I know that was about 12,000 votes, so that might have been what. In fact, that was, right? Because that was 2,800, and he went up to, that was basically what just happened there. So that's what just happened outside. I sit here talking about, what the city of Flint could do for Stevens. Could be thousands of votes. Way up in the UP, the city of Marquette, right, just gave Al Sayed
way in the up.
A couple thousand vote plurality over Stevens, right?
So you're saying
I want to just
things are still going bad.
Show you a couple more of these basically completed.
There has not been one point tonight in which, except for that when the mail-ins came in for 2 seconds, and then he immediately took the lead again. Which, by the way, even when the mail-ins came in, he still had the lead. So he still hadn't lost the lead, actually.
Basically completed and of
she has not been in the lead at all tonight.
Ottawa, right? Western Michigan, I took you through that one. Stevens missed, I think, significantly there. Missed a target, I think, significantly there. Let's see. Yeah, I just showed you Marquette's one of them that's decent size. We showed you Bay, where the Stevens number was actually good. See, it's not uniform. That's what's made tonight challenging. You start saying, oh, she missed here, she missed here, she missed here. They add up. Oh, she hit this one. She hit that one. I mean, you are seeing those too. And again, she did for using our use of that Whitmer benchmark from 2018. She she did outperform dramatically Whitmer in Detroit.
Why do you
I think this was.
So you know what that tells me is that there's room for anti-establishment candidates to cook in rural areas where you think is MAGA country, and yes, it can be. But listen, what is this? What is this telling you? Is there isn't Democrats or not Democrats? Well, yeah, if you're running the Democratic Party, this is the analysis this guy is not providing. Is if you don't have to rely on the cities alone to win. Yes, you will need parts of the city for sure, but don't spend all your time there. Branch out into rural areas, and you have to be anti-establishment though, because yes, there will be more right wing there, but there you have more of a opportunity to get them to cross over and vote for an anti-establishment leftist candidate. Actually, they will say they won't, but then when you actually hear their positions, and if you go out and actually talk to people that live in rural areas, as Abdul Al-Sayed did in his campaign, and as you're seeing it reflected on this map, that's the pathway.
Do we have others?
You still have to do well in the city, though. You still got to do well there, but branch out more and spend more time in the rural areas.
Okay. I think Isabella County would be one, right? Yeah, here we go. Isabella County. Okay, Al-Sayed, again, now this is a college county too, but let's just go through it. It was Whitmer. Whitmer got 55% of the vote here. Biden got 48.
Biden. I had a dab.
He missed it, right? So
it was dab. Dab 30, guys.
2 minutes ago. You can see the pattern for yourself. I don't need to tell you what the pattern is. I'm just showing you with these, with these numbers.
Yeah, we're seeing them. 70% of the votes in. Abdul Al-Sayed's got a 3.5% lead.
A little bit more. 52.
Got nearly a 40,000 vote lead.
Whatever just came in Wayne, for what it's worth, small amount.
The vote keeps getting.
Was good for Al-Sayed because it was.
Yeah, say it finally. Wow.
Margin. Now it's.
He's getting closer. He's getting closer, huh?
So.
Yeah, he might even win, huh? Why don't you say that?
The sort of call it the Wayne surprise scenario that might lift Stevens here is she got.
You gave us the Cope scenario.
Winning substantially. What's left in Wayne? Now I think
you gave us the. You gave us.
Maybe a more friendly.
Haley Stevens approved line messaging.
Small, but.
And now he's getting closer and closer as that Wayne County gap gets closer.
71%.
As I said hours ago, because that's what's been happening.
Nearly 37,000 for Al-Sayed.
I truly feel like I live in people that just can't.
3.4 points
over
Stevens. And
3.4%, so still staying within that margin.
Nothing new in
new numbers here, 70.6.
More. Saginaw sitting at 75%, right? Adam, I'm going to take water. What do you have?
He needs more water.
I was looking a little bit around Wayne County, just trying to figure out, what's still going on in those outstanding municipalities. It did look like Dearborn was done.
All right, let's check in on the vibes at Abdul. Oh, JT's drinking water, fair and balanced.
When we're on the ground like this, it depends on the day, but Like today, I've had one meal and then that slice of pizza. Yeah. But that's pretty typical. And then the water is just like whatever I can get my hands on, whenever I can get my hands on it.
It'd be like that. So, JT's thirsty, Steve's thirsty.
There's still a few.
Everyone, I'll drink water too. Everyone drink water. Water break.
In Wayne there that, we're missing a good amount of voting.
Yeah, no, and that Livonia is a important one because I think that is a place. If you're Stevens and you're looking for a big number somewhere,
I hope it doesn't take till 4 a.m.
That's useful because if you're looking for that number, that's I think top of the list of where you're going to look. In
that would
County,
be super buns.
And you don't have that yet. What did Dearborn land at as the final result?
Hit the like and subscribe though if you guys haven't. If you're watching on Twitch, follow. If you're on YouTube, I do have a Twitch and I am live on Twitch if you guys want to watch there.
So LC had 7720 in Dearborn.
Just being honest, I gotta maintain 75 viewers or more to get partner on there, and we're doing well.
So yeah,
we got 84 people over there tuned in. I appreciate you.
Heights by any chance?
But I gotta maintain 75 viewers for like a week or something.
Looked on their website, but let me take a look.
Gotta hit
sorry, I'm just checking my own.
Hit the checklist of paths to partnership on Twitch. Well, we got a 3.4% lead still.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're just we're
just waiting for
We're waiting.
Currently, 87-12 without the mail vote.
And it was without them. Okay, yeah, because it was closer there. He got 64 in Dearborn and 52 in Dearborn Heights, 75 in Hamtramck. This was 2018. Yeah, Canton, Plymouth. So it's
I can't believe you can't even provide even just a little excitement for Abdul Al Sayed.
That's the reality. It's kind of blip by blip in Wayne.
And then
County.
The fact that she said that she's the underdog. Shut up.
What I've told you.
Oh
for
my
the
God.
big outstanding
I feel like
places,
I'm the underdog in this race, really.
And see
with the backing of billionaires and the corporations and Israel,
raw expected vote
and the establishment of the party, really.
Yep. Yeah. It's Wayne, Genesee. There's Macomb, Ingham.
Yeah, 70 million. Was it like 40 to 70 $million underdog? Right, my ass.
What do we make of this in terms of a benchmark? Because we think we're going to get about 25,000 votes out of here, decent size, and yeah, this one. Okay, Whitmer got 50.2% here. This was and Biden got 54. In Muskegon. So yeah, I mean, again, based on how this is going, I think this would be likely good for Al Sayed. Again, a 25,000 vote. If you were to win it by 10 points, he nets 2,500 votes, right? If let's say there's 20,000 votes, let's say there's 22,500, and he wins it by 10, 2,250. He nets 2,250. That would climb. Now he'd be at north of 39,000. That's what a county like that could do if it, just based on how it went in these past elections and what we're seeing everywhere else. I think that's the expectation for a county like that. Do we have more? Yes, we're inching up in Saginaw. How many votes do we think?
Thank you, Clastum, for subbing with Prime.
Not many, huh? There it is. We think 6,500.
We got 3.4%. Yep, 3.4%, 70.5%.
Left if Stevens
the votes are in
by 15 points. If we don't know the vote type, 6,500, 650, it'd be 1,000 votes. She'd net another 1,000 votes out of Saginaw, right? I mean, if she got 1,000 votes, nets 1,000. We took you through Genesee next door. Maybe she could get a couple thousand more. Maybe. Flint, this is a big one. Wait, I know that's a big one. This is a big one too. Macomb.
Yeah. Not looking good for her there.
She's
down 10 points.
Ask this, Adam. We think there's about 59,000 votes left in Macomb. Sorry, what do we know about the
You dropped your cap.
How is the vote by mail breaking, and how many are left? How is the election day breaking? How many are left?
So Currently in our tracker, we have 14,000 election day votes expected remaining.
Maths.
They're currently breaking 6334 for El Sayed.
Yep. So at that rate, he would net 4,200 more if it's at that clip. Okay.
And then the mail vote, 44,000 expected remaining. And those are currently breaking 6332 for Stevens.
She's winning them by 30.
Deflated.
44, 8, 12, 13,200. So if you use those, okay, this is it.
All right. What is it? Give it to us,
Al-Sayed
Steve.
is leading right now in Macomb County,
Right.
54-66.
Yep. Okay.
If we just extrapolate.
If Johnny extrapolate, yep. If he has 7 apples.
Extrapolate from what Adam just said, then
And Susie
from the
has
remaining election
is
day,
4.
Al-Sayed gets a plurality, an
Right.
additional plurality from that batch of 4,200. Stevens, from the much larger batch of vote by mail,
Right.
gets a plurality of 13,200.
Right.
A difference of 9,000 for Stevens. So then at 54-66, right, that would be 35-34. She would end up winning the county by 3,534 votes.
If
that were to happen. But
if our projections for Stevens are
where
true,
things are now to the finish line,
it's not looking
she would
good.
be netting an additional. She would have a net plurality of 9,000 votes. So that, if she were to
Thank you, Masela, for the 10.
Right? 9,000. She'd knock that down to 28.
Right.
Right.
Does that? What does that do
Saginaw,
then?
She might be able to get it down to
Yep.
27.
You got to subtract from Abdul.
1,000. In Flint, if you
Right.
said 4,000, she gets it down to 23.
Right.
Now,
And then what?
That has to be countered by, we showed you. We think Muskegon, maybe Al-Sayed wins that by about 2,250. That puts him back up to 25.
So he gets more.
We still have a lot of votes to come. This is I don't know the dagger, but this is a real bad thing if you're Stevens. Ingham has still got a ton left. 25,000 left in Ingham.
Yep.
And I mean, just conservatively, if you said
20-point
margin for Al-Sayed. With 25,000 left, that would be a 5,000 plurality for him.
Yep.
That would put him back up to 3,000.
Wow. So he's getting more then,
Just
even
working
more.
through those counties,
Even more votes
working
then.
through,
Wow.
Through Macomb.
So
through
you're not. I thought we were
Saginaw,
subtracting votes
through
from him.
Flint, what else is left? That's big here. And then
what?
Washtenaw.
Then
you're looking at,
then what?
I mean, you got 20,000. We think 20,000 votes left in Washtenaw. I say, is there somehow Stevens pulls a rabbit out of the hat with the late
rabbit out of the hat?
She might need to.
She might need to. That was a good one, Steve. Finally, there you go.
20,000
There you
left
go.
in Oakland.
Join the dark side.
Stevens
Start
has
cooking
been doing
her.
well with that. Maybe she wins with what's left. By
She's
10
got to
points.
pull the rabbit out of the hat.
That'd be 2,000, right?
Right.
So knock it down to 20. Okay, we just got in.
Right.
2,800. I mean, you just see she's still in that.
New numbers.
High 20s, 30
New numbers.
range going through all that. That's not Wayne, but that's a lot of other stuff. What just came in?
It hasn't changed. He's still winning. It's 3.4%.
3,000 votes. She wins.
Oh, another big batch. Things haven't changed, but Morrow netted 0.1%.
Just got a Wayne update.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Big update.
6,000 votes.
Is it in the system here?
Big updates.
Yes, that just went in there.
Okay.
Morrow with 4% of the vote is wicked.
El Sayed gets 49%.
Damn.
Of that. Stevens gets 47.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, it's just.
It's just simple math, right? He wins, right?
Again, it's just that's not by itself a horrible number for Stevens. It's about even between them. But again, Wayne is where she needs to be.
I forgot. How is this? How could we? What does she
Updates
need?
in Wayne that she's winning by substantial margins,
right?
Because that's where the most votes are that's left by far is Wayne County.
Definitely.
And so all the math. Again, we just
all the math.
To zoom this out statewide. Just kind of doing very, very, very rough, unofficial, non-decision desk approved math in,
non-decision desk approved
here,
math.
These sort of big, substantial places where vote is to come.
Non-Israel approved math.
Through some pretty friendly calculations for Stevens.
Decision desk is the code name for
30,000
Israel.
or so votes short, 25, 30. And there's other places on this map too that could help her. But it just underscores the importance of those updates from Wayne. When you get a big batch of votes, when you get a municipality from Wayne, if you were Stevens, it underscores the importance. avoiding those big, start taking chunks out, thousands.
We're at 72%. 72%.
This is, she's close. She's been close all night, but she has been stuck at this sort of, 3-point or so, margin now for a long time. I know we had limited polling in this race. I think there was a poll that showed we just got something huge.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, we just got a couple updates.
Yeah.
So we got Macomb with 18,000 votes. We got Kent with 4,000.
Oh, he won, but he's gonna win Macomb.
Okay.
Oh.
And another Wayne, 4,000.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I do want to just kind of clarify.
God damn.
We say Kent is done, and now we say
it's done.
A couple thousand more came in.
He won by nearly double.
Put it at 95% on here when the decision gets
nearly double.
95%. It usually means they think it's done, but they want to check.
Right.
And
we gotta. Yeah.
Sometimes when
we just need.
There were more, but now
7,000.
Where we are. It marginally brought Stevens up, but only to 35%. Again, we talked about her needing like in the 40s. I'm sorry, what else came in there, you said?
What happened?
And Kent still says
back down to 3.1.
So
74% in. It's like we're getting there.
More. Okay. Macomb was the biggest one in that one, 18,000 votes.
Okay, and can I say, by the way, that the fact that we keep getting more and more out of Kent, high turnout. Right. High turnout in a
big numbers.
Pro Al Sayed place.
Right. And that's, I mean,
Macomb. We're
kind of seeing it.
Categorize the vote that we got. It was clearly good for Stevens.
Yeah, she wins that batch. Let's see. She gets 57%, and El Sayed gets 39%.
And how much was it?
18,000.
18,000, and we said we thought that 44,000 vote by mail. We said before this that 44,000 vote by mail were left.
Mm-hmm.
So this got to be vote by mail, obviously. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean it still says happen for vote by mail.
It's happen.
Well, no.
Yeah, I mean that would leave 26,000.
Right. Yep.
Right. 20. But now it evens out a little bit. Sorry, I'll go back to statewide, but I think that's useful information on Macomb. That would leave 26,000 vote by mail, give or take, out of Macomb, 14,000 election day. So
we've seen so many numbers. 74.1 in.
Are you able to update?
Still maintaining a 3.1% lead. Another 0.1% just came in, new batch. Hype train complete. Thank you for the hype train, you guys.
63-32 for Stevens.
Stays level. So that the math that we did in Macomb,
Beasley viewer 20, thank you.
The vote by mail, the math.
Thank you to everybody that came over to Twitch.
Still stands in terms of that. Stevens being on pace. Remember, we were showing you how if each county, if we were kind of extrapolating it, we said Stevens being on pace to get that 9,000 net from where we were. That's on pace with what we showed you. I just see it changed again. What did we get?
We got another Wayne County update, another 7,000 votes. Stevens gets, trying to pull it up, 54% to 43%.
Okay, I have 7,000 votes.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's, yeah, so that nets out to 500 and change plurality for
3% lead.
She needs to. So that brings it down over 35,000.
This guy is he's a heavy side.
And I'll just
oh boy, they're going through it.
Keep looking at this because there might be a few in here that offer. Yeah, Allegan County, we have a fair amount left in, but it's dead even there right now.
They're saying it's 75% in on the screen.
That's tiny. What happened in?
What happened?
Yeah, I think that's a little telling, isn't it? Let me make sure. Yeah. What was the number?
I also gave you a message.
Oh, thank you. I felt my phone vibrate. So, all right, maybe we'll publish afterwards our back and forth.
Yes, I would love nothing more.
We'll put that out.
No thanks. We don't need that.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Great.
Okay. It wasn't. It had nothing to do with the results. Actually, that was a behind the scenes. What's the word here? Technical kind of thing. Okay.
When we get the phone call you had?
St. Clair, another 400. Oh, we just got another 7,000.
Another update.
Oh, they're coming in fast and furious. What do we got?
She nets a couple hundred votes there. She wins that batch 52 to 45.
So 270.
Another batch. Batches are coming in.
7,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2.9.
Between the last two
2.9%.
Again, just to put in perspective.
Dipped under 3.
To put in perspective what just happened, right?
Number update, y'all. Number update.
7,000 vote updates from Wayne County.
75.3% is in. 2.9.
What that has the effect of doing is knocking this number down statewide about 1,000 votes. What just came in from those two updates. So 33,460. Now it is inside now 3 points. It's 2.9 points. We do have. We'll keep a running tally of this. We now think there's about 114,000 votes that are left. I'll put these up on the screen for you. Maybe that's the way to do it. 114K, that's a K. We think 114,000 votes are left out of Wayne County. The second biggest source of votes we think that's left is right here, Macomb County, 41,000. Then would be Genesee. We think, roughly here, these are rough numbers. We think about 36,000 votes left to come out of Genesee. Genesee is Flint, okay? Ingham County, right, state capital, in Michigan State, 25,000. We think 25,000 are going to come out of there. We told you about Muskegon, where we got nothing so far. We think 23,000 are going to come out of Muskegon. Oakland, we still have. Again, these are rough. We think maybe about 20,000 that are left in Oakland County. We did get it. Looks like we got another Washtenaw update a few minutes ago. Can you look into that? Because we think now 14,000 left in Washtenaw. But, 114, 155, 191, 205, 230. So that's 200.
I had a friend in the Army from Muskegon.
1,000 votes in the places, outstanding votes in the places I just showed you. That's the lion's share, of what's left.
75.4% of the vote, 2.9%.
That's the lion's share of it. Do you have Washtenaw?
Yeah, that came in while we were doing Macomb a few minutes ago. That was an El Sayed friendly bunch. It was about 6,000 votes, and he wins it 48 to 47.
He won 48, 47. So we think this is probably vote by mail.
Yes.
Right. So that's a great illustration. Okay, that's actually a really good illustration. What just happened? If we got a vote by mail batch, right, from Washtenaw County, where we keep hyping this, I don't know, will it be mythical, late drop of vote by mail in Ann Arbor, and oh yes, Stevens does great with the vote by mail, but maybe in the super liberal college town where we expect El Sayed to be cleaning up, maybe doing great means just not losing it by that much. Well, look at that. In Washtenaw, not that batch of votes, but out of
doing great is not losing it by that much. Wow.
Yeah, it's basically a tie. Right?
Jesus,
and
brother.
so if it moves, okay, right? Like, so if that big final batch out of Washtenaw, out of Ann Arbor is a tie, it doesn't do anything for her. It doesn't move her forward or back. If Ann Arbor is to the left, I mean, Washtenaw is a very liberal county, but if if Ann Arbor, University of Michigan town, is to the left of the county as a whole, then maybe that last batch.
Those University of Michigan communists.
Maybe the last batch out of Ann Arbor is to the left and is actually.
There you go, another 0.1% for McMorrow.
Been setting a lot of hype around this final, potentially final vote by mail drop out of Ann Arbor. But again, this is kind of what the map looks like right now in terms of where the outstanding vote is. There is 11,000 out of Kalamazoo left, but Kalamazoo is looking so far looking very good for Al Sayed. As part of the story tonight has been Western Michigan. I think it's a really interesting story. The growth that's been there, the young population, and there were some signs of this if you looked at past primaries. 2018, for instance. And it's
hey,
really,
Bendy, thank you for being a member for 44 months.
Progressive standpoint for them, it's really come to fruition in those numbers tonight. Whatever else, kind of happens statewide. did I tell you? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could say Saginaw, maybe 6,000 votes there. That's a 6. Maybe we'll get a thinner marker, but maybe you probably couldn't see it then. That's everything, almost everything that's, there are a few, okay. Allegan County, we got 8,000 left in Allegan. We got about 8,000 left here, but that's an 8. But the so far the vote in Allegan County has been dead even. So no clear advantage in terms of what's left there. We got 8,000 left in 8,000 left in Calhoun County. That's I don't want to ruin my artwork by clicking in a county, but maybe I'll do it this way.
We got numbers. We got numbers here.
Calhoun County, Stevens has been winning it by about 5 points. So if that holds, she would net 400 more out of that.
2.8%.
Monroe County, she's been winning by about 10. We have about 3,400, so she could not net
2.8% lead.
I'm seeing a lot of counties that are in this
75.7.
3,400 left. She's leading by 10.
Abdul Al-Sayed's supposed to speak here.
Left. Well, that one's even.
Status Quo's going to have the coverage.
Yeah, oh, boy, you know what? They're just these western Michigan counties.
Right, let's take a break from the Stevens Cope. Here's the vibes at Abdul Al-Sayed.
Looking at results coming in here sent to me from Jordan Sheridan. Stevens only winning Oakland County, which is her home county that she represents in Congress. She's only winning it by 5% at the moment. Not the showing you want to see. It seems like the election night screen is being raised up, meaning we're going to stop watching the results here. The music dying down. Seems like since Stevens is now done talking, it seems like that means we're about to get Abdul to come out here and speak.
Stevens spoke. Did I miss it? Wait, did Haley Stevens speak? Whoa, shit. Did we miss that? I don't think so yet, right? It was blah. Shit. She just finished? What did she say? What did she speak?
What's up, you? Sharif, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, JT. What's up, brother? Hey, John. Nice to meet you. Yeah, what's up, man? JT.
What's up, guys?
What's your name? Sorry?
Sebastian.
Sebastian. Yeah. Nice to meet you, JT.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
We are still waiting on results from Detroit. We got Keith Williams in the House, the chair of the Michigan Democratic Party Black Caucus. And Keith knows we're also still waiting on results from Flint, Muskegon County, Macomb County. But friends, I am feeling good about this race. I am feeling fired up, and you should be too. But I want to talk about the stakes of the...
Okay, I guess there's more. But there you go. I mean, that's it, right? If there's more, damn it. About a minute. We're not going to know the results for a little while. I mean, that's good enough, right? So now Abdul Al-Sayed's going to speak. So her message is, hold on. Hold on. We got to wait for more results. At least we get a little bit of a break from the he is stressed.
Before Abdul speaks, he promised to come out by 1 a.m. It is now 12:58 in the morning. If you are still with us, my hat is off to you. In fact, our audience has only grown here across the night. And
that's the only video of it so far.
To all of you who have been with us through this coverage,
does she not use social media?
It's truly humbling that so many of you turned to us for your news and your coverage here tonight. We're the leading
hey,
outlet. We're expecting Abdul to come out right now, and I'll
status good news, guys.
So you can listen in.
It is now my great honor to introduce the man of the hour, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed.
Coming out to Tupac is amazing. That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same.
All right, y'all. Money out of? Money in your? Money cared for? All right, y'all. Look, I wish I could tell you that I was declaring victory right about now. Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan. It's a big state. But I will tell you this. I want you just to reflect on what that means. Right now, we are on track to vastly outvote the historical numbers that we should have expected. And that tells you about the kind of movement that we were able to inspire. Movement that kicked off 15 months ago, traveling the state up and down, spending time in churches in Detroit and living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in Escanaba, backyards in Grand Rapids, sometimes in rooms of 2 or 3, sometimes in rooms of 2,000 or 3,000. And across that movement that we built, there was an inspiration in the idea that we could take our government back. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, instead of government of the corporations, by the special interests. And because you had the audacity to believe in that, you know that the billionaires, the corporations, and the special interests, they weren't going to give up lightly. We all knew they were going to spend their money. We didn't know they were going to spend $70 million of their money.
That's a lot of money.
We didn't know that they were going to outspend us $11 to $1. And yet we're still standing. They want to tell us that here in Michigan, we're a purple state. That somehow everybody walks around wondering, I wonder where I stand on the left-right spectrum. When really, up and down the state, what you hear is, I wonder how I can afford my rent. I wonder how I can afford my groceries. I don't know what will happen if I get sick because I can't afford my deductible. We are not a purple state. We are a state in need of a movement to take our back. And despite their spending, despite their lies, told in ad after ad after ad after ad on TV, we're walking into the rest of this evening with a 3-point lead. So as folks ask, if and when we win this race, how are you going to beat Mike Rogers and their money? I want you to remind them that if we come through this, when we come through this, inshallah, that we'll have taken $70 million on the chin and kept fighting back.
What a goat.
But I also want to speak to this moment. We've got 13 weeks to defeat Mike Rogers. And however we might feel about the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the corporatism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so to all... And so to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate. And I'm going to ask, as we think about where we go from here, always magnanimity in victory. So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, no. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight. And so, Mike, and I know you're listening, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
We are coming for you.
Ooh, shit. Hell yeah.
I was in med school while Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy.
I like how he's using his time to go after Mike Rogers and not Haley Stevens,
from a
actually.
Pharmaceutical lobbyist, he didn't want to cash.
That's a sign of how good of a leader he is.
He sent our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know. If it looks like a duck,
sounds like a
walks
duck,
like a duck, smells like a duck, how am I supposed to know what to do?
Smells like one is crazy.
So look, forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them to raise our prescription drug prices. I just thought that you just got into business. After all, you haven't really explained how you made $14 million golfing in Florida. Unless it was trading on all the government relationships you built when you were in Congress. So I don't know, maybe 14 million wasn't enough. You gotta come back, get some more relationships and trade on them too? This is a guy who has never seen a check from a corporation he did not want to corrupt himself with.
Ooh. Get his ass. Get his ass. Let's go. That's the shit we need.
He wants to be from.
Ooh.
On the one hand, he was from the neocon era that had us fighting unnecessary wars in Iraq, swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump, then went to Mar-a-Lago when he decided to run for Senate the first time, and licked all the boots until he finally got that Trump endorsement.
That's not the only thing he licked. That for sure is not the only thing he licked.
So he's both the worst of the neocon era and the worst of the MAGA era. And I just think that's the worst of all.
Yeah, literally.
Because at least you should know who you are.
Right.
But I promise you, Mike, by the time we are done with you, all of Michigan is going to know who you are.
Ooh, I love that. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Republicans will say, that was violence. This is a call for violence.
You are a corporate sellout who's not a pharma lobbyist, but really, really might want to be one someday. Who voted to raise our prescription drug prices. Who supported wars we don't need to fight. Who tried to shut down our bridges. Who wants to stand in the way of our unions. Who should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate.
Let's go.
So friends, we're going to have to wait a little longer to see the outcome of this race. But as I look in front of me,
we do have new numbers.
Of this campaign. A community of people who came
49.2% to 46.9%. Numbers are refreshed here.
What this government was supposed to be in the first place. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And
9.3 or a 2.3% lead.
In the long arc of our history, it's hard not to reflect on the fact that we just commemorated 250 years. And we all know those 250 years weren't perfect. We all know that a lot of that history was built on a set of foundational errors. And at the same time, I can't help but appreciate the fact that I know what America gave me. America is an incredible place. I used to live the contrapositive of the life I was supposed to live when I spent summers in Egypt. I crossed
back down to 2.2, guys. New update.
And 10 years difference in life expectancy. But for the accident of being born here, I got the opportunity to get vaccinated against diseases that killed 2 of my aunts and uncles. All right?
We got a 26,000 vote lead.
I got to go to amazing public schools. I got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by the NIH. And at the same time, growing up just 15 minutes away from me, children whose families had been here far longer than mine, who never got those same opportunities. America can do glorious things, but to love America isn't just to dress up in some colors and pretend that everything's fine. To love America is to will America to do the hard work of being better. If you love America, you want America to be America for all of her kids. And as I think about those past 250 years, those errors, slavery, Jim Crow, the fact that this country was built without giving women equal access to citizenship for years, continued discrimination against people. The thing our country has always done better than anyone else is that we've been able to look those failures in the eye and correct them. It's not because we ignore our challenges. The greatness of America is the ability to see those challenges and fix them. And 250 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement. We live in an era of historical inequality, in an era where union participation is near an all-time low, but the number of billionaires has never been higher. An era where schools continue to carry the consequences of historical segregation. An era where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are.
Damn.
We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250.
Exactly. Exactly.
And to do that, it's going to need
2.1% lead here.
of the people, by the people,
Steven's having a little bit of a catch-up right now.
purpose
Update, 80% though.
that we face. Those movements have never been more important than they are right now. I look in front of me.
He's got a 2.1% lead.
Of colors, all kinds of stories coming together around the idea that we can have nice things, we just can't do it alone. That to have them, we're going to need to reach across the divides they tell us we can't breach. Divides of race, of faith, of geography, of sexual orientation, gender identity, to build together what we want to hand off to our kids and our grandkids.
Another point lead. 1.9%.
I've had the privilege of being a part of that movement with all of you. And so as
I shouldn't say a point lead, another 0.1% for Haley Stevens.
Shoulder in the work to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers, we defeat and send a blow to Trumpism, and we do the work of building that next 250 years that all of us deserve, because at some point, whether you know them or you don't, the future will ask you, what did you do in this moment? For me, it looks like two little girls, ethnically half Indian like their mom, ethnically half Egyptian like me, 100% American. And I want to tell them, when they ask, that I got to work with so many incredible people who believed in the best of America, so that we could hand it off to them and all of their kids and grandkids. Ask yourself what we could be if we treated all our kids like they were all our kids. Ask yourself what it would mean when it comes to where we spend our tax dollars, about the schools we build, the health care we provide, the opportunities we would want. And for the next 13 weeks, and the next 6 years after that, I'm asking you to join me in helping to build that America. So with that, we should know who the victor will be tomorrow. And the work starts anew. And so for one last time for this primary, money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let's go win. Thank you so much.
All right, back down to 2%. Back down. Update. If you guys want to continue watching more from Status Quo, we'll check in, but they're live. They're going to be live there as long as the event goes on. Are you going to be in there all night?
Hopefully people can hear me over this.
Finally got some good energy, because this energy here has been just cope. We're up 1.8%. 1.8% for Abdul El Sayed here.
So just to, again, we think now, with that update Adam just gave you from Wayne, you know, we think
close.
there are 95,000 votes left in Wayne County, okay? We think the second biggest
got a 22,000 vote lead. He's still maintaining about that same vote difference.
In Macomb, okay? And I want to pause on Macomb because a while ago, we looked at the remaining vote there. There was obviously a lot more, and it was heavily imbalanced. It was heavily vote by mail left with some election day.
Yeah, it's coming down to a nail biter here.
Come in since then has been vote by mail.
Serious nail biter.
It's why Stevens has the lead now. The color flipped there in Macomb a while ago. Okay, it's been very pro. But
hey, quickly, if you guys could become a member of the channel or support some way, I appreciate you. We're going for over 5 hours. If not, just hit the like button and subscribe. But I do my own content as well.
Does that, and the way the vote by mail and the election day have been running in Macomb,
which costs money. It's been costly this month traveling around the country. So I appreciate all my members.
Macomb, they cancel each other out. But I want to be careful
that chooses to support.
Because right next door in Oakland, that update we just got a minute ago, a very good update for Stevens, was, you know, we had, our system was telling us that's election day vote that's left. And that last big update went 61-35 for Stevens. Okay, so
thank you, Eric,
that vote
for becoming
by mail,
a member.
We've gotten 3 or 4 successive updates here. It's been as pro Stevens as we've been expecting all night. If the remaining vote by mail here just continues that pattern, but the remaining what's coded as election day vote doesn't, that's a big batch of votes there. 15,000 votes.
Haley kind of having a resurgence here in the bottom of the 6th.
Again, she's now in a position 22,800. Did we just get a little bit more?
Taking a look.
1.8%
Small. We got another 1,000 Saginaw and another 200 Van Buren.
How does Saginaw break?
59% for Stevens, El Sayed 34.
Yeah, so getting close there. That's about what we thought. Genesee, we're at about 60. But yeah, boy. Again, this is the kind of guessing game we're left playing the way this is. If that remaining Macomb, I'll call Macomb.
Another update.
Right? Okay. If right now we think there's about
81.8%, still the same.
Vote by mail.
1.8%.
Right. And 14,000 of what our system.
282,000 votes to go.
Day, okay, right? And we've been seeing in Macomb County that the mail's been running about plus 30. Stevens.
Thank you, Chris Rogers, for the 200 joules.
That would cancel each other out. And basically what you're seeing in Macomb now is what it would be. But again,
82% is in, guys.
Getting me thinking here.
82% of the vote is in. We got 280,000 to go.
As election day vote,
he's up 1.8%.
Like that vote we just got from Oakland at the very end there, and is pro Stevens, right? It was 26
little Stevens,
pro Stevens, what we just saw.
Stevens resurgence here in the,
like this
in
is
the,
an
in the
if.
final hours.
Non-decision desk approved, but this is just, if it ends up looking like this, then that remaining mail, okay, at 15,000, would net a new plurality for Stevens of about 4,500, okay? But then that would also be that'd be over 4,000 votes for Stevens there too. That would net her like an additional plurality of about 8,000 votes out of Macomb. That would be more than a third of what she, this is a huge if. This is just, we are left with this kind of speculation just given how everything that you've been seeing tonight. I don't need to explain it. Everything that you've been seeing tonight, all these blind spots we're operating with. But what we just saw in Oakland, to me, raises a question about what's still to come here in Macomb. And if what's to come in Macomb defies our expectations and our classifications, and that can happen.
Yeah, that's really close.
Big batch of votes right there. Where Stevens has made some gains there in Wayne. We said she needed to make big gains, big strides in Wayne. We just saw her make one a second ago. And the other thing we've been seeing, let's see here.
We just got another Kent update.
Yeah.
1,500
numbers.
Votes. El Sayed, 54%. Stevens, 41%.
Okay, so 1,500. I mean, that's about 160 votes.
We were caught up now.
Plurality.
I already told you guys that. We got to 82%.
Look at their
website. He's still holding at 1.8% lead.
22,985. That must, that's a lot of that is what Adam just said from Kent County.
We do
another
have
batch just
on the
came
Kent
in.
County website. They say election day
remains
fully
the same.
reported.
The
Early
lead remains
vote
the
fully
same, but we
reported.
do have new numbers.
Still waiting.
82.1%.
Kent County.
Whoa.
No change.
How much?
I mean, I'm very hesitant to guess at this point because we've been saying Kent County is all in for quite some time.
I know what this must be like, folks.
I would hope.
Fun? Yeah.
It looks like the place that is partially reported is Grand Rapids.
Yeah.
So Grand Rapids mail, which I remember seeing before.
Oh, wait.
Was fairly friendly for
The party's ending, huh?
These permutations and
much to me, and it means so much to our team here, and I really appreciate.
Guys, make sure you go support Status Coup as well.
Statuscoup.com/join. Help cover those thousands of dollars.
Yep, it costs a lot, dude. I don't really ask for support as much as I
essentially
should.
30,000 votes off the board, and nobody gets any advantage from it. But if
it costs a
there's
lot
a
of money,
chance
Jordan. I don't know how
Stevens
Jordan affords everything.
Boost, a real big boost out of
a
that.
lot of us
that's
to work
a big
too.
chunk, and we think she's going to win half that big chunk by 30 points. That's why I'm saying this.
Yep.
124, 151, 173, 180. I mean, yeah. Look, there are 6 counties left in the state of Michigan where there's at least 10,000 votes remaining. There's only 6 counties left. They are Wayne, where there's 95,000, Macomb, that we've been talking about, where there's that 29,000, Genesee, where we think there's
82.2%.
27,000. 21,000. Okay, Ingham, where we think there's 22,000. Washtenaw, where we think there's 14,000, and Oakland, where we think there's 14,000. Now, I told you why I think this is a big wild card, and I think in the context of these numbers you can see why, because outside of Wayne, that's the biggest source of votes. The interesting thing that we've seen with Adam about the vote by mail, Ingham and Washtenaw are the two big El Sayed places left with more than 10,000 votes to be counted. Okay, we think that those votes that are to be counted are vote by mail, and the vote by mail in Ingham is running about even right now. So you're looking at that and you're saying, okay, there's 22,000 votes left here. It's El Sayed country. Well, if the vote by mail is even, this is what if, but what if nobody benefits from that, okay? Washtenaw, the vote by mail was running even there in the last update. There's that added complexity of if it's Ann Arbor, this is a bigger if, but what if the vote by mail is a wash there, right? Okay, so now the two big pro-Al Sayed places left with more than 10,000 votes, now they've been neutralized by Stevens, is what I'm saying. This is if. And then you've got, 27,000 left here in Genesee. This is Flint. This is breaking. This is, a place where, again,
you think Wayne County's going to pull them through?
I don't know. You could probably still get about 3,000 vote plurality here. Rough. We've been talking about Wayne, where it's, she needs big updates. She got a good one a minute ago. There's many more to come at 95,000. And then I'm looking at
Peaceful Sleepers.
Oakland with 14,000. We think 14,000 left in Oakland still, or was the system slow updating that?
Yeah, let me take a look. It looks like 14,000 still.
Okay, 14,000, and not quite sure. Can you tell what they're coded as in there? This could be a red herring, as we've seen, but is red herring the right word?
Yeah, election day, 18,000.
Okay, but remember the last time we had coded vote as election day here in Oakland, I said, oh my goodness, this is, but it ended up breaking 26 points for Stevens. So if this 14,000 breaks for Stevens, okay, if these are neutralized, if she gets a big number out of Genesee County, okay, 3,000, 7, I'll tell you, yeah.
We just got updates in Midland and Kalamazoo.
Yeah.
Another 4,000 votes out of Midland. She nets a few in Kalamazoo, 1,000, and he nets a few there.
Okay, we got where's the? I don't need the benchmarks anymore. We're not in benchmark territory anymore.
We don't need that.
I like that game.
Okay.
We don't need the benchmarks.
And Kalamazoo, we think is. How do I keep doing that? Kalamazoo, we think is basically complete. Okay, yeah, we went through this. So, 22. It comes back down to what I was just saying a minute ago, where like the big variables here are when we get remaining mail in these two places. Are they neutral?
Hey, appreciate that, Zane.
Or
thank you for the support.
Al Sayed could really use a boost here.
Glad you found me by accident.
So is the remaining mail in Washtenaw or Ingham? These are big Al Sayed counties, but the vote by mail is Stevens friendly. We've seen updates of the vote by mail in these places that have been breaking about even. If they are even, then you've got two big chunks here left on the map that are El Sayed overall, but he doesn't get any benefit from them, right? And then, like I said, what if this Oakland, like the last update that just came there that was coded as election day, what if that breaks for Stevens? She won the last one by 26 points. What if she wins another one by say 25 points? That would be a 3,500 vote net plurality for her. We said maybe she could get 3,000 more plurality out of Genesee County.
They got him up more than NBC does.
29,000 sitting here.
No, 1.8. They got him up more.
County. If you look at it, how it's coded in the system, it's going to cancel each other out. It's going to be half mail, half election day. If it does what we just saw here in Oakland County, Stevens could blow it wide open in Macomb with what's left there, right? Huge swing. And then, like I say, we're sitting on 95,000, right? So El Sayed is 22,440.
They got him up more in
this.
this.
These two were to happen, okay, 6,500, you're basically knocking this down to 16,000, right? And then you're left with, boy, this is Macomb neutral? Does nothing happen from it? Or does that remaining vote all break for Stevens, by that like 30-point margin we've been seeing? If it did, then this 16,000 would immediately be cut in half to 8,000. And then you would be left, there are other places here that have, vote. I'm giving you the places, I say, with 10,000 or more. But it is those places account for the overwhelming majority of what's left. And then you have Wayne sitting there.
We're at 83.4% in.
Exactly. They're just coming in one small piece at a time. So big variables here.
Numbers are coming in, though. Numbers are coming in. Guys, hit the like button if you could for me.
That's very good for
Check into the stream. Comment what you guys are tuning in from. This is live, by the way. We are super live.
Huge for her. The remaining vote by mail in Ingham and Washington.
This is the Michigan Senate primary.
Even if it is, that's great news for Stevens.
Number battle
still get
math.
A big bounce out of that? If so, obviously great news for him. Oakland, that remaining vote, does it behave like that last batch that we just got? That Stevens won by 26 points? Great news for her if it does. If not, advantage El Sayed. And then 95,000 in Wayne. It's coming in from all these different corners in different permutations.
What up, Chicago? We got Idaho, Illinois, Indiana.
Stevens, on top of these other things, are there big batches for her there? And also, as I say, Genesee. Am I being generous with Genesee in saying she could net another 3,000 votes?
What up, South Dakota?
Those
what up,
are
Texas?
The big questions. As we're sitting here with 83% of the vote in statewide.
If you guys are on Facebook, we are live and have a great chat on YouTube and Twitch.
I'm happy to
Mercado
just sit here
Media
and
on
watch it. If you guys are,
YouTube. Check me out
watch
on
it. I mean, it's
Facebook.
like this has been. You could probably tell the way I've talked about it tonight.
Scott, what's going on?
Me, Adam, we've been trying to just make sense of this on the fly, and there've been swings here where you're like, this is a.
What up, Justin?
This is a. Of all the states we have been doing these primaries for, I think this is the most complex. The puzzle on this one is the most complex because it's just, as you've seen, nothing is straightforward. It's almost like got a House of Mirrors effect watching these vote returns come in. Nothing is as it seems. It's just not straightforward at all. But it's just made for this kind of dizzying night here where you're looking at it and you're saying, no, Stevens is missing her targets. No, she's making her targets. No, and now it's wrapped all the way around to this. And I think that's the best I can give you in terms of what the major questions are at 1:30 in the morning, 5.5 hours after polls close. But the good news is, look, we've really
we still got coverage. What up, Bloomington?
Come around to a place where we've got.
I know, so dramatic, so extra, so fucking extra.
Here.
What up?
Almost maybe six updates.
6-7 updates.
We're looking for. So what's the next one that's going to come in? 22,120. Keep an eye on that number. I'm watching it with you. I won't. At this point, I'm not going to go jumping into any other counties. We'll just react when we get an update. But
what up, Kenosha?
Yeah. Again, although I will say, almost anything right now that substantially moves that. Well, the one thing that could move that El Sayed number north too. That's the wild card. Should have said. Our friends in Kent County and Grand Rapids, we've been on does that mean something?
I just saw the number change, and so I was.
Yeah, what was it?
I see two counties.
Another
Monroe
one,
and
another
Roscommon.
plus
Monroe
1.1% for Stevens.
And Roscommon gets 600.
Okay, and it nets out. That's the other thing that's happening. I have given you, as I said, the places with 10,000 or more outstanding votes that can, in one update, really move this needle or tell us something important. At the same time, the rest of this map is filling in these counties that are colored in but are not at 100%. They are slowly filling in like that. That will bounce this number around a little bit in this zone. But what we are looking for here is anything that substantially moves this number in either direction, or an update. If we get Washtenaw, if we get Ingham, and this number doesn't budge, that's just as important and that's just as significant. Something significant. It went down. What was it? Where did we get it?
Genesee.
We got more Genesee. Okay. So this is Flint. We've been saying, I said, could she net another 3,000 or so out of there?
Number update, guys.
About 2,000 maybe she got out of there. Stevens.
Getting closer.
Again, she's going to win by almost 20 points. This is not 100%.
That's wrong county.
Oh, my God, it's Saginaw. What an idiot I am. Okay, look at this, 78%, even more. The label Saginaw should have told me I was not in Genesee County. Okay, wow, okay. Thank you, Adam. Still a ton to come here. Not a ton, but that's a good amount. That's only about 3/4 in, and Stevens just got another. What was that update? How did it break?
So it was 12,000 votes, 54% for Stevens, 41% for El Sayed.
Yeah, so that's
1.6.
1,500 vote plurality for her. Again, with more to come. We said the math I was using there, right? They're saying, boy, this could get really dicey here for El Sayed. The math I was using there said the remaining vote out of Genesee, could it get her between 3,000, 3,500 votes? She just lopped off 1,500 right there in that update, still not at 80% in there. So again, that was one of our big ones. That's one of our big six, call them the big six counties with that outstanding vote. Although I think with that, I wonder what they're down to. No, there's still.
You don't like her platform of stick it to them?
15,000 left there. 1, 2, 3. There are 6 counties over 10,000 here. We'll give an honorable mention to Calhoun County, which is right down here, where we've got 7,500 votes left. Calhoun County, by the way, right now, Stevens is leading there by 8 points. So, I mean, again, if she were to win, let's say by 10, the remaining vote in Calhoun, it would net 750 for her. It'd lop 750 off that total. But again, we've said.
That was weird.
So, something. What was it?
I don't see anything big.
Something just came in. I went from 9. Yeah,
That's what she said.
because it was high 19s, low 20s. But
Iron County, 359 votes.
Okay, we're up in the UP. Iron. Okay.
We just got a Wayne update.
Okay. Whoa. It looks like it was a good one for El Sayed.
Yeah, it was 7,000 votes. He gets 66%. Stevens gets 32%.
Wow. Okay. And again, we're flying a bit blind on where these are coming from. That might be. There are some places there in Wayne that we know to be very El Sayed friendly. That might have been one of them, but that sets Stevens back. Now she's back at a 22,291 deficit, but still. That leaves just okay. We'll sit on this. Scream
We're
through
gonna
the
sit
TV
on it.
if you see that number move. That still leaves 89,000 votes in Wayne, and as you can see, they're just sort of.
Yeah, we got another Macomb update. 6,000 votes. It's Stevens 63%. El Sayed 32%.
That's the exact clip we've been seeing for like 3-4 straight updates here. This is why this is why I said Macomb is the swing here, because it's coded as half male, half. That was coded as male, I assume, or was it?
That was coded as male.
Right. Okay. So it's playing to type right now. According to what our system is saying, there's now more outstanding election day vote than vote by mail in Macomb County. But I'm just not sure how that election day vote, what's listed as that, is going to perform, because the other way of looking at this is, that leaves you, now we've got 6,000. We got 23,000 votes left there in Macomb. If it all breaks. We've seen 63-32, 63-30. We've seen 30-point wins for Stevens in these updates. And again, with 23,000 left, if she just kept doing that, 23-46, that'd be about 7,000 additional votes. She would, plurality. She would knock that from 20 to 13,000. If it all breaks her way, this is to me in my mind right now, at least, it's a huge variable, because I think Macomb could be it could be a wash from this point forward. It could even be it could even net out to El Sayed's favor. That's a bit what the coding that Adam's given you is saying, but it hasn't been performing that way always. It certainly hasn't next door in Oakland, and I think something else was minor that just happened.
Yeah, Sanilac. You also have a update in your phone as well.
Oh, okay. Jeez. This is the fun stuff.
New DM from Israel.
Oh,
Oh, no.
No, what do we do?
Oh, no.
No. Can you ask if there is any possible workaround?
Sure.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I mean, we can't come this far.
Can't come this far and see or lose. They want to end the program.
Okay, that's why Macomb is just like it would change the game completely if the remaining vote in Macomb is all like what those last 3-4 updates have been like, because this number would come crashing down. And again, we think Stevens is going to get more out of
They have
Genesee.
30,000+ viewers watching this. Why would they cut it? They better not.
In Oakland, that if it's like the last update, she won the last update in Oakland County by 26 points. So if that vote, if the next batch, which could be the final batch, out of Oakland behaves that way, I mean, if that happened in Macomb, that happened in Oakland, and that happened in Genesee, I mean,
1.6%.
This number is, 5,000. With still 89,000 in Wayne, and that mail question, vote by mail question in Washtenaw and in Ingham, and just a scattering coming in elsewhere. So we're just, like you, if you're watching this, we're just waiting for that number to budge and to see if it's from one of these significant sort of, I call them the big counties. They're also sort of the question answering counties right now.
It might be an obvious point, but the thing I've been thinking about for the last little bit, as we've seen El Sayed, sink below.
Sorry, something just happened.
Sorry, Wayne County, another 5,000 votes. Let's see how it broke.
Yep.
53% for Stevens, 43% for El Sayed.
So it's a decent update for her.
1.4.
I mean, this is about as close as she's gotten so far. Just a shade under 20,000. That is 1.4%.
1.4.
Statewide. Okay, 19,791 brings the number in Wayne to 84,000. 84,000 votes remain in Wayne. They've been, I think what I've been seeing, and again, the pattern can change. I'm just going to circle this because again, this is the all-important number right now. Every time that changes, we got to. They've been kind of going back and forth, right? Trading blows in Wayne. So obviously it's a game changer if one of them can string together a series of really good updates there. But I'm so focused on, if I could know one thing right now, it's what is the entirety of that remaining Macomb County vote, those 23,000 votes in Macomb County, what does the entirety of that vote look like? Because you can make an argument that it's going to break even or even be slightly favorable to El Sayed, and you can make an argument that it's going to be like a 7,000 or 8,000 vote plurality for Haley Stevens. And the difference in the context of this between those two possibilities obviously is enormous. And so that's, of the things we're looking at here, that's the thing, if I could wave the magic wand and know right now, it would be that. So while any update is massive now, if we ever got, okay, we got something just went now. Is this another Wayne update?
There's another Ingham update.
Oh, just went now. Is this another Wayne update?
There's another Ingham update.
Oh.
14,000 votes. Is breaks for El Sayed. He gets 55% of them, and Stevens gets 40%.
There we go.
He won
there we go.
Vote by mail update.
Let's go, Abdul.
This is
there we go.
Mail.
Back in the right direction. 1.6.
This is significant.
Back in the right direction. That's what we like to see. That's the shit we like.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Back up 1.6. Let's fucking go.
We were sketching through, right? We raised the big
questions
about the big
There
six.
we go. Something
this
good.
This is one of them. Ingham. It is overwhelmingly an Al Sayed county. We know that, but the vote by mail there, the question was, could Stevens fight El Sayed to a draw in the vote by mail? thereby taking tens of thousands of votes remaining in a core El Sayed County, and El Sayed walks away with no additional plurality out of it. That's the question we were raising there about Stevens. That's not all of it that just came in, but that big batch that just came in was not even. It was double-digit El Sayed. Okay? So it has boosted that statewide margin. Remember, it's boosted it by about 2,100 votes. It's boosted the margin here in the share of the vote to a point in 1.6 points right now. That was if you're El Sayed, it was a very good update for you. Again, we're looking for things here, the answers to our questions.
We are El Sayed. Let's go. That was a great update for all of us.
In the favor of El Sayed. That also heightens the stakes for we're asking the same question here in Washtenaw County, where we're waiting on vote by mail, where it's a core El Sayed County. Can Stevens fight El Sayed to a draw with what's left there? Keep this number from going any farther north like it just did with that update from Ingham County? Or is what we just saw in Ingham County going to happen again in Washtenaw County in that 21,000 climbs to 24,000 to 25,000?
That's the shit we want to see. That's what we got to see.
If El Sayed lands that 1-2 punch here,
Haley Stevens had another little surge here, but I think Abdul El Sayed's going to surge again here.
Above 10,000. And yeah, 84,000 in Wayne. Oh, we are getting down to the
down to the final countdown.
Where we're going for here?
No.
Bottom of the barrel is a bad thing. I like elections.
Yeah, this is the bottom. This is the bottom of the barrel.
Counties left now, though.
Cope
over
for
10,000.
An establishment politician. You see, yeah, you're right.
With
you're
that
right.
update. 21,846. We'll just kind of wait for the next one. They've been coming in pretty regularly. Did we get any? Can I ask you about
the Israel updates?
Exchanging messages about?
Yes, but you wouldn't like the answer.
Damn.
Oh, come. Oh my gosh. Is there anything? Any?
We'll keep working on it.
Don't. Okay. Oh, I mean, can we just set like a tripod or something like?
The camera operator. We can't afford to pay him or what?
The town square.
I love town square.
Could we do that?
We got another update from Lena Wee.
I don't know why they're being so weird about this.
Oh, it's just we've come so far. It's finally getting there.
Yeah, I knew it. They wanted to end the program.
End the pro. Can we keep this going?
Yeah.
Sorry,
what's exactly?
That out
yeah.
I'm sorry.
What's Steve saying? What's chat saying over there?
You said we got a small amount.
They don't want the show to win is crazy, or what is this?
El Sayed wins 52-43.
Okay, that's one of those. It's just
you have 34,000 plus. I nearly have a fucking 1,000 people watching. Like there's tons of people watching this. So like, you can't. They're gonna cut it really with these numbers. They know Stevens is likely projected to lose, and this is wicked. It's close for sure, definitely closer than people expected, but it's looking like
that the next Wayne County update should be Canton Township.
Oh, that's great. Okay, we just got to
inject some hype into this situation.
Unless it's from a major county, I don't think it's
from Jackson.
Okay, and it kind of broke even.
Yes.
Does somebody make them a Twitch channel quick
so
they can
stay is going to come. Come on, show me.
So many papers.
I got the
I would go crazy.
Have you seen it, Adam? There it is.
You displayed it to the camera a few hours ago.
I was showing it off. Okay, and you said Canton is the next.
Yes.
Okay, so to set the stage for this, because I think it's a fairly important one, we're talking here about Circle it again. Just everybody shout if it moves. Oh, it did move. What happened?
Oh, more for Syed.
That was Leelanau.
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Okay, that's high income. Yeah, that's right up here.
More votes for El Sayed.
Wine country in Michigan. I'm not kidding. There's like 18
Up
wineries
22,000.
here. Looking out right over.
No percentage
high
change, but
income.
that's another
Anyway,
another 1,000-ish votes for Abdul El Sayed.
It helped El Sayed. Those are the high income, high education attainment there in that kind of Grand Traverse Bay area. So that boosted him there too.
Right.
Was
People
not
that
one
are
of the big
smart.
six, but that was
Makes sense.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Is that Canton Town?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Why do I hit Monroe all the time? Okay, this just came in Wayne County. Our decision desk is telling us that this is Canton Township. Canton Township is in the western, sort of right here.
Still holding
Wayne
at that
County.
1.6.
Give us what the breakdown was.
Big change.
So this was 20,000 new votes.
20,000 more votes.
54% for El Sayed, 44% for Stevens.
1.8 now.
Context
1.8.
100,000 people
Numbers.
live in Canton Township. The number in the
Up 1.8. He's separating now.
It was 49 for Whitmer.
He's separating some.
It was 38 for El Sayed, okay, and it was 13 for Tanadar, right? So the progressive share was 51. That's one way of looking at it. And tonight, El Sayed gets 54, right? The Whitmer share was 49, and tonight Stevens gets 44. So that's a not inconsequential update. That's this is one of the bigger townships, one of the bigger sort of jurisdictions in Wayne County right there. And that was very helpful, as you can see, to El Sayed, who's gotten a couple pieces of good news for him in the last few minutes. He got that good news coming out of Ingham County, and he got good news coming out of Canton Township. Again, we're getting a little bit not far from, but relatively speaking, the edges of Wayne County right here. Are they telling us any other specific places on the way?
Not at the moment.
Okay, but wow.
Are you getting a little excited for El Sayed now, Steve? Because they're going to cut your program?
We're down to only 64,000 votes left now in Wayne County.
Stick it to your producer.
We are
Get excited for El Sayed. There you go. Let it flow through you.
In Macomb. Boy, those last updates were if you're El Sayed, we keep swinging here, right? If you're El Sayed, you were watching that number come down.
Oh, he's just a little excited.
You just brought it back up, 5,000 votes, a net of 5,000 votes with these updates. And again, you're watching, if you're El Sayed, you want to keep this number as stable as you can. Obviously, you want to grow it, but you want to keep it as stable as you can. And you want this number. You can't wait
grow it, but we don't have to show it yet.
Down, because that vote is volatility, it's unpredictability, and there's still 64,000 left there in Wayne, and there could be good places there left for Stevens. We just got more. Where's it from? He's at 25.5.
Updates from Kalamazoo. 6,000 votes.
Oh, okay. He's out of our big six, but yeah.
Kalamazoo.
Kalamazoo. Okay. Kalamazoo, like Grand Rapids, it's the gift that keeps giving votes.
The gift that keeps more for El Sayed.
El Sayed, wow.
Another.
Stevens got that as close as she's gotten it all night. El Sayed has responded.
He's taken away.
He got a little assist. We are
Let's
on
go.
a big six, but Kalamazoo.
Separating.
Leelanau came through for him.
Stacking them now.
Leelanau.
Let's go.
Ingham. Big update from Canton
Coming
Township.
in clutch in the bottom of the seventh.
Ball is in Stevens Court right now. Again, with what is left, 64,000 in Wayne, and then Macomb, 23. I'm more and more. This 23,000 in Macomb County is huge. Huge. I think Stevens now needs it to be. We're saying, is it going to be about even? I could make an argument based on everything we're seeing, why that's the case.
Why won't they call it when there's 88% in?
8,000 vote plurality. I think she now increasingly needs it to be the case. That it's that 8,000 vote.
She needs it.
I continue to say, if you could tell me one thing
Israel
right now.
cries in my dreams.
The makeup of that vote. We got 15,000 left in
Stevens Pack Watch.
Where Flint is. We got there's 15,000 votes left here in Genesee.
Pack Watch loading.
15,000 votes left here in Oakland. 15, 14, 23, 64,000 right there in Wayne. Who am I forgetting here? Do we have any other? Oakland. Oh, Washtenaw, right, of course. There's 14,000 votes left in Washtenaw, right? So the game has changed a little bit since we last went through this map.
The game has changed.
Because if in Ingham is still, there's outstanding vote, but we're inside of 10,000. That last one was significant. If what happened in Ingham happened in Washtenaw, then that number goes further north, for El Sayed. If the remaining vote in Macomb is a wash, which is possible, then that number would stay north. And then look at this. Suddenly, you take almost 40,000 votes off the map. You'd say, well, Stevens can get a boost out of Genesee County here, but 15,000 votes. It's only going to be a couple thousand. 14,000.
Hey, Serenader, thank you for becoming a member.
El Sayed, again, just the fact that he was able to
you
put
did
up
something
that number,
on Twitch.
In Canton Township there.
You're prime.
There's a breadth of support inside of Wayne County there for him too. Again, it raises. If she can't get it out of Macomb, that Stevens really needs something we haven't been. She needs the remainder of Wayne to be just overwhelmingly for her. But if she does get it out of Macomb, she does get that.
Steve now knows it's over. Look at even their own chat on MSNBC knows he's been
absolutely.
It's cope. It's been cope like for hours now. Yeah.
Looking at the clock. What do we do?
What do we do?
They were still working on it.
Okay, I appreciate it. I know this has been I know it's been a super long night for everybody.
Has it really been a long night? Are you serious? Fucking Trump bombing Iran at 3 a.m. Like, what do you mean, dude?
There's just some I'm not the only one that works here.
Long night. I'm up all night these days.
Around here have been working.
Almost a long night.
We don't stay up.
It's not even 1 a.m. This is like early. This is early.
I truly appreciate the everybody in here been taking part in this. Do you guys want to come take a bow? Do you guys want to
take a bow?
Can I get you guys on?
Wow.
Can we show these folks? I'm serious. Do you want? I'd love to.
The Cope.
Show the room, maybe.
The Cope Club.
Make this happen. Here we go.
This is so awkward.
Take a bow.
The best.
For what?
Right.
Wow. We glazed Haley Stevens good, didn't we? We did good, right?
Steve.
This was a humiliation ritual.
Oh, whoa,
whoa.
This is big.
So we got
2% for
El Sayed 62, Stevens 35.
Back up to 49%. Back up to 49%.
El Sayed 59.
Let's go.
Stevens 39.
Oh, so that was a very awkward moment right there. You guys just saw.
We've been asking the questions and we're getting the answers.
Oh, another. Let's go. 2.1%. Another drop. 89%.
I would think so. Let me double check.
Oh, he's gonna win, dude. He's gonna win.
If the answer is yes, that's
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He's separating.
Could Stevens
separating here.
fight El Sayed to a draw with the remaining
2.1. Back up.
No.
We're up.
Washtenaw County. Could Stevens fight El Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer: no. El Sayed just won that batch by 20 points. Could Stevens consistently roll up?
Lost a percent, but that's okay.
There's
2%.
another big update right there. El Sayed, he's within 4 points in the countywide count. What that does, I think someone else just came in. Al Sayed's number now is creeping close to 30,000. A few minutes ago,
they can't cut the feed. This is about to be done.
He has gotten nothing but good news in the last 6 or 7 updates we've gotten from Kalamazoo, from Leelanau County, Ingham County.
That's crazy. They wanted to cut
County,
the feed on him.
and in Wayne County. 2 big updates out of Wayne County.
He's been glazing his ass off for 6 hours, and they're about to be like, we got to cut it before it's done.
Very
That would be
precarious
so
position a few minutes ago,
I'd be pissed.
and he has now put himself in a significantly better one with those votes that have come in. That leaves what is left right now. That leaves only 58,000 left.
I explored every mathematical possibility for Haley Stevens.
Continues to leave
every single one.
23,000 votes out of
Trust me,
Macomb
we
that I said
listened.
are a bit of a wild card here. That leaves 15,000 right here in Genesee County, and only one other county left right now with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. That is Oakland County, 14,000 right there. And there it is, folks. NBC News Decision Desk.
Oh, let's go!
That Abdul
He won.
Will win.
He
The
won.
Democratic primary for the United States.
Let's
Senate in
go.
Michigan.
He wins.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens. He will be the Democratic candidate
go.
in the general election against former Congressman Mike Rogers, who won.
There
the
they go.
Republican
That's why they wanted to
nomination
cut it.
Rogers,
or either that or he was like, no, we got to, come on, give him more time.
Seeking a rerun here. He will do it against Abdul
Oh.
I'm not going to make this go any longer than it has. Thank
wow.
you all.
Yeah, we got to go. He's like, oh, shit. Oh. Hey, you guys already know.
What that flourish that El Sayed.
Hey, you gotta smoke that Haley Stevens pack.
If you stayed up, you got to witness it all. It looked like Stevens was closing the gap. It looked like she had a pass.
Pack watch. Let's go. Bye, Haley.
That was an incredible amount of drama.
Thanks for coming.
In the end there after a long, long night, and if you stayed with us through
that was a long night of glazing, but we got through it. Let's go. Abdul, let's go. Big dubs. Let's go. Let's go. I'm just posting LFG. What a victory. What's crazy is he never had he had the lead the whole night. Our boy had the lead the whole night. And they were, boy. Oh my god, hold on, we gotta finish this. Hold on, fuck that. Hold on, 1 second. For the establishment, bye. Bye. Haha. All right. But obviously, I'm not a politician, so Abdul Al-Sayed's message is the one that we got to go with. Because now you got to get people that are going to be mad that Haley Stevens lost, which again, that was pretty dang close.
Hit the polls on Tuesday, and I've got some major results to
Oh
share
boy.
with you.
And that's it. Major results. Cut it. No, cut it. Cut it. But that's that. Holy cow. That got that got intense. But keep in mind, he had the lead the whole night. All 6+ hours, he was in the lead. All right. It was all about Haley's. And that was even through Steve's. Okay, even more votes are coming in. Like he was probably going to end up close to like 49.2 or 3 then. Which I was off by. I said 50.1 or 2 or 3. But yeah, it got close there. There was like she had a couple moments where, especially when that first batch of mail-in came in from Detroit, then people like shit themselves. They're like, "What the fuck?" And then he maintained that lead, about that 3% to 3.5% lead. And then at the end here, towards the end of the night, it started getting real close, obviously, and we were watching, but he maintained the lead. Okay? He was predicted to win. Obviously, the predictions were a lot closer, so I bet you that would be what people are gonna say. It was, oh, we didn't win. He didn't win as much as they thought. And no, that's that. But I mean, yeah, I'm glad. I'm very happy with this because yeah, I wanted somebody to challenge the establishment. Haley Stevens, very much the establishment. But now honestly, it's on Haley Stevens and the establishment to, embrace Abdul Al-Sayed. Right? It's not his responsibility and people that are of the smaller echelon now to like work harder now to earn. Like, no, that's not how this should work at all. Right? Especially when many of us in 2024, especially me, who, I've came from like a conservative base, but at 2024 it was, well, you got to vote for Kamala. Okay, I guess so. I guess we have to. That's what it was. Okay, so now we get a primary process, for the Senate and for the midterms, which is great. Better have a thorough one for the president too. But this is the process we should have. Okay, this is how the process should play out. It shouldn't be just like them choosing someone and we have to go vote for them. It's what I did. But I that sucked, and we can't do that again. And that is why candidates like Abdul Al-Sayed, Zohran Mamdani in New York City, and other DSA, either aligned or not aligned, because I don't think he's outright DSA, but he's aligned-ish. But more further left candidates are going to continue to win. They're going to continue to win elections. That will continue to happen. Okay, because of how terrible the establishment is, and it is. Nobody wants to continue the status quo. Nobody wants to just find moderate solutions when MAGA has taken the country into extreme directions. It's crazy. It's like all the critiques of, which is weird, all the critiques of the Democratic Party, which is the most moderate, centrist, if not right-wing leaning party as an establishment. It is obviously when politicians like this win, this is good news, but as an establishment, it's been nothing but the right wing will say they're extremists now and blah 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 blah, but the actual extremists are like the actual extremists that hold office is the Republican Party and MAGA. So the only thing you can't respond to extremism with being moderate. That's not how that works, because then they're just going to take advantage of well, like they will do counter propaganda when moderate Democrats win. Look at it, he's winning by even more now. Oh no, she got a point bump. They're calling it for him though. 90% of the vote. So, and also, yeah, I mean, we also saw how the map went down. Can you see the map? Here's the map. I mean, look at him winning in the up. Huge. And I know Steve didn't really mention all that. Like he was really like that, and that broadcast too. What a example of the establishment media and how, yeah, I mean, the numbers were honest and the map was true, right? They didn't lie like right-wing media might, right? So like, yeah, but like their commentary and his commentary the whole time was to try to find ways of how Haley Stevens could win. And that was the whole time for 6 hours. Like very little Abdul. He very, very rarely mentioned Abdul Al-Sayed's name, right? And I mean, again, he's good at analytics and he's good at the numbers. This isn't a critique of his ability to do math and shit. Like he's good at that clearly, but it's the choice of, for the most of the time it was spent on trying to like if not hype the audience. Like if I'm a Haley Stevens supporter, like I guess like on the opposite, it got a little closer at the end, close for comfort. But like if I'm a Haley Stevens supporter and I'm watching my MSNBC, I'm thinking like she has a chance the whole time. I'm like, oh god, she's gonna win. Oh boy, and as if she is, and then also the idea that she's the underdog. Like as if she was the underdog when she was the establishment choice and had the most amount of money going into her campaign. 70 million into her campaign. So it's sick that like the idea that she's the underdog, so we need to like rally behind her. Like what do you mean? But that's the energy that this broadcast gave when it came to that Kornicki broadcast. And again, he did obviously good with the math, and he really did spend hours going through the different mathematical possibilities for how she can win. And that's I guess it's true that, I mean, it wasn't anything he said that wasn't factually correct in terms of the numbers. It's just that like most of the time was spent on that instead of like, wow, look at how fucking Abdul did in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and some of these rural areas. And then even when he was dominating in some of the counties where he won by like double, like triple the amount, when he was like at 65% and she was at like 30, he would choose to litigate how well she did and compared to Biden and former politicians, and that was fine. But then there needed to be a point in which, okay, you got to do it for Abdul, and like look at how he's dominating even the former establishment candidates in these counties, and they just stopped doing that completely. It's not that they turned and then started giving Abdul the analytical comparison, which he should have gotten, and not Haley Stevens anyways, but they were doing it for her, and then they decided to completely stop doing it and showing how historically Democrats have done in elections in different counties. So you could tell the establishment media that we were watching that was commentating over this was definitely stressing. They were definitely stressed. Even he wanted to like, now I know why. So they were going to call it. That's what it was then. So they were going to, the MSNBC was ready to call it and be done. And he wanted to keep it going because like, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. He's still fighting. We're still here. Okay, but like that's what really happened. I think they like wanted to call it and just everyone go to bed. So because it really like at the end of the day, like it's the Democratic primary. We're not like it'll be much like this was serious, but now the real like honestly, that's why I feel Abdul Al-Sayed's message, like man, really really solid that he didn't even really mention Haley. He didn't mention Haley Stevens at all. He said we're gonna come together and then spit bars about Mike Rogers, which is perfect now. Now he might give I don't know if when he's gonna give a victory speech. Oh boy. Yeah. McMorrow. If anything, yeah, she hurt Haley Stevens big time. Yep. Here you go.
This is an NBC News special report. I'm Steve Kornacki. American voters in 5 states hit the polls on Tuesday, and I've got some major results to share with you, starting in the state of Michigan, where Abdul El-Sayed has won the Democratic primary for the United States Senate. He defeats Congresswoman Haley Stevens. This was a very close race here. You can see there are still a scattering of votes to be counted, but El-Sayed currently leading Stevens by 2 points.
Oh boy. Wanted to keep it going. 10-1 outspent, endless smears, 64 million in outside expenditures, organized people beat organized money. This is only the beginning. Michigan will never be considered a swing state ever again, said Hasanabi. But yeah, like that's the reason why we have swing states is because like people there are not connected to the establishment. So when you have anti-establishment candidates, they will vote for that. Or like they don't want it. So then when you're only provided the establishment, that's why places like Michigan bounce back and forth. Because it's like, oh, current party in power, well, the opposition party is not in power, so that's what we do. And then it's like a ping pong. So then when you do an actual anti-establishment candidate, they could stay there. They could stay that way longer than bouncing back and forth between establishment Democrats and then MAGA now. Potentially. Again, all this is we got to see it play out. I'm like, I can't like, I'm not the type to see. Okay, this is it, and victory forever now. Like Abdul won, it's all done. That's it. No. Okay, you got to see how you got to see how he's gonna do. He's got to win the general election now, right? He's not like that's good news, but again, this is the primary. So now he goes to the general against the Republican, and we also had to pay attention to establishment influencers if they're willing to do what many of us did in 2024 for Kamala Harris when it comes to these types of candidates, because I'm noticing that you got liberal influencers and you got influencers that are further left, and they battle with each other all day long, and like just do that all day long. And I mean that's what happens, but now they need to not do that, and we'll see if that happens or doesn't happen. And that's going to be a big impact. Just that. Okay. And right now, the liberal influencers need to rally behind the DSA and further left influencers and people that are clearly winning elections. So we'll see, because that'll be the fight. Actually, MAGA is there for sure, but from what I'm seeing, at least online, but people in real life are different than people online, obviously. But what I've noticed both in real life and online is people are tired of the establishment. And that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. That's why Abdul Al-Sayed won. CNN isn't ready. Wow, Jesus.
So we'll see. It's one of those things. We just have to wait and see all the votes to be counted. But again, what I really would like to see if I'm her, get this thing inside of 20,000 votes, get it inside where you can get those late votes in from Detroit, and then you really might have something. But until that point, it's advantage Al-Sayed. But again,
CNN isn't calling it yet. What the Come on, dude. Come on, brother. Are they going with it? Damn. Well, that must be, I don't know. I don't think that, whatever. Damn. That's crazy. Valerie McMorrow. Congratulations to Abdul Al-Sayed on winning the Michigan Democratic primary to be our nominee for U.S. Senate. Abdullah has my full endorsement and support. This was a brutal primary. Believe me, I know. I mean, yeah, all you did was the marching band thing. And Trump and Mike Rogers are counting us to stay divided. Let's prove them wrong by beating Mike Rogers and taking our country back. Oh, she endorses him. Immediate. All right, good play. All right, what about Haley? Does Haley Stevens have X? Nothing. Race is still too close to call. Yeah. No, like GG's. Gonna wait it out till the morning and the AP is AP calling it. CNN isn't. They're not calling it yet. Wow. That's wild. They're really not. They really haven't called it on CNN. Yeah, I'm not subbing. Maple Raid. Wow. Welcome, Raiders. Appreciate it. Maple takes, with 532 viewers on that. Oh, my goodness. We got a Maple Raid on Twitch. Maple Raid. Oh, my God. A whole lot of Maple going on. Right now, we're trying to figure out why CNN is cucking out to Haley Stevens and not giving our boy Abdul Al-Sayed the win. At least MSNBC did, but that was a very difficult watch. That was a very tough watch to watch them go through that. No, they haven't called it. Nope. Because I saw a post here. Where is it? I'll show you. Even McMorrow endorsed Abdul Al-Sayed. She's like, okay, GG's his son. Here it is. Here's the clip.
So we'll see. It's one of those things. We just have to wait and see all the votes to be counted. But again, what I really would like to see if I'm her, get this thing inside of 20,000 votes. Get it inside where you can get those late votes in from Detroit. Yeah. And then you really might have something. But until that point, it's advantage Al-Sayed. But again, there's a reason why we haven't called anything just quite yet.
So, but yeah. So CNN not willing to call it. The decision desk is. So it was cope all night long. Like watching that was very painful. We had to watch Status Coup. Shout out to Status Coup News because they were live at the Abdul Al-Sayed watch party, and he gave a very good speech, a very actually like unifying speech to not attack Haley Stevens at all. Which fair play on him. Obviously, we're memeing, but yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, you're gonna have to get Haley Stevens voters now, but they need to honestly get on board with what Abdul Al-Sayed's platform is, because he's the anti-establishment candidate, and they chose to support the establishment, and the establishment lost. So now it's really like, and then we'll see how many games are played. Like if people play games instead of like actually doing the big threat of Mike Stevens. And I really liked what Abdul Al-Sayed had to say when he focused on how much money Mike Rogers makes, and he's corporate funded completely. You know what I mean? Which is the litigation on Haley Stevens as well, which is why Haley Stevens lost. So if that same theme can continue across into the general, disappointing. Jesus Christ, brother. So disappointing. What's disappointing about it? That we don't get a AIPAC funded establishment Democrat that is the same that we've always had? Is that the downside? Jeez, dude. I don't get it, y'all. I'm over here. I was over here watching. Like, I know it gave me a headache after a while. We can still watch some of the rest of the numbers come in, I suppose. But it gave me a headache after a little bit listening to the Haley Stevens glaze. And on our channel, we spent a good amount of time listening to all the math equations of how Haley Stevens could win. Like, this is how she could win this county. And it's like they spent absolutely the establishment media, and it seems like it's the same way on CNN. We didn't watch any CNN coverage. We watched all MSNBC or NBC, whatever. Whatever. And it was all like Haley Stevens glaze the whole time. The entire Israel comes to you in your dreams. You want a dreamer? Oh my god. Yeah, that was crazy. Crazy. I mean that alone I think lost a good reason why she lost. Saying Israel comes to me in my dreams had to be a top crazy statement made by a politician that we've ever heard. And we can't have that. I'm gonna retweet this because this is fair play. Fair play for McMorrow. She definitely yoinked a lot of votes. Like more votes than I expected. 56,000. But yeah, I mean, the other thing too that is true is this was a closer race than people expected. People thought it was going to be a full-on blowout by Abdul al-Sayed, me included. But like, you know, it wasn't. But he won, so that's how it's going to go. What do you guys usually do over there on the Maple channel? Shout out to everybody following me. Thank you. So many of you have followed. I also got a YouTube channel if you guys like YouTube, but you guys are on Twitch, so it'd be nice to build the Twitch channel a little bit more. YouTube, especially when I'm doing, because I also do on the ground coverage, guys. I cover you know, protests and social justice movements, or honestly when the police, I covered Operation Metro Surge heavily. So, you know, when there's ICE agents out there brutalizing people, I usually try to get out there and film them so that we have evidence of them doing that. As we've seen across the country, you know, so I do on the ground journalism myself, besides just reacting to it here at home. So we do have a YouTube channel. It does get kind of right wingy when stuff like that happens. So I have been trying to build up my Twitch a little bit more because chuds do chud, and it does get annoying when my chat gets flooded with that because they like to troll on that type of content. They were really nowhere to be found tonight. They were around for a little bit, but when they realize like, oh, this isn't really a space I control in. I don't really understand this space. Democrats against Democrats. I don't even know what that means. So we didn't really have a problem over on my channel tonight. Yeah, I was taking up your protest coverage before I came over. Hell yeah, Maple Takes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that's the bread and butter of my content. I'd much rather be out there on the ground covering current events, and I feel like the midterms are going to get crazy. You know what I mean? So there's probably going to be maybe some protests around that, or, you know, I don't know. So it's going to get, I feel like it's going to get intense around that time. Maybe even MAGA going out into the streets or something. I don't know, because I feel like they're completely losing everything. That's why there's so much more attention on these Democratic primaries and how many people are showing up for them, because MAGA has completely become a cult for Donald Trump. But also there's I mean, they become the establishment too. Obviously they're the right wing, but they're part of the establishment, if not like the establishment of the dark side of the United States. Which we see. And honestly, again, this is a litigation too of our support of Israel and candidates that are willing to, you know, are willing to put American interests here at home, you know, and actually fight for people that live in the States and not continue to fund foreign wars forever. Also, I am a veteran. I served in the military, so I was sent to Kuwait, though I didn't go to combat. But, you know, a lot of these bases that are being hit by Iranian drones and ballistic missiles, because we continue to fund Israel, continue to bomb Iran and further the conflict, and also help Israel take land when it comes to their incursion into Lebanon, genocide of Gaza. And Americans in general are tired of it all. Tired of it. Completely. Yeah, and like it sucks. Like, my unit, members of my unit have been in combat now in Kuwait, because, you know, I've been out of the military for years now, but I know people that are still serving. There was no need for the Iran war. Fuck no, there wasn't. It's shit's wicked. I'm from Minnesota, so I started doing journalism in 2020 when George Floyd was murdered, and I continued doing it, and now here I am. And I covered Ukraine, went to the front lines and talked to soldiers, but then also did reports with the civilian population to get their perspective. And then now I've been covering the effects of Trump 2.0, mostly. Very little political influencing. I don't really do much of that. But when it comes to exciting situations like this, where we have anti-establishment candidates that actually are like younger, they seem to want to fight for the people and aren't trying to suck off Israel and corporate interest. That's, I guess, this is worth spending time on for me. That's the way I see it. Yes, we have to pull through. And also now we have the Minnesota primaries coming up, which I'll be spending time covering next week as well, next Tuesday. We got Peggy Flanagan. I'm going to be supporting Peggy. We got primaries then, too. So that's going to be the next round. Hopefully it gets busy. Hopefully I'll get whatever I got to do. I'll do in-person coverage for that stuff if there's stuff to do. People organizing downtown or whatever's going on. Or if there's any Peggy Flanagan events or stuff I could be at. Yep. We're next. Minnesota's got to show up like we have been, for sure. Yep. Oh, yeah. For sure, buddy. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate all the Twitch viewers. Just follow if you could. I'll be live again tomorrow covering the news. But I kind of want to unwind. This was like 6 hours of Haley Stevens glazing to the point of a headache. But I'm glad our boy Abdul pulled out. Like, it truly was. It was bad. It was bad glazing, too. It was rough. But I feel like people needed to hear it, too, because it was a pure example of how the establishment wanted to fight for Haley Stevens at the very end, even when it wasn't obvious. So I'm glad Abdul Al-Sayed won. Now, I mean, GG's. Now the fight's going to be with Mike Rogers in the general, and that's the way it's going to go. Okay, with these results, unfortunately, I mean this not at all. What the fuck? Oh my god. So they're going to choose to be against him. Oh my god, brother. So yeah, that's going to be I want you guys to peep that really quick before I go. But I'm going to be live on my gaming channel. This is what I was going to show you guys. Just pay attention to any liberal influencers that are going to now play games. Okay, and it's going to be annoying. And that's going to be the test. I am going to be on my gaming channel though. All right, Mercado Gaming on YouTube. I'm going to play a little Spider-Man. I went and saw the new movie. It was really good. Actually, my favorite Tom Holland Spider-Man of all four of them now. I'll talk about it a little bit. No spoilers. I already talked about spoilers last night. But I'm going to play that and unwind a little bit because it was a long night. So if you guys want to come over and hang out on YouTube, I don't have gaming on Twitch. So you guys are going to have to come over to my YouTube channel. But at Mercado Gaming on YouTube, I'll be live over there. Everybody, appreciate you. I'll be live again tomorrow here on Mercado Media, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook at 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll digest all this and go through the reaction and fallout for the establishment and cover what's going on. All right. We also got to talk about the Corey Ruiz encampment was taken down. I didn't really get to spend time covering that because it was mostly the primary stuff. So I'll spend time covering that and the latest with what's going on in Madison, Wisconsin, and many other things. So I appreciate you. Have a good night, you guys. Take care. You guys are amazing. See you guys on the next one. Peace.
Blood on the wheel, blood on the sea, blood on the hands names of all the ones that lie. Storms are coming, best to get to running. Or stand your ground once the bullets fly. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die. When you meet your maker, you can ask him why. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die.
They just let them do it. They just let them fucking gas us. They didn't stop them. They didn't stop them. They didn't give a fuck. Seriously, guys?
They'll kill your mama. They'll kill your daughter. They'll kill your wife and your auntie and your sister too. Nah, they don't care none. Badges, they don't wear none. But soon enough, we'll all be shooting back at you. Really ain't a fucking thing you can do. We got way more guns, we got way more goons. If we stand our ground when the bullets fly, they call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die. When you meet your maker, you can ask him why. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die.
You better get fucking ready. You better wake up. If you think this shit's fucking just some social media shit, you ain't paying attention. 3 things are true. Number 1, the black community told us this shit for years. We didn't listen. Number 2, ICE is a white supremacist wet dream. And number 3, the government's not going to save you.